July 5, 8775 of the glorious era, in the Norn main plain, the Griffin Kingdom, the city of Lauren. Mr. Administrative Officer, the town of Nard was captured by a group of Nagas yesterday evening. All the 300 people in the town had their hearts taken out, and none survived. The Falcon Knights found their traces in a passage to the underground world 20 miles away from the town. The Guard Corps is currently gathering, and 3 squadrons of the Griffin Corps will participate in the cleanup. The Chief Administrative Officer of Lauren City, who has a hooked nose, blue eyes, a half-bald head, and a belly bigger than that of an 8-month pregnant woman, sat behind a desk piled with documents, looking at his subordinates reporting in front of him through the gaps between the pages of the book, with a bad tone. Those damned underground bastards, sooner or later they will be cleaned up. Send 20 clerks to the town of Nard to handle the aftermath, and select a new mayor to go there, and then recruit residents from the refugees in the city to fill the town's population. Yes, sir. Has the village destroyed by the ogres last month been built? Not yet, it is expected to be by the end of the month, but the progress of recruiting residents is very slow. The village has been destroyed 3 times this year, and the refugees in the city are unwilling to go. The political officer rubbed his temples with a headache. Do you have anything else to do with this matter? Sir, this is the list of applications for Pioneer Lords that have just been submitted. Didn't the list have been submitted 5 days ago? Sir, someone submitted it the evening before yesterday, he said with a hesitant tone. Perhaps you will be interested. Hearing what he said, the political officer also became curious. He took the list, flipped through it a few times, and saw the names of the additional personnel. Lil Els? Els family. There was some emotion on his fat face, and finally he sighed. That guy Els has been dead for 10 years. Has his family fallen to the point of becoming a pioneer lord? Who is this Lil Els? Where does he live? My lord, he is the only descendant of the Els family. He moved to the 9th district 3 years ago. 9th district, yes. After a long silence, he closed the file with a complicated expression. Send it to the Grand Duke. After the subordinates left, he looked out the window, stunned. The 9th district, a street regarded as a sewer and garbage dump by the nobles of Lowland City, is plagued by robbery, theft, murder, and other evil deeds every night. The air is filthy, filled with the smell of urine and the pungent stench of the sewer, and flies can be seen hovering everywhere. This is a dirty place that the outside world is unwilling to even look at. Even missionaries who are keen on converting lost people to our God rarely set foot on it. But this filthy area is home to more than 100,000 poor people. Lear walked through the winding alleys, carefully avoiding the dirt on the ground, stepping over puddles of dark and smelly sewage, and the stench of the air made his eyes red. The poor people who passed by him had dull eyes and pale faces. Most of them were wearing tattered linen clothes, and some of them even had more patches than the original cloth. Some older residents stepped directly into the stinking puddle, letting the black water wet their trouser legs. They looked numb, like living corpses that could walk. Even though he had been in this world for 3 days, Lear still couldn't stand it. He sped up, turned a few corners, and came to a low house covered with black moss. Looking at the rusty lock on it, he let out a long breath. He twisted it gently, and opened it directly without a key. He pushed the door open. The house was about 10 square meters, and there was no furniture. In the corner was a tattered, calf-high bed with only 2 blackened blankets on it. The bare walls of the house gave the most intuitive image. Lear did not despise it and sat on the bed, but it felt uncomfortable as soon as it stuck to the bed. He reached out and took out 2 fist-sized pieces of bread that were as hard as stones and had a circle of deep teeth marks on them. Black bread. He smiled bitterly. Even dogs would hate this thing, but it was his food. He put the black bread aside and stared at the wall next door through a window that was half an arm's width. Traveling through time. It sounds light, but when it really happened to him, he realized how heavy it was. After all, he sacrificed himself to save people in the water. How could he come to such a up world? The level of civilization in this world is about that of medieval Europe, but it has extraordinary powers. There are even gods. The gods in power are high above and punish people at will, destroying cities and exterminating families. The sect spreads the glory of God everywhere and preaches that God loves the world. The evil dragons entrench themselves in the mountains and valleys, often plundering treasures and destroying towns. Demons, undead, devils, and all kinds of evil life perform sacrifices every day to please the evil gods. The evil life of the underground world appears on the surface from time to slaughter humans. Various powerful races are rampant in the wild, and they may attack cities and towns at any time and slaughter civilians. Wars are continuous, and racial disputes are as fierce as sparks. Materials are scarce, production materials are backward, civilization is stagnant, extraordinary people enslave the world, classes are seriously solidified, and knowledge is monopolized by aristocratic sections. All kinds of elements are almost gathered. The body he occupies is the descendant of a downtrodden noble. He has no awakening power, no family wealth, no social status, and is an ordinary person with no sense of existence. Ordinary people are like pigs in this fantasy world with extraordinary power. They are inconspicuous and can be slaughtered at will. Even wanting to live a stable life is a luxury. Because the family wealth has long been dissipated, the original body can only survive in places like the ninth block where poor people gather. What's more terrible is that 3 days ago, the original body actually applied to inherit the title that had been deprived of the family. According to the law of the Griffin Kingdom, the descendants of nobles who have been deprived of their titles must become pioneer lords if they want to inherit the titles. Little Els, you're back? I heard that you applied to inherit the title? A low voice at the door interrupted his thoughts. Lear turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in his early 50s leaning half of his body into the house, looking at him with a little worry. His hair was gray, his hands were covered with calluses, and his body was a little thin due to long-term lack of nutrition. Lear, who had the memory of his original body, immediately recognized him. His current neighbor Jem worked at the dock. When he was young, he was also a powerful knight and knew a lot about the outside world. He had a cheerful and generous personality. Even though he was in the slums, he took good care of his original body. He fainted from hunger several times, and it was the other party who took out food to save him. Uncle Jem. The middle-aged man looked at Lear's somewhat pale face, opened his mouth, wanted to say something, and finally sighed. Why bother? Do you know what's in the wilderness? Orcs, barbarians, scavengers, vampires, drow, half-snakes, cultists, and undead. There are passages connecting to the dark and dangerous underground world, space rifts connecting to the mysterious and terrifying other planes, and there are ancient remnants of evil spirits, demons who want to subvert order. There is no such thing as safety in the wilderness. The Empire has not conquered this area for thousands of years. Although life in the city is a little harder, at least you can still survive. Go to the wilderness and become a pioneer lord. Everything is out of your control. I know you want to inherit the title, but this time, alas. Jem's tone was very complicated. When the other party moved to the slums 3 years ago, his childish face was still in front of him. He watched this kid grow up and couldn't bear to watch him go to die. Baron Els died of an old injury 10 years ago, and within a few years, the family had declined. Griffin Kingdom the law stipulates that if no one inherits the title within 7 years after the death of a noble, the title will be automatically lost. The first condition for inheriting the title is to be an adult at the age of 16. This rule has many unreasonable rules, but it has been passed down without resistance from the aristocracy. There seems to be a secret behind it. As the only descendant of the Els family, Lear just turned 15 3 years ago. The Els family, which has no one to inherit the title, was directly expelled from the noble sequence. If the descendants of the nobles who lost the title want to inherit the title again, they must become pioneer lords and occupy new land for the kingdom. But is it so easy to be a reclamation lord? The Griffin Kingdom was established for 200 years, but it only nibbled away thousands of miles of wilderness. But what is the price? For more than 2,000 years, the bodies of the reclamation lords can be piled up into a magnificent mountain. A majestic city can be built on the sea. How many living pioneer lords are there? Jem took a deep breath. Grand Duke Lauren will personally approve every pioneer lord. I just hope the Grand Duke won't allow it. He suddenly swallowed his words halfway through his words, and turned his head alertly to look at the entrance of the alley. Lear noticed something strange and looked through the crack in the door. Tap 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 tap. A soldier wearing black armor, with a soaring falcon pattern engraved on his chest, a hooked nose, and blue eyes strode in with a cold face. After approaching the house, he confirmed the house number on it, walked past Jem, strode into the house, and handed a yellowed paper to Lear. The blood-red seal on it was particularly eye-catching. Griffin Empire Grand Duke Lauren. The soldier spoke in a stiff tone. Lil Els, your application for pioneering lord has been approved by the Grand Duke. Gather at the Grand Duke's mansion at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to receive pioneering materials and choose a territory to be pioneered. This is the pioneering order and the document of succession to the baronial title of the Els family. Congratulations, you have taken back the title of your family, Baron Lil Els. After saying the routine words, without waiting for Lil's response, he turned around and walked out of the house with an impatient and cold face. The stench along the way almost made him explode. If it weren't for the military order, he would never set foot in such a ghost place in his life. Giving orders to such a whimsical poor ghost, there is no money to be made. There are always ignorant people who want to rise to the sky in one step. What kind of place is the wilderness? He, a high-level knight of level 10, dare not easily set foot in it. He also wants to open up territory and build towns on it. Isn't this a dead end? After the messenger sergeant left, Jem looked at the document in Lil's hand and fell silent. Lil looked at the document in his hand and was speechless. The original body was really overwhelmed by the hardship and hopeless life. He thought that if he stayed here, he would die. He might as well take a chance, inherit the title, and go out of the city to make a fortune. However, before he could go, he fell down because of his weak body. Now, he wanted to fulfill the other party's dream of being a lord. According to the law of the Griffin Empire, those who actively apply to become pioneer lords, refuse to go to the wilderness, or fail to obey orders under other excuses, will be treated as deserters and hanged. In this world with extraordinary power, even escaping is impossible. Lier took a deep breath, and his eyes were a bit complicated. In this world, is it so difficult to live? At this moment, a blue light suddenly appeared in his mind. The light gradually condensed and then turned into a panel. It showed dense text. It is detected that you have become a lord. The intelligence system is automatically turned on. This intelligence can be refreshed. Intelligence system? Lier stood up at once. The joy in his heart exploded directly. There are already more than 2 million words of high-quality novels. Global lord, starting to become a desert lord is even more exciting. Those who like lord farming novels can try it. The intelligence system refreshes intelligence every 5 days. Today is the 5th. The next refresh will be the 10th, 15th, 20th, 25th, and 30th. Then it will return to the 5th. Each time, 5 pieces of intelligence can be refreshed. The value of the intelligence ranges from 1 star to 6 stars. Every 10 refreshes, a piece of intelligence with a value of 4 stars or more will be refreshed. The information in his mind made Lier's surprise overflow his chest. There is a way to survive. He took a deep breath and looked at Jem, who looked worried. Uncle Jem, thank you for your concern. I'm fine. I need to be alone for a while. Jem looked at him deeply. Lier, I still have some connections in the Adventurers Guild. If you need anything in this regard, please tell me at any time. He said that the middle finger, index finger, and ring finger of his right hand gently pressed the 3 fingers on the center of his eyebrows, and then waved them towards the sky. May the goddess bless you. Then he closed the door quietly and left this closed and low house. Lier watched the other person's back disappear and took a deep breath. Ordinary people in this world can't even take care of themselves. It's rare to find someone as loyal as Jem who has helped the original body so much. He quickly adjusted himself and immediately looked at the blue panel in his mind. According to the information given by the intelligence system, he silently refreshed the intelligence. The next moment, new text appeared on it. This is the first time to refresh the intelligence. The value of the intelligence has been increased. Information with a value of 5 stars or above must be refreshed once. Oh, there is an extra surprise? With Lier full of expectations, the blue panel in his mind refreshed 5 pieces of intelligence. 1. Dean, the affairs officer who distributes the Pioneer Night supplies, after a night of consideration, is ready to accept a bribe of 100 gold coins from the Roll family. Tomorrow he will secretly apply for special pioneering supplies to give to the new pioneer lord, Oakroll. Intelligence value, 1 star. 2. Tomorrow morning, a group of ogres will attack the windmill town 120 kilometers north of Lauren City. The number of ogres will exceed 100. Intelligence value, 1 star. 3. The 13th stall at the 9th block market sells red leaf tree saplings, which are magical plants. Equals the sapling of the lava fruit tree. Intelligence value, 2 stars. 4. The eldest daughter of the Lauren family, the great wizard Felina Lauren, who has reached level 16, has been searching for the magical plant, blue crystal grass. It is in a valley full of lilies 200 kilometers northwest of Lauren City. Intelligence value, 2 stars. 5. Refreshing. There are 5 pieces of intelligence in total, and 1 is being refreshed. Lier can't wait for the one that is still refreshing, so he immediately reads from the first one. The first piece of intelligence is about the information that the affairs officer who distributes the Pioneering Night supplies, Dean, accepted bribes. 1 star, not high value. Accepting bribes is too common in this extraordinary world ruled by aristocrats, and the other party is only in the preparation stage. Special pioneering supplies are prepared for those nobles whose families have had glorious experiences. The Else family is only a barren family and cannot reach this level. This piece of intelligence is really of no value to them. The second piece of intelligence is that ogres attack the windmill town in the north of Lauren City. 1 star value. Ogres are strong creatures that have reached level 6. They are generally over 3 meters tall and very fierce. The value of this information is also limited. He has never heard of the windmill town. The value of the 2 pieces of information 3 and 4 reached 2 stars, and the value immediately soared. The red leaf tree saplings sold at the 13th stall in the black market of the 9th block are the saplings of the magic plant lava fruit tree. Magic plants are quite rare in this world. Lava fruit is the main material of an alchemical potion. Taking it alone can quickly restore magic power. The price in the market is not low. One can sell for 10 gold coins. Ordinary people work hard for a year and can only earn 5 or 6 gold coins without eating or drinking. This kind of magic item is a luxury that ordinary people dare not even think about. Now they are selling the saplings of this magic plant as red leaf tree saplings? What is a red leaf tree? It can be seen everywhere outside the city. It can be mature in 3 years. The wood is sparse. The only feature is that it is not easy to get insects. The price is cheap. The poor like to use this thing to build houses. The price of the two is very different. This in and out means huge profit margins. I will go there right away. We also need to buy those seedlings. Li Er was excited. The 4th piece of information was also very interesting. The magic plant that the eldest daughter of the Luolan family was looking for, the blue crystal grass, was 200 kilometers northwest of Luolan City. What place is this? Luolan City, the largest city in the northern province of the Griffin Empire. And the Luolan family is the controller of this city, the only master. This city exists because of this family. The eldest daughter of the Luolan family, who is that? The flower of the north, the princess of Luolan City, a magic genius renowned in the empire. At the age of 24, she became a 16th level archmage, possessing the power to destroy the city, and was hailed as the rising star of the Griffin Empire. One order can affect the fate of countless people. The value of the magic plant suggested by the intelligence may not be high, but once it encounters such a top noble looking for it, its value will inevitably soar. Li Er pondered the value of it. If this information is used well, it may be possible to obtain enough development funds. At this moment, the 5th piece of information was quietly refreshed. But unlike the other pieces of information, this piece of information actually flashed with golden light. Li Er looked at it subconsciously, and the 6-star symbol at the end made his heart suddenly stop. The highest value of intelligence is only 6 stars. This intelligence is a golden 6-star. After reading it carefully, the blood rushed from the back to his head, and his eyes were bloodshot. 5 fingers suddenly grasped the document. 5. In the black market of the 9th block, a tomb-robbing gang stole a turbid crystal from an ancient tomb. It will be sold at the 23rd stall at the entrance of the black market when the sun just rises on the morning of July 8th. This item is the broken godhead of the swamp god. Use blood to drip on the crystal to control this part of the swamp godhead. Intelligence value, 6 stars, gold, full stars, the broken godhead of the swamp god. Li Er felt dizzy when he saw this key information. God is the most powerful and terrifying existence in this world. It is the ruler of this world. Now, the opponent's power is revealed in front of him. At your fingertips. Golden intelligence worth 6 stars. So terrifying, so terrifying. Li Er took a few deep breaths but still couldn't suppress his emotions. He didn't expect the intelligence to be so powerful this time. The first refresh will definitely refresh the intelligence above 5 stars, and it came with a full 6 stars. Golden legend. He immediately had the most intuitive understanding of the value rating of intelligence. It's a pity that each refresh in the future will be random. Only once every 10 refreshes will there be a 4-star or above intelligence. Refresh once every 5 days, 6 times a month. Today is July 5th, and it will not be until August 20th that intelligence above 4 stars will be refreshed. If it is a guaranteed refresh of 6 stars, I dare not think about it. That fragment of the godhead must be obtained. Thoughts turned. The problem now is that he is now penniless and may not be able to afford the goods sold by those tomb robbers. Robbery is far from enough. He hasn't even condensed the seeds of magic. He is just an ordinary person. How can he rob with his head? First use the previous intelligence to earn enough resources and then seek 6-star intelligence. After making a decision, his eyes quickly locked onto the 3rd piece of information, which was the fastest and easiest to obtain and verify the reliability and authenticity of the information. He did not hesitate and immediately stood up and went to the corner, moved half of a tightly fitted brick, and took out 3 silver coins from it. This was the last savings of the original body in this world. 1 copper coin could buy a fist-sized piece of black bread that could be used as a weapon. 100 copper coins could be exchanged for 1 silver coin. These 3 silver coins could provide him with 3 or 4 months of rations, the minimum to maintain life. To make a fortune, you rely on these 3 big guys. He stood up, closed the door and left home, heading straight to the market in the 9th block. Although it is a slum, more than 100,000 people need to live, and where there is life, there will be trade. After walking in the winding alley for 20 minutes, a bustling market appeared in front of him. Both sides were densely packed with stalls. Various food and daily necessities were sold on them. Most of the people coming and going wore coarse cloth clothes, and there were more patches on their bodies than one another. Their faces were pale and haggard, not looking very healthy. They bargained hysterically when buying things. Saving a copper coin would make them grin for a long time. The original body often came to the market to buy food, and was familiar with this area. They quickly passed the gathering area of the vendors and entered the main market. There were fewer people here, and the number of patches on the clothes of passers-by was also significantly reduced. From time to time, you can even see a few people wearing a civilian with a nice face. The 13th stall. He counted silently and found his target quickly. A larger shop, which sold all kinds of fruits unique to this world. There was a large area of saplings on the outside, with more than 10 kinds. A thin-faced, lame middle-aged man who walked with one leg higher than the other was taking care of it. Lier was about to speak, when he suddenly saw an inverted triangle tattoo faintly revealed under the rolled-up sleeves of the lame man. That was the unique mark of the notorious gang in the 9th Street district, the Pure Blood Brotherhood. Trafficking in people, opening casinos, smuggling, robbery. There was almost nothing that the Pure Blood Brotherhood did not get involved in. Many shops opened in the open were the tentacles used by these underground forces to find targets. Young and beautiful girls, wealthy guests, would be recorded on the list. The target of this trip could not be exposed. He took a deep breath and calmed down. He glanced around and saw the target of this trip, the lava fruit sapling. The saplings were covered in stinking mud, with only a few fiery red leaves showing. Judging from the leaves alone, there was no difference between the red leaf tree and the lava fruit. The lame man turned his head immediately when he heard the footsteps. The shabby clothes on Lear made the other party frown. "What do you need, sir?" "I have fresh fruits and various fruit tree saplings here," Lear said softly. "My lord, I need to buy green fruit saplings, long leaf saplings and red leaf saplings." The saplings they bought were all common. The lame man was too lazy to say more and pointed to a pile of muddy saplings. "They are all here. I just received them this morning. 1 silver coin for 20. Choose what you want." The price of 5 copper coins per sapling was moderate in the market. Seeing that the other party was too lazy to pay attention to him, Lear made up his mind and did not hesitate to carefully select from the saplings. He started with the green fruit saplings and the longleaf saplings, and finally chose his target, the lava fruit. Unfortunately, there were only 12 saplings of this 2-star magic plant, and he couldn't buy more even if he wanted to. In the end, he spent 2 silver coins and bought 40 saplings. Then, like the people around him, he naturally bargained for the price. The lame man looked better for the sake of the silver coins. But when he heard that Lier was going to buy 40 saplings for 1 silver coin, the corners of his mouth twitched. He hesitated for a while, and finally couldn't bear it anymore and gave more. He gave him 5 saplings and told him to get out of here. Seeing Lear leaving contentedly, he couldn't help but spit. The slum kids are all inexperienced. They still want to bargain for such a small thing? However, the 2 silver coins made him feel much better. He was thinking happily about which prostitute he would visit in the evening. Lear carried the saplings and shuttled back and forth, bypassing several complicated alleys without making a sound, and left the 9th block. The saplings were half the length of his arm, and 45 of them plus the mud were not considered heavy. This thing was really worthless, and it was covered with stinky mud, so passers-by were too lazy to take a second look. Lear looked around. The buildings with square spires extended out along the street. These houses were between 3 and 7 stories high, with different heights and jagged edges. Most of the exteriors were decorated with colored floating glass, which was exquisite and gorgeous. From time to time, you could see noble ladies looking down from the windows or children lying on the windows. The exterior walls of the building are carved with large plaster reliefs, which either sing praises to the benevolence of the gods, or praise heroes, or spread the glorious history of the city of Lauren. This beautiful work of art makes people's hearts sway. Such a glorious scene forms a sharp contrast with the dirty and smelly 9th block behind him. Lear felt a strong contrast and irony. Life is a gorgeous robe, crawling with lice. Unwilling to appreciate the magnificence of this magnificent city, he silently stopped a carriage and went to the center of the city with the sapling. As the sun gradually sank into the earth, Lear stood in front of an exquisite and luxurious manor. The fountain in the center of the gate exuded a large amount of mist, and a rainbow flowed in the air. The wall, which is more than 10 meters high, is almost stronger than the walls of many small towns. There is an exquisite little angel statue at every distance on the wall, either looking up at the sky, or grinning, or scratching his head in thought. It is covered with roses, and bright flowers bloom on the branches and leaves, like a dream in the light mist. Water drops sparkled on the petals, and bees buzzed back and forth. There was no need for much explanation, just one look would tell you how extraordinary this manor was. Lear took a deep breath and strode closer under the stern gaze of more than a squadron of guards. "Stop! This is Rose Manor." Lear raised the sapling in his hand. "I found the magical plant that Her Highness Felena offered a reward for, the blue crystal grass." The soldier's eyes moved slightly when he heard this. A tall and majestic knight wearing a silver helmet and a blood-red cloak stepped out slowly. The black armor on his body exuded a cold light. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, he came to Lear and looked at him with scrutiny. "Where is the blue crystal grass? Are these saplings in your hand?" His mission was to eliminate all hidden dangers. This guy holding muddy saplings did not look like a noble. It was a joke to let a civilian break into the manor. "Rose Manor is the residence of His Highness," Lear said calmly. "Sir, these saplings are not blue crystal grass. I know where the crystal grass is." The burly knight raised his eyebrows. "In other words, you don't have blue crystal grass?" His eyes suddenly became very dangerous. Lear looked directly into the other person's eyes and said slowly, "No one would risk losing his life to come to Rose Manor to deceive His Highness." The other person did not comment. Lear persuaded him step by step. "Whether there is blue crystal grass, we can tell at a glance. There is no possibility of deception. Your Excellency is conscientious and responsible, which is admirable. You only need to pass the news to His Highness to relieve His Highness's worries. Your Highness has his own ideas on how to make the decision. If there are any mistakes or omissions, I will also bear them. At most, you will be known as someone who wants to share the worries but has not found the right way. I am afraid that His Highness will still remember your kindness a little bit." After saying this, the knight in the golden helmet's eyes moved slightly, his expression eased, and he was about to speak. Herod, a hoarse whistle came. Lear turned his head subconsciously. 7 pure white unicorns pulled a flower carriage wrapped in blooming roses and slowly drove from the corner of the street. The wheels pressed on the bluestone street, making a crisp sound. Wherever they passed, the plants on both sides of the street immediately straightened their branches and leaves like spring flowers, and became crisp and vigorous with the naked eye. The roses on the wall swayed without wind, as if they were alive, cheering and jumping for joy. Even the air was filled with a unique fragrance. This scene was like a budding goddess driving a divine chariot to Herod. 7 pure white horses slowly stopped in front of the gate of the manor, and the driver was a blonde girl wearing a gorgeous dark blue dress, with excellent appearance and even more outstanding temperament. Even some of the ladies of the top nobles are no more than this. But such a stunning beauty is just a carriage maid. The other party got off the carriage and slowly opened the door of the rear compartment. The next moment, a graceful and tall figure slowly got off the car. The skin was as white as jade, as tender as a 3 or 5-year-old child, and the face was delicate and flawless, as if the gods had carefully carved it out of white jade, which was enough to be described as perfect. The blue eyes were as bright and deep as gems, emitting a soul-stirring light, and mortals would be fascinated by them even if they just looked at them from a distance. Her long brown hair seemed to have lost its gravity, floating gently in the air. Her curvy figure was dressed in a pure black robe with a rose pattern printed on it, luxurious, noble and elegant. Every move of her revealed endless mystery and elegance. Felena Lauren. The eldest daughter of the Lauren family, the real princess of Lauren City, a magic genius who was promoted to a 16th-level archmage at the age of 24. A proud daughter of heaven, the pearl of Lauren City, the flower of the north. The guarding soldiers all put their right hands on their chests at this moment and lowered their heads in the most humble manner. It seemed that looking at her any longer was a blasphemy against this noble and holy princess. The world of Nor has 2 main extraordinary paths, knights and mages. Condensing the seeds of life, one can become a knight, constantly strengthening the body, and stepping into the extraordinary. This path is further subdivided into professional branches such as warriors, swordsmen, thieves, etc. And by concentrating the seeds of magic power, one can control magic power and become a mage. The levels of mages are divided into apprentice mages, junior mages, intermediate mages, high-level mages, upper mages, archmages, as well as the more powerful crown mages and the top extraordinary mages. Each level is divided into 3 levels, so the world of Nor has a clear distinction between levels. Levels 1 to 3 are apprentice mages, levels 4 to 6 are junior mages, levels 7 to 9 are intermediate mages, and levels 10 to 12 are high-level mages. Levels 13 to 15 are upper mages, levels 16 to 18 are archmages, and levels 19 to 21 are crown mages. Levels 22 and above are the top existences of this world, the extraordinary mages. When you first awaken the seeds of magic power, you can become a level 1 mage apprentice. As your magic power grows, you can be promoted to level 2 and level 3. After being promoted to level 3, you need to make a breakthrough to be promoted to a junior mage. Every 3 levels of promotion is a hurdle. And so on. The end point of most mages is the intermediate level mages of levels 7 to 9. The high-level mages who reach level 10 to 12 can already enter the Royal Academy of the Griffin Empire as professors, or enter the Mage Corps as leaders. The Archmage can already cast powerful 4-ring war magic. As long as he is given time to prepare, he can directly destroy half of the city. It is a strategic force. At this moment, the Princess of Lauren City is a 16th level Archmage. More importantly, Felena Lauren is only 24 years old. She is the youngest magic genius in the Griffin Empire's recorded history. It is almost unquestionable that she will become an extraordinary mage in the future. Extraordinary mages, the huge Griffin Empire, which rules over a territory with hundreds of millions of people, has only a few. It is conceivable how dazzling such a person is. This flower of the north is not only famous in Lauren City in the northern province, but also has a huge influence in the entire empire. This is a person who, even without the title of Princess of Luolan City, can still command the attention and respect of the empire. After Felena Lauren got off the carriage, she seemed to sense something and looked towards where Lear was. She stared at the muddy sapling for a moment. Is this a sapling of lava fruit? The seedlings of this magical plant are rare. The burly knight saw the other party's eyes looking in this direction, and he was immediately excited. With a fiery look in his eyes, he held his chest and bowed again. Welcome, Your Highness. Lear looked at the other party with excitement, his hands were shaking, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He also knew that this flower of the north was like a saint in Lauren City. She was regarded as a goddess by everyone. But there was still some emotion. Big brother, is it that serious? He looked at the other party calmly, politely pressed his right hand on his shoulder, and nodded slightly. He performed a noble greeting. Greetings to you, Your Highness. This action made Felena's eyes move from the sapling to him. His eyes showed a bit of playfulness. I heard the air echoing your conversation. Do you know where the blue crystal grass is? The air echoes the conversation? Li Air felt deeply the difference of the extraordinary world. With this thing, wouldn't it be easy to solve the case and catch the adulterer? Of course, it's best not to go to the hotel to listen. He looked directly into the other person's bright blue eyes and said slowly, I accidentally knew where the blue crystal grass was, and heard that His Highness offered a high price for it. Felena was stunned, and her face looked a little strange. You are. For the reward? Li Air nodded naturally. Your Highness, I have inherited the title of the family, and I will become the Pioneer Lord in a few days. Before he finished speaking, Felena had understood. I need to refine a special magic potion, and I just need the blue crystal grass. It's very valuable to me. What do you need me to exchange with you? This prince has never done business before, but he is quite direct, Li Air said in a deep voice. Felena looked at the dark, calm eyes, without the slightest color or fear. She looked at the patches on the other person's body again, revealing some interest. It seems that you are also a determined person with your own ideas. Can you tell me where the blue crystal grass is first? After I get it back, I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. Li Air was also unambiguous. 200 kilometers northwest of Luolan City, in a valley where lilies are blooming. The value of intelligence lies in its realization. Selling information to those in need will gain greater value. Seeing Li Air so neat and tidy, Felena was a little surprised. She stared at him with her gem-like eyes and asked curiously, Aren't you afraid that I will breach the contract? After all, I am the Princess of Luolan City in your mouth. If I breach the contract, no one will believe your accusation. Li Air looked directly into the other person's eyes, glanced at the intelligence panel, and said calmly with the 6-star intelligence shining with golden light. Don't be afraid. The price of breaching the contract may not be something you can afford. Your Excellency is so confident? Felena's eyes were full of amusement. Lear smiled. Your Highness's reputation is so high that even the children in the 9th district admire it. Why would you lie to me for a mere blue crystal grass? Felena's sapphire eyes narrowed slightly. Of course, this was false. What made her a little amused was the unshakable confidence and determination in the other party's eyes just now. It seemed that as long as she dared to break her promise, the other party would really do something. She smiled and looked at the silver-helmeted knight who was still excited. "Wrecker, take your men to retrieve the blue crystal grass and leave immediately." The knight who received the order from the goddess personally, suddenly his whole spirit and energy soared with an exaggerated momentum. He knelt on one knee, his eyes full of heat. "I will follow your orders, your highness." The firm and swearing tone made Lear quite touched. For the people in this world, it is a great honor to be able to say a word to such an imperial lady. However, he who was not among them not only did not feel honored, but also wanted to laugh. "Just stand up and kick?" The long flaxen hair fluttered in the air, making Felena look mysterious and extraordinary. Slowly raised his head to look at the sky. He murmured a spell. The next moment, a crisp eagle cry resounded through the sky. A huge black shadow swooped down from the sky, casting a huge shadow on the ground. Whoosh, the air whistled, the wings flapped, and the cyclone rolled wildly. The black shadow slowly fell to the ground. The head of a falcon, the body of a lion, and a pair of eagle wings with a wingspan of more than 10 meters behind it. The amber eyes exuded the sharpness of an arrow. The sharp, curved beak like an iron hook was full of fierceness. Griffin. The foundation of the Griffin Empire. It is also the most powerful force in Lauren City. Every adult griffin has the power of an upper knight, and the highest level can reach level 12. This is the level that can command a small unit in the Royal Legion. The griffin stood on the ground, with a shoulder height of more than 3 meters. The body of the lion was filled with explosive power. Just standing in front of this kind of life, one could feel the suffocating sense of oppression. Facing a large wolf dog that was over 1 meter tall and weighed over 100 pounds, one could feel the pressure of the beast. The pressure brought by this fantastic life weighing 3 or 4 tons made it almost difficult to breathe. A little heat rose in Lear's eyes. This may be the charm of this world of extraordinary life that does not exist on Earth. At this moment, he felt that riding a griffin and galloping in the sky gave him a stronger sense of accomplishment than riding a goddess. Felena seemed to have thought of something, and turned to look at Lear. He was somewhat surprised to find that this young man, who had not yet condensed the seeds of magic, not only did not tremble in fear under the oppression of the griffin. Instead, a different light rose in his eyes. It was as if he had seen something he had longed for. Toy. Griffins are fierce creatures, killing machines on the battlefield, but they are treated as toys by an ordinary person? Her eyes narrowed slightly. She was a little confused about where the other party got such confidence. "Go, Wrecker." The knight in the silver helmet raised his head high, like a general returning from a victorious battle. Under the envious gaze of all the soldiers, he turned over and rode on the ferocious magical creature. The body of the griffin lion kicked the ground fiercely and flapped its wings wildly. The cyclone exploded, and the surrounding gravel flew and the grass and trees shook wildly. The lift of the airflow made this huge creature rise quickly into the sky. Chirp, after a crisp eagle cry, it disappeared in the air. Felena looked at Lear with a little meaning and said softly, "I don't know your name yet." "Lil Els, greetings to His Highness." Lear put his right hand on his shoulder and gestured with the noble greeting again. "Els? This surname is very unfamiliar. He can become a pioneer lord, and you can know something about it. It must be that his ancestors were once glorious. As for how he is now, you can tell by looking at the clothes on his body." Felena nodded. "Sir Lear, can you sell me the lava fruit seedlings in your hand? I need them for my new research recently. It takes 20 years for the lava fruit to grow from a seedling to a fruit, and it needs to be cultivated continuously in the meantime. This is the shortest time. You can also ask someone later if this is the case." After saying that, he added, "Of course, I will pay you enough. 20 years to bear fruit?" Lear's mouth twitched. "By the time this thing grows up, the daylily will be cold. Only the top nobles who have been passed down for thousands of years have the time and energy to cultivate it slowly. Of course, I trust your highness. If you need it, I will sell it to your highness." As he said that, he directly separated the 12 muddy lava fruit seedlings from the saplings. He handed them over. The soldiers around him saw this scene, their eyes turned green. Felena was also a little surprised when she saw this scene. She smiled and reached out to take the muddy seedlings without any concern. The white fingers formed a sharp contrast with the saplings covered with black mud. The next moment, the saplings that were originally withered seemed to have received the blessing of the bud goddess, and stood up visibly, full of vitality. Tomorrow morning, it is the time for the next batch of pioneering knights to choose the territory to be developed. How about I give you a reward after your excellency Lear has selected the territory? By then, I will surely satisfy you. Lear narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course. After agreeing, he said softly, but I am in a tight spot at the moment. Can I borrow 100 gold coins from your highness for emergency? The soldiers who were silently observing this side were stunned at this moment, wondering if they were deaf. Is this guy asking Her Royal Highness the Princess for money? A down-and-out nobleman who jumped out of nowhere, who crawled out of the slums. It would be fine if he just handed the dirty sapling to his highness, but he actually dared to borrow money from his own princess? Such dirty things were also used to insult the princess? They felt that their goddess was being defiled. Felena was confused by Lier. As the princess of Luolan City and a 16th-level archmage, she had met many strange people, but this was the first time she met someone who asked her to borrow money. What kind of brain is this? She waved to the maid behind her with a smile. Jasmine, get 100 gold coins for His Excellency Lier. She looked at him with a smile. Does Your Excellency have any other requests? Lier praised him. Your Highness is generous. Generous. Admirable. Felena laughed. As long as Your Excellency is satisfied, you can come to me again after you get the territory allocated tomorrow. She looked at the maid behind her. I will tell them, and someone will take Your Excellency into the manor at that time. Lier nodded. Then thank you, Your Highness. At this moment, the blonde maid named Jasmine came forward, took out a cloth bag from somewhere, and handed it to Lear. Here are 100 gold coins. Lear took it, opened it, and checked it to make sure it was correct, and then put it in his pocket. Seeing the other party's carefree look, Felena smiled. This guy. With the startup capital in hand, Lear didn't want to stay any longer. After a few polite words, he said goodbye and left. Felena and the maids around her watched Lear disappear from their sight so cleanly and neatly, and felt inexplicably. Could this guy just come for these 100 gold coins? The two looked at each other and laughed a little, not knowing how to describe their inner emotions. The one standing in front of you is the eldest princess of Luolan City. Can't you order anything else but gold coins? Lear achieved his goal, so he didn't bother to care about what others thought. He had inquired about the price of the seedlings of the lava fruit trees before he came. These 12 trees could be sold for more than 30 gold coins in other places. Another piece of news, the blue crystal grass, could be sold for 50 gold coins, which was not bad. He did not expect that His Highness could give him any extra gains. These 100 gold coins have exceeded the budget income. He should stop when he is ahead. Even if he makes less money, he will never lose money. A smart gambler does not have a perfect hand of cards, but knows when to leave the gambling table. The smartest thing is to never go to the gambling table, but now he has no choice but to do it himself. As for the supplies that Felena promised to give him, it is an extra gain. The rich profits earned from the 2 2-star news made his wallet full in just half a day. Can the 2 1-star intelligence be used? Lier shook his head. There is no channel. The value of these 2 is indeed limited. While thinking, his eyes looked at the 5th 6-star golden intelligence. Swamp Godhead. The morning of July 8th is the time for dragons to go out of the 4 seas. July 8th, 8775 of the glorious era. The morning mist enveloped the entire city of Lauren, and the air was slightly chilly. Lear, wearing a black cloak that covered his face and only revealed his eyes, slowly stepped into the most dangerous area of the 9th district. Black Market. Whether it is some big figures in the underground world or the noble lords who are high above, they all have things that are not allowed to see the light and need to be dealt with secretly. Because of the strength of Lauren City, the black market in the 9th district is famous even in the entire northern province. No matter what goods come here, they can be easily sold. The black market opens every 3 days. Every time, it attracts a large number of sellers and buyers, and even speculators who come from thousands of miles away. The craziest thing is that the place that can generate huge wealth transactions is hidden in the poorest slums. This has to be said to be a great irony. Perhaps, slums are qualified to exist because of this? The black market was built in the ruins of an old building, and there are few intact buildings. Once the black market is closed, it will be a ghost town with no one. But at this moment, people were coming and going, and there was a sea of heads everywhere. More than half of them, like Lear, covered their faces in various ways. There were all kinds of stalls on both sides of the road. However, there were few people shouting, and they all stood silently in front of the stalls, waiting for buyers to inquire about the price. Lear turned his head and looked at the stalls. There were a lot of things on those stalls. Unknown minerals, broken teeth of wild beasts, sharp swords, potions emitting magical fluctuations, and half-elf slaves tied with chains. He even saw 20 sets of high-level full-body armor engraved with the emblem of the Griffin Empire Royal Legion on a stall. This thing can be sold openly? Lear only then directly saw the wildness of the black market. But he didn't waste any more time and began to look for his target. On the morning of July 8th, when the sun just rose, it will be sold at the 23rd stall at the entrance of the black market. This is the 17th stall. Lear thought about it and came to the 23rd stall. He saw an old man with a broken right arm and gray hair sitting on a small stool, with colorful minerals in front of him. Was he a tomb robber? Lear could not see any traces, and it was difficult to connect these minerals with tomb robbery. Who would bury minerals in a tomb for no reason? Well, except for dwarves. But there was only one entrance to the entire black market. He bent down silently and began to search for the crystal ball. The old man with a broken arm saw Lear's actions and could only she glanced at him, but didn't say anything. She still rubbed the black ore in her hand. Lear was happy to be quiet, but the stall was so small, and there were only 30 or 40 ores. It wouldn't take long to look through them. There was no trace of the crystal ball. He looked at the old man and was about to speak. At this moment, a warm sun pierced through the mist in the sky. It lit up the entire city of Luolan. An orange-red sun appeared in sight. The sun is rising. At the same time, 3 men in tattered clothes, carrying large leather bags and smelling of mud came to Lear's side. The man in the middle with a dull face and a thin figure had a 7-colored bamboo dragonfly inserted diagonally on his backpack. The crooked appearance was quite childish. In this gray-black market, it looked very strange. The 3 of them didn't say anything. They looked at the empty space on the side and directly spread a yellow dirty cloth and spread it on the ground. He opened the backpack behind him and began to take out items clumsily. The man carrying the 7-colored bamboo dragonfly slowly took out a yellow crystal ball from his backpack. Lear's pupils shrank sharply. Turning his head, he saw that the group had already reached the front of the ore stall and became the 23rd stall. He took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the ups and downs of his emotions, moved his steps, and said softly, "Everyone, can you take a look at these things?" The 3 of them immediately looked up at Lear, and only a pair of dark eyes could be seen under the cloak. The dull-looking man put the crystal ball slightly aside and said in a muffled voice, "Of course, but if you are not going to buy it, please be careful. These things are quite old." Looking at some of the items that were still covered with mud, Lear nodded. Of course. Even the standard armor of the Griffin Empire Royal Legion was sold by someone, so it was not uncommon to dig out things from the tomb. From inside to outside, he took a look at one by one, and after 10 minutes, he slowly held the crystal ball. It was the size of a fist and had the coldness of a rock. The surface was covered with scratches and traces of being buried underground for a long time that were difficult to clean. Their eyes were a little subtle. Who would have thought that such an inconspicuous thing could hide a godhood that could drive the world crazy? After carefully studying it for a moment, they casually put it down and checked other objects. The 3 of them didn't care. This thing was sold for a specific purpose. If they liked it, everything would be fine. However, it seemed that this guy just happened to come across it and take a look. They didn't have any hope of selling it, but it would be nice to have someone to attract attention. They almost sold out the entire stall. After going through all the utensils, Lear tentatively picked up an ivory bowl. "What price would you guys like to pay for this one?" The thin and dull man said in a low voice. 10 gold coins, no bargaining. Lear picked up the second one. Then this ivory cup. 12 gold coins, no bargaining. After asking about 7 or 8 items, he pointed lightly. This crystal ball? 10 gold coins. After the price was spoken, Lear's eyes were fixed. After asking about the prices of several more items, he hesitated and chose 7, and finally reluctantly put 4 back, leaving 3. "Ladies and gentlemen, I want to buy 3 at once. Can you give me some discounts?" The dull man saw that Lear really wanted to buy, and his face became more lively, no longer looking like a dead tree. Even the one-armed old man who was selling or turned his head to take a look. "These are all obtained at the cost of our lives, and there is no bargaining. But if you are sincere, then these 3 items, I will give you 28 gold coins for a package." Lear's eyes moved slightly, and he said seriously, "How about 20 silver coins? Let's make friends." The man looked at Lear and his face changed. This guy was not bargaining, but he was trying to bargain. "Impossible, this is the price we risked our lives to get." Acting well, after a high-intensity bargaining, Lear finally bought 3 old things that had just been dug out of the tomb for 20 gold coins. The yellowed crystal ball was among them. Both parties were very satisfied with the transaction. Only the old man who sold the ore had some regrets in his eyes. If he had known that this was he would have introduced it. Who knew that this guy was so easy to cheat? Lear put away a few items, and suddenly saw the unique colorful bamboo dragonfly on the other party's backpack. He hesitated for a while, and said slowly, "Sir, can you bear the pain and give up this bamboo dragonfly?" The man was stunned for a moment, then silently took off the bamboo dragonfly, with a smile on his face. "This is what my daughter gave me this morning. If you like it, I will give it to you." "Daughter?" Lear was silent. In this cannibalistic world, everyone has untold experiences behind them. "Thank you for your generosity." Holding the colorful bamboo dragonfly full of childishness, Lear slowly walked out of the black market, his face calm, but his heart surging. Swamp Godhead, the core of the gods. The most precious treasure in this world is in his hands at this moment. This is something that can make anyone crazy. The corners of his mouth under his hood curled up slightly, and then gradually expanded until it was arrogant. In just 2 days, he already had the king bomb. The moment Lear walked out of the black market and left the 9th block, the intelligence system in his mind suddenly moved. You have completed 6-star intelligence, obtained the key item, Swamp Godhead, triggered 3 additional related intelligence. Note, each time you complete 4-star intelligence or above, you can trigger additional related intelligence. 1. Dropping blood on the crystal ball can allow the Godhead to completely integrate into the soul. Note, when integrating into the Godhead, you will fall asleep for 10 hours, so please pay attention to your own safety. 2. Tomorrow morning, the territory will be allocated to the Pioneer Lord. You can choose the Silt Swamp as your territory. There is a part of the Swamp Authority hidden in it. Controlling this part of authority can greatly increase the power of the Godhead. 3. In the 2nd district of the slave trading market, the 13th shop, the Dragon Fong Chamber of Commerce, will sell 2 squadrons of wetland lizardmen tomorrow afternoon. The level is 6th level primary night. The wetland lizardmen are brutal by nature. The slave traders can no longer tolerate this and urgently need to get rid of them quickly. They can be bought at a price far below the market price. After buying this batch of slaves, the Swamp Godhead can be used to directly subdue these swamp lives as the initial army for the development of the territory. Lear looked at the refreshed information in his mind with surprise. After completing information above 4 stars, can additional related information be triggered? This is absolutely amazing. Take a closer look. The first one is about the information on controlling authority. After controlling the Godhead, you will fall asleep for 10 hours. This key information made him certain. He also made extra preparations. Now that he has accurate information, he doesn't have to be so nervous. The second point is that choosing the Silt Swamp as the territory also hides a part of the Swamp Authority. Heartbeat. This information is worth at least 5 stars. Godhead is the carrier of divine power, and authority is the concrete manifestation of divine power. Getting the Godhead is like getting a container with nothing in it, and authority is the water that fills the container. If you only have the Godhead but no authority, you cannot exert the power of the gods. If you only have authority but no Godhead, you cannot control authority. Both are indispensable. Tomorrow, many pioneering lords will choose the territory together, and they must not let others get ahead. He is determined to take the Silt Swamp. In the excitement, he looked at the last one. There are level 6 wetland lizard slaves in the slave market, and the other party will sell them at a price far below the market price. He can use the divine power to completely subdue these lives. This piece of information is not as valuable as the power of the swamp, but it is also very valuable. Now he only has a few dozen gold coins in his hand. As a pioneer lord, the empire will support some materials, but the most fundamental thing is to prepare it by himself. Moreover, not to mention that those pioneering materials may be allocated and embezzled at any time, he can't even put together the most basic pioneering team now. 2 squadrons, that is 200 people, and they are level 6 junior knights. This force is nothing to the huge city of Lauren, but it is already very good for ordinary pioneering lords. The normal selling price of a level 6 junior knight is at least hundreds of gold coins. This news made him see the possibility of getting the full price. If not, then go to borrow some money from Jiabe, Her Highness Felena. Everyone is so familiar with each other, it shouldn't be difficult to borrow some, right? The additional refreshed information has no marked value, but it is very critical. Go to the central square, the Rose House. The coachman immediately became respectful when he heard the name. Sir, please. The Rose House is the top hotel in Lowland City, where all kinds of nobles stay. The most ordinary room costs as much as 1 gold coin a day. It is said that there are also high-end suites, and each day of stay requires 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins. He worked hard for a year, but he could only earn 6 gold coins. He worked hard for a year without eating or drinking, but he couldn't afford to stay for a night. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped in front of a spacious and elegant building. The colorful floating glass was mottled and dazzling, and the exquisite reliefs on the wall were obviously the work of a master. Pure white angel statues stood on both sides of the gate, exuding a faint sacred majesty. The priests of the sect had engraved magic on them, which could identify evil lives such as demons and vampires. On the wide lawn, clusters of roses were in full bloom, full of vitality. The staff in uniform greeted and sent off respectfully, all of which showed their luxury. Lear got out of the car, was greeted by the doorman, and walked in calmly, passing by the luxurious and spacious lobby. He stepped onto the elevator built by the dwarves and slowly went up to the 10th floor. He told the staff in the corridor who were waiting for orders that he was going to rest and not to be disturbed, and hung up the "Do Not Disturb" sign before entering the room. He locked the door and drew the curtains. After taking off his cloak, Lear breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing the news of the sale of the lava fruit saplings and blue crystal grass, he came to live in the Rose House. This most luxurious hotel in Loren City is owned by Felena, the Flower of the North. About a kilometer in front is the Grand Duke's mansion. The guard force in this area is more than 10 times that of other areas. The Rose House is definitely one of the safest areas in Loren City. The 9th district is too chaotic. I had no choice before, but at this moment, with an infinite future, it can only be said that it is stupid to put myself in an uncertain and harsh environment. Put the 3 items on the table. Lear ignored the other 2 and stared at the crystal ball stained with stubborn stains. The emotions in my heart gradually rose. Take another look at the 2 pieces of information before and after. This is the broken godhead of the swamp god. If you drip blood on the crystal, you can control this part of the swamp godhead. Dripping blood on the crystal ball can make the godhead completely merge into the soul. When it merges into the godhead, you will fall asleep for 10 hours. Biting the index finger, dripping blood on the crystal ball in the stinging pain. The blood fell into the crystal ball. Suddenly, it was like a switch was pressed, and the light was shining. The dim room was as bright as day. A strange energy began to surge. The energy did not dissipate, but flowed around the crystal ball. The blood was like a fuse, guiding the energy to flow in. Lear only felt a surging, sacred, majestic, and starry-like energy suddenly infused into his body. The soul was also cleansed at this moment. The energy was too majestic, and after reaching a certain limit, it fell into a deep sleep. The crystal ball was like a sun that never stopped, constantly infusing energy. The sacred, majestic, and untouchable feeling lasted for 5 hours before it slowly subsided. Finally, the crystal ball completely extinguished, fell from his hand, and fell on the bed. There was no more energy surging in the room. At this moment, no one knew that Lear's soul was undergoing an amazing transformation. I don't know how long it took, but in the haze, Lear felt that every cell in his body had undergone a transformation. Deep in his soul, he felt an unprecedented fullness. It was like a person who had been thirsty for 10 days in the desert finally drank clean water. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, an unprecedented energy surged in his body. Concentrating his mind, a vortex of energy emitting a faint blue power, like an energy vortex swallowing everything on the sea, quietly emerged in his mind. Immediately, a word emerged: the seed of magic power. He condensed the seed of magic power? He became a mage. Lear was surprised and happy. Ha ha ha, finally stepped into the extraordinary path. The extraordinary is the only and most direct channel to the upper level in this world. More importantly, if the extraordinary grows up, he can destroy a city by himself, break mountains and open the sea with his bare hands, and possess supreme power. On Earth, things that can only exist in fantasy can be done in this fantasy world. Emotions rose suddenly. The seed of life is the extraordinary path of the night, which will condense in the heart. The seeds of magic power are the way for mages to transcend, and they will gather in their minds. The 2 are not the same, but they are both beyond mortals. Take a deep breath and sense again. Suddenly, you will find that in the center of the vortex of the seeds of magic power, a broken, light blue crystal is floating in the magic power. Swamp Godhead. The moment Lear sensed the Godhead, a panel quietly emerged in his mind. Lear-L's identity: Exploration Lord, Territory, None, Level, Apprentice Mage, Level 3, Magic Power, 300, Potential, 2 stars, Promotion Progress, 1%. Level Cap 9, Racial Talent, Learning, can learn the knowledge of any race. Skill, Touch of the Wetland, 1 star, can grow, cast a beam of energy containing vitality, covering a range of 3 by 3 meters, which can speed up the recovery of injuries and can restore up to 15% of health points. The recovery effect of casting on the life of the swamp tribe is increased to 30%. The residual power of the gods, 1 star, can grow, emits the residual power of the swamp god, which can deter the target. If the deterrence is successful, it will be engraved on its soul and it will submit forever. The worse the target's condition and the weaker its resistance, the higher the success rate. If the deterrence fails, the opponent will fall into rage and attack back. Godhood, swamp, 10%. Authority, not controlled, evaluation. The fate of a lord who controls the swamp godhood has quietly changed. His detailed attributes are displayed above. Is this the activation of the additional function of the intelligence system? Li Er was very excited. From now on, he can have a more intuitive understanding of his own power. Continuing to look, he had not awakened any power before, but in just 10 hours, he has directly become a level 3 apprentice wizard. He also gained 2 skills that can grow: touch of the wetland and the residual power of the gods. Li Er felt the operation of the magic seed and felt wonderful. This feeling is comfortable. But the most important gain is the godhood. Concentrating on sensing the center of the magic seed, the broken and incomplete glass ball object exudes a faint blue, the radiance of the color and the indescribable pressure. It was like an ancient god was being nurtured in it. The broken godhead of the swamp god. This broken godhead was 10% of the weight. In the future, when the remaining fragments of the godhead were gathered, he would become a true god. Climbed to the top of this world. Slowly stood up, opened the curtains, and looked out the window. At this moment, the sun was slowly setting in the west, and the afterglow of the setting sun illuminated half of the sky. The colorful sunset glow was as gorgeous as if it was burned by flames. The magnificent and majestic, prosperous and magnificent city flowed in the pupils. Lear could hear his heartbeat, bang 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 bang, strong and powerful. The corners of his mouth were curved, and then gradually became wild and wanton. He stretched out his right hand and slowly clenched it in front of him. At this moment, the whole world was in his hand. The next day, July 9th. This was an insignificant day among countless days and nights, but for the pioneering lord who was about to go to the wilderness to occupy new land for the kingdom, it was an extremely important day. Because today, they will choose their own territory to open up, and at the same time distribute the materials for opening up. For nobles with family support, these materials are better than nothing. But for the downtrodden nobles, this resource is a matter of life and death. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a carriage stopped at the east entrance of the Grand Duke's mansion. This is the center of Luolan City's government affairs. The administrative agency composed of thousands of government officials efficiently handles the affairs of Luolan City here. Some political decrees can even directly affect the situation in the northern province. Today's pioneering lords have gathered in one of the spacious halls according to instructions. When Lier arrived, there were already hundreds of people in the house. They gathered together in groups of 3 or 2 to chat, but they were all restrained and did not make loud noises. Lier changed into a black noble robe engraved with the golden phoenix tail flower mark. This was the only thing that the original body was reluctant to sell, and the last thing left for him by the Els family. The golden phoenix tail flower is the emblem of the Els family. Before inheriting the title, he was even deprived of the qualification to wear clothes engraved with the family emblem. This is a privilege only nobles can enjoy. If you are found pretending to be a noble, or wearing clothes with noble emblems without permission, according to the imperial law, you will be severely punished. At the least, half of your property will be confiscated, and at the worst, you will be exiled. In order to maintain their class privileges, the noble lords who hold power are firm and cold-blooded. There are hundreds of people in the room, and everyone holds their chests high, showing their family emblems. No matter how poor they are, they cannot fall into the glory of the nobility. Lear saw that the ceremony had not yet begun, so he found an empty seat and sat down. As soon as he touched the stool, 2 nobles wearing pure white noble robes, long golden hair draped over their shoulders, and their heads held high also sat on one side. Both of them had a bit of arrogance on their faces, and they ignored others and chatted with themselves. The slightly older one had some emotion. Every year before the pioneer lord sets out, the Grand Duke will appoint his confidants to bless and encourage him. 5 years ago, the Grand Duke even came in person. I really envy those guys for being able to meet a legendary figure like the Grand Duke. That's my northern territory, the most powerful extraordinary. 100 years ago, he killed an adult dragon with his bare hands. The younger one said proudly, "When we build a town in the occupied wilderness, the Grand Duke will naturally summon us." The other party nodded in appreciation. That's true. But it is said that this year Princess Felena may come to encourage and practice. The tone was a little fanatical. The flower of the north, Lauren Rose. If you can be awarded by her personally, what an honor it is. The young noble's eyes also lit up. I heard that no suitor has been able to gain the favor of His Highness. If we can be noticed by His Highness, it will be worth it even if we die. Lear listened silently, his eyes were a little subtle. Jibian, Felena, the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke, is really a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people. He didn't feel anything about the other party's status. The only thing that made him curious was what kind of reward the princess of Luolan City would pay. She is already a goddess, so she can't be any worse. Suddenly, the discussion of the crowd gradually disappeared until it was completely quiet. Lear noticed something strange and immediately turned his head to look. At the main entrance, a beautiful figure wearing a luxurious embroidered white tassel dress and pure black hollow printed gloves on both hands slowly walked in. The flaxen hair behind the head seemed to float in the water, without gravity fluctuations. The appearance is exquisite and flawless, and the eyes are deep and blue like the purest gems, which makes people addicted. Every move is elegant and classical, pleasing to the eye. Wherever you pass, it's like spring flowers blooming and the breeze blowing on your face. It's like the warm sun in winter, touching. It gives people an incomparable beautiful reverie. Your Highness Felena, these pioneering lords just woke up from their dreams. One by one, they excitedly held their chests and bowed, kowtowed to this flower of the north, the star of the empire. They used the most humble attitude to express their true feelings. The two noble descendants who were as proud as peacocks were so excited that their faces flushed. They suddenly knelt on one knee, as if they wanted to climb up and kiss the path that the other had walked. That posture made Lear amazed. Step by step, the beautiful figure passed through the crowd and saw Lear standing calmly. The four eyes met. Lear gently pressed his right hand on his shoulder and lowered his head slightly. A standard noble greeting. Felena showed a little smile in her eyes, and also gently touched her shoulder with her right hand and returned the greeting. As for the others, they all performed the etiquette of subordinates or even servants. As a respected person, she only needed to nod. Only her companions were qualified to let her return the gift. "Good day, Your Excellency Lear Els." Hearing the other party take the initiative to speak, Lear also nodded gently. "Good day, Your Highness Felena." The two noble descendants who were kneeling on one knee suddenly raised their heads and looked at Lear beside them. Their eyes were full of astonishment. Who was the other party? Why did he receive a personal greeting from the goddess? Their solemn chivalry could not attract the other party to look at them more. The two of them inexplicably felt that they were like funny clowns in a circus. The chivalry etiquette that symbolized glory became extremely awkward. Felena's simple greeting made Lear's thin figure the focus of the whole audience. However, neither of them took the gazes of others seriously. Felena, as a level 16 archmage, the glory of the empire, and the princess of Lauren City, was the focus of everyone's attention wherever she went. She was the absolute protagonist and focus. The gazes of these pioneering lords were worthless. And Lear had enough confidence, whether it was the intelligence system or the godhead. After integrating the godhead, his state of mind had undergone a transformation. Even Felena, such an outstanding flower of the north, could not make waves in his heart. Elegantly coming to the high platform in the hall, Felena's deep eyes like gems slowly swept around the crowd. The voice was neither slow nor fast, from weak to strong, until it was sonorous and powerful. The Griffin Empire was established in ruins. It has been passed down for more than 2,000 years. Our ancestors have made great contributions to the empire. They have shed blood for the empire. Everyone has a glorious past and has left an indelible mark in history. No matter how long we have fallen, no matter whether we are old and dilapidated, we will never forget the glorious past. Today, everyone will regain the glory and honor of the past and embark on the road to conquer the wilderness. No matter success or failure, when you stand in front of me and are willing to bear the honor of the nobility, you are already the winner. Cowardly death or glorious bloom. You have made your choice. Heroes of the Griffin Empire, people of Lauren City. I am proud of you. The clear and firm voice was like a shot of adrenaline at this moment, hitting everyone's heart, being praised generously by such a dazzling goddess. One by one, they were flushed with excitement, their blood boiling, and they couldn't wait to rush into the wilderness and open up their territory. They were praised as heroes by the goddess. Yes, hero. It was as if at this moment, the land had been successfully developed and returned with honor. Lear's eyes moved slightly. It was difficult to understand this emotion without being in this environment and experiencing the life of a down-and-out noble. Next, please choose the territory to be developed by each development lord. You can develop it alone or together. The territory that already has an owner or has been selected cannot be selected again. The purpose of recruiting development lords is to reclaim the wilderness and occupy territory for the empire. Land, not for internal fighting. So when planning, they will try their best to avoid disputes. The wilderness is extremely dangerous, and a single pioneer lord cannot complete it, so they can also form a group to develop it. This is often the best choice for those down-and-out nobles. If one person can't do it, then 2, 5 or even 10 people can form a group, right? In this way, many pioneer lords have successfully established territories. However, this also means that one's power must be shared with others. Whether it is good or bad depends on personal choice. The areas that have been selected for development can only be selected again if they cannot build a town after 5 years. The developed territory is very important to everyone, please consider it carefully before making a choice. After the voice fell, Felena waved her hand slightly. A majestic magic power surged out. A light blue magic map image emerged behind her. Mountains, rivers, grass, trees and gravel are all on it. The river flows slowly, and the grass and trees drift in the wind, full of vitality and lifelike. This is a wilderness map, drawn by Luolan City through continuous exploration for thousands of years. It will be updated every year. The green areas that have been circled are the areas that the reclamation lords are currently reclaiming or the areas that have not expired within the 5-year period. You cannot choose them. The remaining areas are up to you to choose. Looking around, there are 200 or 300 scattered green areas. Half of them show the icons of towns. Compared with the huge map, they are inconspicuous. This alone can show the risks faced by the pioneering lords. Luolan City has been established for thousands of years. During this period, a large number of pioneering lords go to the wilderness every year. But in such a long time, only 100 or so territories have been established steadily. Among them, most are small towns with thousands or tens of thousands of people. Moreover, most of them are within 300 to 500 kilometers from Luolan City, far from deep in the wilderness. Many people realized this, and the excitement in their eyes gradually cooled down. But more people saw the icons of towns above, and their eyes were full of heat. They knew that some cities even had a population of more than 200,000. The nobles who established their territories enjoyed the power to cover the sky with one hand. And the city of Loren, the largest city in the northern province and the pride of the Griffin Empire, was also founded 1,000 years ago by the first Grand Duke of the Loren family in the wilderness. The other party is the first generation of pioneer lords. The example of the role model is always inspiring them to move forward. They will also occupy a place in it. Now, you can start to choose. The whole day today is your time. As the voice fell, a voice rang out in the crowd. Your Highness, I have made my choice. The crowd immediately turned their heads to look at the person who made the voice. He was dressed in a black robe, heroic and extraordinary, with a golden phoenix tail flower emblem engraved on his chest. It was the young man Felena again, looking at the slightly thin but calm figure. Her eyes moved slightly. Sir Lil Els, your choice is. Lil pointed to the only marked area on the map. Mud Swamp. When this word came out, everyone looked at the map, and then there was a commotion. Mud Swamp. Ah. That area is at least more than 1,000 kilometers away from Loren City. It takes more than half a month to get there. How dare he? Don't you want to die? Felena was also a little strange. Sir, I have to remind you. So far, no one has established a territory thousands of miles away from the wilderness. The dangers in the depths of the wilderness are beyond imagination. Lier said slowly. If no one, then I will be the first. Above the wilderness, only this swamp hides power. Entering the swamp is like a dragon entering the sea and a tiger going up the mountain forest. From now on, the sky is high and birds can fly, and the sea is wide and fish can jump. As soon as the voice fell, the faces of the people in the room changed again. Their eyes rose with a little respect. Regardless of the other party's true purpose and thoughts, this is too inspiring. Isn't that what we pioneer lords do? If no one, then we will be the first. Without this courage, how can we become pioneer lords? Those who can be greeted by His Highness are indeed extraordinary. Felena's eyes moved slightly and looked at him deeply. Sir Lier, your courage is admirable. From the beginning, the other party was full of determination and strong self-confidence. She could feel that it was not arrogance, the arrogance of looking down on the wilderness, but the confidence emanating from deep in his heart. That kind of power is quite contagious. She couldn't understand why a descendant of an aristocratic family that had already fallen on hard times and lived in the slums could be so confident. At this moment, she felt a rare sense of anticipation. After choosing the territory to be developed, Lear did not stay for too long. After nodding to Felena, he turned and left the hall. In the afternoon, there will be wetland lizardmen for sale, which is the power he needs for development. Tomorrow is July 10th, and there will be new information refreshed, which makes him full of expectations. But just after leaving the hall, Jasmine, the maid who drove for Felena in Rose Manor, stopped him. Lord Lear, please follow me to the side hall. His Highness summoned you. The other party's long golden hair shone like the sun, which was impressive. Is this Falena's return gift? Lear was interested and followed her into another smaller side hall. Sit down and make tea. After waiting for a moment, a figure with elegant and classical gestures walked in slowly, and the long hair of the Amazon color floated in the air, mysterious. Lord Lear, I've been waiting for a long time. Lear looked at this peerless beauty respected by countless people. Your Highness seems to have something important to tell you? Falena came up to him and looked at him with interest. Sir Lear, you still owe me 100 gold coins. Are you planning to leave without saying anything? That was the money I borrowed with my own ability. Lear said confidently. We are all friends. When I expand the territory and make money, I will pay you back double. Friends? Falena laughed. It is really my honor. After joking for a few words, she continued without waiting for him to speak. It is indeed a bit unexpected that you chose the mud swamp. But I think it is a choice after careful consideration, so I won't say more. The blue crystal grass was taken back yesterday, she said with gratitude on her face. This is the magic plant I need for promotion. Your Excellency helped me a lot. Things needed for promotion? No wonder he is so eager. Lear understood it now. However, the other party is already a level 16 archmage, and he still wants to be promoted? Isn't he aiming for level 17? This is a real genius. Your Highness lent me 100 gold coins, which helped me a lot. We are even. The other party got the promotion, so did he? What he got was 100 times and 1,000 times more. Falena smiled. Sir Lear, you can't calculate the account like this. I took the liberty of sending someone to understand your situation, so I have prepared some supplies for you. Hope I can help you. Jasmine. As soon as the voice fell, the blonde maid stepped forward and handed him a list with a long list of supplies. Food, farm tools, ironware, etc. There were a total of 30 carriages with scattered supplies. In addition, there was the highlight 1,000 gold coins in cash, 200 sets of standard armor of the Lauren City Guard Corps, plus 100 slave craftsmen. After carefully reading the list, Lear took a deep look at the Lauren rose. This gift is too heavy. Falena noticed his gaze and smiled a little. Is Your Excellency Lear satisfied? These supplies are okay. The most expensive are the 200 sets of armor. Ordinary standard armor costs as much as 20 gold coins per set, and ordinary people can only afford it if they work without eating or drinking for 4 or 5 years. 200 sets are worth 4,000 gold coins. A worker has to work for 800 years. Your Highness, I will remember this favor. Hearing this, Falena blinked. Aren't we friends? Why be so polite? Lear stared at the other party for a moment, and suddenly smiled. Then let's meet again, Lear Els, say hello to you, Falena Loren. Hearing this, the maid beside her changed her expression slightly. How could ordinary people call the noble prince by his name? But Falena was keenly aware of the sincerity. She felt a little honored inexplicably in her heart. Crazy? Would she feel honored to be recognized by the descendant of a fallen noble? What an inexplicable emotion. But her eyes softened. Falena Loren, say hello to you, Lear Els. She didn't know why the other party was so confident. Since yesterday, he had never been afraid of her. Even though he was still living in the slums of the 9th Street district. But the confidence that the other party exuded from the inside out was not fake, so he had a unique demeanor and charm. She had seen countless outstanding people, so she would not have any boring heartbeats because of this, but she still looked forward to the other party's actions in the wilderness. I hope you can show your trump card and let me see what is supporting your soul. Don't let me down. Thinking, Falena seemed to have thought of something, and she waved her hand, and a small and exquisite wooden cage appeared out of thin air in her hand. Inside, there was a fat gray worm chewing on green leaves, just like a cabbage worm. She handed the cage to Lear, with a subtle tone. Sir Lear, this is a strange creature I accidentally found in an ancient ruins before, the swamp mudworm. This creature is very suitable for breeding in the swamp. Lear said that after the swamp mudworm grows up, it can prey on dragons. However, the other party seems to have been sleeping in the ruins for too long. I fed it a lot of magical plants, but it couldn't make up for its essence. Maybe it can recover after entering the swamp. Swamp mudworm. As a testimony of our friendship, I present it to you. Lear reached out to take it, looking at the little finger-sized worm, quite surprised. This little thing can prey on dragons when it grows up? It's worthy of being a fantasy world, it doesn't make sense at all. As for what the other party said, it won't be big if it is fed. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The swamp godhead controls the life of the swamp. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. He took out something from his bosom with a bit of heartache and looked at the other parties seriously. Your Highness is so generous, I naturally can't be stingy. This is my most beloved thing. I give it to your Highness as a testimony of friendship. Felena and the maid behind her looked together, and saw a crooked, childlike, colorful bamboo dragonfly in his hand. The maid was stunned. Just like this? Your Highness gave so many things, and you used this thing to fool your Highness? Felena stretched out her hand to take it seriously, looking at the crooked colorful bamboo dragonfly, and smiled. The room was like spring flowers blooming, the warm sun in winter, and the air became brighter, making people feel infinitely beautiful. She put it away sullenly and said seriously, I accept your gift. This is the first time someone has given me such a special gift. The 3 slender white fingers of her right hand slowly placed on her eyebrows and slightly raised to the sky. May the goddess be with you forever. I looked deeply at this slightly thin but extraordinary boy with deep eyes. I hope you can come back alive from the wilderness, my friend. After leaving the office area of the Grand Duke's mansion, Lier got on a carriage on the side of the road and went straight to the slave market. The slave market was in another direction and it would take an hour. In the carriage, looking at the scenery on both sides of the road, he fell into deep thought. When he was staring at Felena just now, an attribute panel appeared in his mind. Felena's level, Archmage, level 16, potential? He could not only see his own attributes, but also those of outsiders. This made him tremble. The intelligence system was awesome. But the gap in strength between the two sides was too large to see more details. The blonde maid named Jasmine beside the other party was as high as level 12, a high-level knight. She could directly serve as a professor in the Royal Academy of the Griffin Empire. It was exaggerated. I still need to work hard. Retract my mind and focus on the intelligence. After completing the 6-star intelligence and obtaining the fragments of the Godhead, 2 of the 3 additional intelligences triggered have been completed, integrating the Godhead into the soul and choosing the Silt Swamp as the territory. Next, it was the 3rd piece of intelligence. 3. The second area of the slave market, the 13th shop. The 13th shop, the Dragon Fong Chamber of Commerce, will sell 2 squadrons of wetland lizardmen tomorrow afternoon. The level is 6th level primary knight. Wetland lizardmen are brutal by nature, slave traders can no longer tolerate this, and urgently need to get rid of them quickly, and can buy them at a price far below the market price. After buying this batch of slaves, you can use the swamp godhood to directly subdue these swamp creatures as the initial army to open up the territory. There is no specific time, he needs to go there earlier. If they are bought by others, then the pioneering power in his hands will have to be found in another way. It may not be possible to find such a suitable one. The supplies that Felena gave him, 1,000 gold coins, were carried by him, and the rest of the supplies were sent to the Rose House according to his request. It was originally the other party's industry, which was convenient. At noon, before 12 o'clock, Lear arrived at the slave market. This extraordinary fantasy world with a civilization similar to that of medieval Europe is not a good place. There are many races, strong demand, and huge profits. All these reasons have led to the prosperity of the slave trade. The slave market in the 22nd block is the largest slave market in the north. Slaves captured by slave traders in the wilderness are transported here for sale. Similarly, nobles who need slaves will come here to buy slaves. The scale and architecture of the slave market are much larger than those of the black market. It is open day and night, and the flow of people is even greater than that of the black market. Get off the bus, pay, and enter the market. What comes to you is a Gothic building with a gloomy atmosphere, like a dark cloud covering the sun. When you step into it, the light on both sides becomes dim. The hollow wall reliefs depict various magnificent scenes, knights charging, demons slaughtering the world, angels descending, and heroic epics. All are carved on them. The arched, tall rose-shaped windows on the outer wall transmit dark light and endless mystery. The streets are spacious, but too many people seem very crowded. The air was filled with the smell of dampness and decay, mixed with all kinds of disgusting body odor, sewers, feces, and other pungent smells. It made people feel stinging in the eyes. On both sides of the street, there were shops run by slave traders, and rows of crowded slave cages were placed at the door, stacked like building blocks. These cages were woven from thick steel, and the slaves in the cages were half-dressed, and some were even naked. Their faces were withered and their eyes were haggard, but most of them flashed fierce or angry light in their eyes. The races of slaves were countless: orcs, grey dwarves, banshees, half-elves, snakemen, barbarians, and minotaurs. There were warriors captured by war, civilians captured by slave traders, and humans who were driven by poverty and hunger and sold themselves. Lear looked around and saw that the largest number of slaves were the most common orcs in the wilderness. These canine teeth protruded from their lips, they were strong and fierce, and they looked very much like the orcs in World of Warcraft, but they were 10 times more brutal. In the wilderness, they always regarded humans as food. Now, they have become slaves. These strong lives are also the most popular. As long as they are controlled by the ring of slavery, they are the best tools, whether it is the Colosseum, guarding, or labor, they are particularly useful. Lear did not pay too much attention to them. Orcs are easy to use and their prices are much higher than ordinary slaves. The 1,000 gold coins in his hand can't buy many. Continue to search according to the intelligence. With an accurate target, after asking the market management staff who patrolled several times, they soon came to the second area of the slave market and found the target of this trip: Dragon Tooth Chamber of Commerce. The plaque written in the common language of the continent solidified the second ring magic language general knowledge. As long as you see the plaque, whether you can recognize the words or not, you can instantly understand the meaning of it. This is a message transmitted directly from the spirit. It's amazing. Enter the Chamber of Commerce. A businessman in his early 50s with a big belly, a round hat inlaid with gems, a gorgeous blue robe, and a kind smile came out to greet. Dear guest, welcome to the Dragon Fong Chamber of Commerce. I am Macon Rold, the president of the Dragon Fong Chamber of Commerce. How can I help you? That smiling face gave people a comfortable feeling. President Macon, I need to buy a batch of slaves to expand the territory. The other party's eyes lit up. I felt that you were extraordinary at first sight. Obviously you have a long family heritage. I didn't expect it to be true. We have enough slave resources here. You can choose as you like. The best-selling ones now are orcs and Tauron. The price is not expensive, only 200 gold coins each. Lier said softly. Does your Chamber of Commerce have swamp slaves for sale? Swamp? The smiling merchant showed some surprise on his face. You chose the swamp as the territory to be expanded? It's not common to see you full of confidence. I think you have a long-term plan. You will definitely be able to complete the development and build a new Lauren city. After praising loudly, he began to introduce. We can provide you with swamp slaves here. There are 3 types of slaves: swamp orcs, half-mallocs, and mud dwarves. Swamp orcs are slightly weaker than ordinary orcs in combat power, but they are adapted to swamp survival and have reached level 4. Well-deserved beginner knights, and the price is not high, each selling for only 50 gold coins. Half-mallocs, with silky skin and swamp life, are very suitable for development, but their combat power is not strong, level 3 apprentice knights, each selling for 20 gold coins. Mud dwarves, a variant of dwarves, are also suitable for swamp survival, level 3 apprentice knights, each selling for the same price as half-mallocs, 20 gold coins. Look, can these meet your requirements? Lier raised his eyebrows slightly. No lizard men? He stared at the other party. These are too ordinary. Are there any stronger ones? More powerful? His eyes narrowed, and after thinking for a moment, he shook his head. There are not many swamps in the wilderness, and there are only some very small areas, so there are few slaves of the swamp tribe. As far as I know, in the entire slave market, there are only these 3 types of swamp slaves that are easier to capture for sale. Lier's eyes narrowed slightly. No? Was the intelligence wrong? Just as he was wondering, a young staff member quickly came up to him and whispered, President, those wetland lizard men are rioting again. McKen, with a big belly, raised his eyebrows, his face was a little angry, and then he became helpless. Those bastards. What does the Colosseum say? Still don't want it? The Colosseum said that the wetland lizard men are too brutal and difficult to manage. He didn't finish his words, but the meaning was already very clear. The fat president also had a headache. He wanted to buy this batch of wetland lizard men and sell them to the Colosseum to make a lot of money. But these bastards are too brutal, and even places like the Colosseum are despised. It's amazing. At this moment, a slightly curious voice sounded beside him. Wetland lizard men? Sir, what level are they? The fat president turned his head and looked at the young man who had just entered the room. He hesitated. They are all level 6, entry-level knights. But those lizard men are extremely ferocious. Even with the ring of slavery, they cannot suppress their ferocity. He said tactfully. If you are a pioneer, I suggest you buy swamp orcs or murlocs. Wetland lizard men are not suitable for you. Lier had a good impression of this smiling president. He sold the people without catching them, and there was still a basic bottom line. It doesn't hurt to take me to have a look. What if those wetland lizard men are not so ferocious? Wouldn't that be just right? McKen smiled. This young man is really humorous. Even a place like the Colosseum despises brutal lives. What could go wrong? Not brutal. The other party may not know that the number of those wetland lizard men was 3 squadrons a week ago. Now, there are only 2 squadrons left. But seeing the other party's expression of wanting to see, he no longer refused. Okay, come with me. It's better to sell it earlier. If you delay it for a few more days, there may be only 1 squadron left. Following the president, McKen, who had a big belly, a chubby face, and a smile in his eyes, he entered the back hall. This place was wider than the front hall. Looking around, it was full of densely packed iron cages. They were stacked 3 stories high. But the air here didn't have too much odor, but was quite fresh. It was obvious that he had put a lot of effort into it. He walked around the imprisoned slaves and came to the central area. 20 cages were placed flat on the ground one by one. At this moment, the target of this trip was imprisoned in the cage. The wetland lizard man. The body was wrapped in a thick layer of scales, and the defensibility was comparable to that of metal armor. The scales were green and gray-brown, which was a natural camouflage uniform, making it easy to hide in the swamp. Walking upright, the muscles of the thick limbs bulged high, and the fingers were as sharp as daggers, flashing a dazzling cold light. The head was the head of a lizard, the amber eyes were full of ferocity and brutality, and when the mouth was opened, razor-sharp teeth could be seen. This is a group of fierce beasts, natural killing machines. As he stared, the panel appeared in his mind again. Wetland lizardmen, level, primary night, level 6, potential, 1 star, level cap, level 6, racial talent, amphibious life. Wetland lizardmen have a special lung structure, can hold their breath for a long time and take short breaths underwater. Skills, scale armor, 1 star, passive, scale armor has steel-like defense. Brutal, 1 star, when being hurt or attacking, they will enter a brutal state, become extremely brutal, fearless of pain, and fight to the death with the enemy. Equipment, none. Evaluation, brutal swamp life. Lier felt a little surprised. Potential 1 star? His potential is 2 stars. He has never heard of potential rating. Obviously, the intelligence system has quantified all of this. This way he can have an intuitive understanding. These swamp lives have reached the upper limit of their potential, level 6. It seems that the intelligence system still has a lot of potential to tap. Seeing someone coming, those ferocious creatures with their hands and feet shackled and even their necks immediately became excited. Exclamation point! Exclamation point! The lizard language uttered harsh curses. They were in cages, but they had no fear at all. Some even directly rammed the cages, baring their teeth. The teeth bit the iron bars, making a sharp friction sound. Seeing this scene, the big-bellied Mikan looked a little unhappy. When the other party was captured last week, there were more than 3 squadrons with a total of 342 people. Now, there are only 2 squadrons left, with 203 people. Mikan turned to look at Lear. The slavery ring can cause mental damage to the controlled slaves. No one can withstand the pain from the soul. But these wetland lizard men are still crazy after being controlled by the slavery ring. His face was a little ugly. I have been engaged in the slave trade for 20 years. I can count the number of races that are not afraid of the slavery ring on one hand. It is nothing more than that the Colosseum is unwilling to buy these lives. The slavery ring can directly transmit pain to the soul, and the fierce orcs can't bear it. But these lives can resist forcefully. Who can I go to for justice? Lear's eyes are deep. If they are hurt or attacked, these lives will fall into a brutal state, fearless of pain. Although this slave ring is a magic item, it cannot erase the opponent's nature. This is the characteristic of the wetland lizard men. If it is an enemy, then it will be a headache, but if it is one's own subordinates, a group of killing machines that are not afraid of pain and fear. Isn't this a great happiness? Now, do you still need to buy it? If you still need it, I can give you the lowest price. McKen thought that Lear would back down, but he didn't expect that the other party would hesitate for a moment and asked the price indifferently. What is the lowest price? McKen raised his palm, thought about it and felt a little unconfident, and bent 3 of them. 20 gold coins. My purchase price is 40 gold coins. This deal is a blood loss. He bought it back for 30 gold coins each. But if he doesn't sell it, he is not sure how many of the 200 wetland lizard men will be alive next week. Hurry up and get rid of these unlucky things, he really doesn't want to see it. It's better to lose a little if you sell it now, not to lose a penny. 10 gold coins. I'll buy them all. 10 gold coins? McKen's fat face shuddered, but seeing that Lear didn't seem to be very interested, he gritted his teeth. I'll sell it. The 200 people, at least the cost of 2,000 gold coins can be recovered. If not sold, there will be nothing left. Those who come to buy slaves are few fools, and there is no market for wetland lizard men. If he didn't have connections in the Colosseum, he would not have planned to buy them at all. God knows that the manager was suddenly transferred after the wetland lizardmen arrived, resulting in no one to take over this batch of goods, which was directly smashed in his hands. Lier said softly. President McCann, but there is a problem now. I have purchased too many resources recently, and I only have 1,000 gold coins left. Can you pay a deposit of 1,000 first, and then pay the remaining 1,000 gold coins in 3 days? The information will be refreshed tomorrow, and then you can make another operation and earn 1,000 gold coins. The chance is very high. If it really doesn't work, ask Jiabe and Felena to borrow some. Everyone is so familiar with each other, and they are old friends who have met twice. It's not too much to borrow another 1,000 gold coins, right? Just as McCann was about to speak, a shrill roar came suddenly. The two lizardmen were like crazy, violently attacking the iron cage. Their heads and claws scratched and bit frantically, and their throats let out shrill and terrifying roars. Their postures were so fierce that it was jaw-dropping. McCann turned around and looked, his face changed drastically, but he didn't have time to move. Bang, bang, two explosions sounded. The heads of the two crazy wetland lizardmen exploded like watermelons, and blood splattered all over the sky. They died on the spot. The Ring of Slavery. Once the slaves enslaved by the Ring of Slavery resisted fiercely, the Ring of Slavery would blow up the slaves' heads. To reach this level, one must first endure the extreme, soul-tearing pain. Ordinary life simply cannot reach this level and then surrender. But in the past few days, the wetland lizardmen have exploded hundreds of times. But if these lizardmen are not given the Ring of Slavery, they will be 10 times and 100 times crazier than they are now. McCann's face froze, and he looked at Lear worriedly. Sir, but before he could finish his words, another explosion sounded. The smell of blood was strong again. Macon was completely defeated and roared hysterically, Bastards, I will never buy these bastards again in my life. They are really not afraid of death. Sir, 1,000 gold coins, all sold to you, now, immediately, take them away. Death is normal in this world. Even if the original body is an ordinary person and is not qualified to hunt outside the city, you can still see mutilated corpses in the alleys of the 9th block every now and then. But the exploded head of the wetland lizard man and the thick smell of blood in the air still made Lear's heart jump slightly. Seriously speaking, this is the first time he has seen such a scene. But in a breath, he forced himself to suppress the ups and downs of his emotions. In this world, there is no room for the weak to survive. In the future, such scenes will be a daily routine. He looked at the jumping McCann. It's nothing more than the intelligence that the other party was in a hurry to take action and 3 died in such a short time. The other party said that the number dropped by more than 100 in a week, which is not an exaggeration. On the contrary, it is a bit conservative. If this goes on, maybe when he comes again next week, there will only be a few left here. Lear said softly. President McCann, happy cooperation. McCann, with a big belly, smiled bitterly. You have also seen the cruelty of these lizard men. If you buy them back, I cannot give you any guarantee. He could not guarantee anything about these lizard men here. Li Er nodded. He looked at the swamp creatures that began to get agitated after smelling the blood. Of course. He said without hesitation, took out a cloth bag full of gold coins and handed it over. This is 1,000 gold coins, please confirm it, President McCann. McCann took it, weighed it, and his expression eased. He was about to open it to check, but suddenly he noticed a rose pattern on the cloth bag. His pupils shrank sharply. He looked up at the calm boy again. His expression had changed. He carefully handed the cloth bag to the follower beside him, whispered a few words in his ear, and then waved his hand. Go and get this slave scepter, and put the gold coins into the account. After the servant left, he said carefully, Sir, I just saw a rose pattern on the bag. This is exclusive to Her Highness Felena, and is rarely used by outsiders. There are many roses as family emblems, but the unique rose pattern on it is exclusive to the flower of the north. No one dares to use it improperly. Lier said softly. President McCann has a good eye. This 1,000 gold coins are a gift from Her Highness Felena. He smiled as he spoke. President McCann should also know that most pioneering lords like us are not rich. It is necessary to accept some gifts. McCann swallowed his saliva and laughed dryly. It makes sense. What the hell? That's Her Highness Felena? You said it so lightly that such a person gave you gold coins as development funds. And if it is used for development, this amount of funds is probably only a small part of it? Who is this young man? For a moment, Lear's young face became mysterious. Not long after a while, the attendant who had just gone down came up again, handed him a scepter half an arm long, and whispered in McCann's ear. Then McKen's fat face bloomed with a smile at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his tone became respectful. My lord, this is the slavery scepter that controls the slavery ring. The slavery rings on their necks have been connected to the scepter with magic. As long as you hold the scepter, you can easily control their life and death, and this is the latest generation of magical creations. The energy to maintain the slavery ring is the power extracted from the slaves. As long as the slaves are not dead, it will never be exhausted. Slaves controlled by the slavery ring will be punished by the slavery ring as long as they want to resist or steal the slavery scepter. It is absolutely safe. He was quite complacent at the beginning, but he became less confident at the end. After Lear took it, he coughed dryly. Where will these slaves be sent to you? The House of Roses. President McCann looked as if he had expected it. That's a good place. I heard that it was a hobby of Her Highness Felena 10 years ago. Halfway through, seeing that Lear didn't react, he smiled awkwardly and said immediately, I'll send someone over right away. However, I'm afraid the other party may not be safe. Some of them may be lost on the way. You need to make arrangements in advance. These wetland lizardmen are time bombs, and they may explode at any time. Hearing this, Lear turned his head and looked at the wetland lizardmen in the cage. Ready? Sensing his sight, the wetland lizardmen stimulated by the blood became more and more agitated. The shrill lizardman curses continued, piercing and sharp. Pressed by shackles and controlled by the ring of slavery, but the ferocity in the amber eyes did not diminish at all. Lear frowned slightly. The godhead that was floating in the seeds of magic power exuded endless pressure and threatened the soul. The residual power of the gods, one star, can grow, emits the residual power of the swamp god, which intimidates the target. If the intimidation is successful, it will be engraved on its soul and it will submit forever. The worse the target's condition and the weaker its resistance, the higher the success rate. If the intimidation fails, the opponent will fall into rage and attack back. Shut up! The scolding echoed in the hall. It seems ordinary to outsiders. But the wetland lizardmen only felt thunder exploding in their ears at this moment. At this moment, they felt an unspeakable and difficult to express fear. It's like their god is looking down on them. That is the pressure of the origin, the fear from the deepest part of the soul. During this period of time, they were captured and tortured, cut off from water and food, imprisoned in cages, and could die at any time. For various reasons, the nerves of these wetland lizardmen have long been fragile to the extreme. The beast will be more crazy if it is injured. If it is exposed, it will be angry at the touch. But the soul has long been weak. Just a few calls inhaling, the body trembled uncontrollably, the ferocity in the eyes turned into endless fear and trembling, and they lowered their heads one by one, and suddenly became quiet. At this moment, Lil Fu reached his heart. The spiritual power escaped and imprinted a mark in their souls. The moment the mark was imprinted, he could clearly sense that the hostility of these lizardmen turned into obedience and fanatical worship. From now on, these swamp creatures will be under his control. McKen, who witnessed this scene, trembled in his heart, and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Just 2 words made these ferocious beasts become obedient kittens? This is a wetland lizardman. In the prison, no torture can suppress its ferocious instincts, and it is a swamp monster that can endure the pain of the slavery ring penetrating into the soul. Just a light word of shut up made them cowardly? Turning his head to look at Lil, his eyes changed. It is worthy of being a person who was given by Her Highness Felena to develop resources. It is unfathomable, unfathomable. Cooperate with the arrangement, I will take you back to the wilderness. The calm tone of the words made the wetland lizardmen in the cage completely quiet down, and the suppressed restlessness disappeared without a trace. It seemed that it had always been so gentle. President McCann, you can send them to the Rose House. McCann came back to his senses and repeatedly ordered the servants with some surprise. Quick, have someone send them to the Rose House immediately. Not long after, knights in heavy armor came immediately, a full 2 teams. They opened the iron cage and escorted the wetland lizardmen out. These heavy armor knights are all mid-level knights, with a level of up to level 9. Every mid-level knight, with the same equipment, can easily kill hundreds of strong men who have not condensed the seeds of life. Real high-level combat power. Even in the guard corps of Lauren City, level 9 is the main elite. None of these slave traders is simple. But facing a group of brutal swamp creatures who don't know and fear death, these warriors also have a headache. Killing them is easy, but escorting them is annoying. But today is very strange. These brutal swamp creatures did not resist. Sir, can the shackles on them be removed? Otherwise, it will be very troublesome to transport them. McCann looked at the obedient wetland lizardmen and asked cautiously. Before, he would never think of removing the shackles from the wetland lizardmen. It was too outrageous. Lear nodded. Okay. After getting his answer, McCann was a little courageous and tried to let the soldiers remove a few shackles first. It was amazing that the lizardmen who could not be controlled by the slave rings really let him be arranged honestly. It seemed that the previous madness and brutality were all illusions. He had a new understanding of Lear's methods in his heart, and his eyes were more respectful. After all the swamp lizardmen were escorted away, McCann looked at Lear with a subtle look. Sir Lear, if you still need slaves in the future, you can come to my Dragon Fong Chamber of Commerce. We will definitely give you the lowest internal price. This is a lord favored by Her Highness Felena. Just based on this relationship, he has a bright future. Not to mention his mysterious methods. Only such a lord can gain a foothold in the wilderness. Lear nodded. Then thank you in advance, President McCann. I will definitely bother you again in the future. Look at what you said, you are too polite. After a few more polite words, Lear did not stay any longer and got on the carriage arranged by the other party and returned to the Rose House. McCann looked at his back as he left, the smile on his face gradually faded, and his eyes became deep. Unfortunately, I can't afford to gamble anymore. The stakes required to invest in a pioneer lord are too high. When Lear returned to the Rose House, Jasmine, the high-level knight mate of level 12 beside Felena, was waiting at the door. Her golden hair was particularly dazzling. Sir Lear, the supplies sent by His Highness have been placed in the side yard. Please count them. But the 100 craftsmen will not be delivered to you until tomorrow. Although she didn't understand why His Highness valued this downtrodden noble who lived in the slums 2 days ago. But since she had given the order, no matter how confused she was, she had to ensure that the task was completed. Lear nodded slightly. Miss Jasmine, you have worked hard. The two of them had just exchanged a few polite words when the carriages carrying the wetland lizardmen slowly stopped on the spacious flat ground. One by one, the swamp creatures covered with gray-green scales rolled down. The muscles bulged high, full of power. The amber eyes were cold and cruel, as if they were going to choose someone to devour in the next second. The doormen who were welcoming guests felt a chill on their backs when they were swept by the other party's eyes. It was too scary. Sir, all the wetland lizardmen have been delivered. The leader of the car strode forward. Lear looked at the armored level 9 knight and smiled. He reached out and took out a dozen silver coins and handed them over. Thank you for your hard work, please have a glass of rum. 1,000 gold coins bought a level 6 army. This wave of profit was so comfortable that it was hard not to feel happy. The leader took the silver coins and his smile immediately brightened. You're welcome. Extra money, no matter how little, it is not too little, no matter how much, it is not too much. After saying that, he didn't stay for long and turned around and left with 3 teams of guards. Jasmine, who was standing by, saw this scene and was a little surprised. You bought lizard men as guards? Lear looked at these ferocious lives and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. These are all capital for development. Yes, Miss Jasmine. She opened her mouth to say something, then closed it again, and finally said hesitantly, Your Highness asked, when are you going to leave? After each pioneer lord chooses a territory to be developed, he has 1 month to prepare. When the time is up, he must go to the Grand Duke's mansion to apply for an extension, which cannot exceed 3 months. If he has not set off after 3 months, he will be punished by the imperial law. At the least, he will be exiled and his property will be confiscated, and at the most, he will be executed for desertion. In this extraordinary world, you can't even escape. The decision can only be made tomorrow, but no later than half a month. The other party nodded in understanding. Good luck to you, he added hesitantly. Your Highness values you very much. Lear smiled and said nothing. He turned his head and looked at the wetland lizard man who was as obedient as a kitten. Miss Jasmine, where is the armor? It's all inside. Nodding and waving. Follow me. All the wetland lizardmen followed without hesitation. The supplies, carriages and horses were all in the side yard, but the coachman did not stay and left. Rose House is the property of the Princess of Luolan City, and the area it occupies is also exaggerated. A side yard is bigger than many small nobles' manors. The horses pulling the carriage are modeled unicorns, more than 2 meters tall at the shoulder, and look very strong. At this moment, they are chewing grass in front of the carriage leisurely. The armor is piled on the ground, forming a small hill, reflecting the cold metal light. Each set of armor is equipped with a sharp steel knife. Staring at these armors, the attribute panel quietly emerges in my mind. Standard armor, level, 1 star, features, forged with 100 tempered steel, it has good defense power, and the addition of dwarf skills makes the armor suitable for most humans and humanoids under 2 meters. Evaluation, standard armor with good sturdiness. 1 star armor, 200 sets. Lier took a deep breath. Everyone, put on armor. After receiving the order, the wetland lizardmen immediately came up excitedly, picked up a pair of armor, and helped each other put it on. These armors with obvious dwarf craftsmanship are very well designed. The 1.7-meter-tall lizardman wears it, and it fits his body very well. The black armor exudes a cold light, and the sharp steel knife in his hand makes the wetland lizardman look even more ferocious. The thick, strong and powerful tail is like a crocodile's long tail, passing through the special tail of the armor. Once the force is exerted, it can easily break a branch as thick as an arm. The amber eyes are ferocious and bloodthirsty, which makes people tremble. They are shorter than the soldiers guarding the House of Roses, but they are no less imposing. They already have scales as defense, and after putting on armor, their combat effectiveness will be taken to a higher level. 2 squadrons of fully armed level 6 beginner knights. Looking at the wetland lizardmen in front of him, Lear's heart was full of emotions. 2 days ago, he was still living in the slums of the 9th block, thinking hard about his future. 2 days later, he had a force that belonged entirely to him, with a large number of materials needed for development, and a godhood that can drive the world crazy. The future is in your hands. The smile on the corner of her mouth gradually became wanton. Jasmine, as Felena's personal maid, is more like a secretary. She has a lot of work to do. After the wetland lizardman put on armor, she said goodbye and left. Lier did not treat him differently and took out a dozen silver coins, but the other party politely refused. As someone around the princess of Lowland City, she is not short of money. Returning to the Rose Manor, she immediately went to meet the princess of this city, the most dazzling goddess in the north. Your Highness, all the materials have been transported to the Rose House. When I arrived, Lord Lier just returned, and he bought a group of slaves as guards. At this point, her face was a little strange. Felena saw her strangeness and said slowly, "But is there any problem?" "Not really, but the slave guards Lord Lier bought are a group of wetland lizardmen." "Wetland lizardmen?" Felena looked a little curious. In the slave market, only the Dragon Fong Chamber of Commerce has recently purchased a batch of wetland lizardmen. The Colosseum should like these swamp creatures very much. Why is it sold to Lord Lear now? This flower of the north, Luolan Rose, is not a genius who only studies magic as the outside world thinks. On the contrary, 4 years ago, when she was just 20 years old, she began to get involved in the government affairs of Luolan City. In just 1 year, she won the respect of all government officials. It will take time to fulfill these titles of future extraordinary wizards. The controller of Luolan City, Queen Luolan, can also describe the flower of the north at this moment. It's just that these things are kept secret, and only the top leaders of the Grand Duke's mansion and the top nobles of Luolan City know about them. Jasmine said with a strange look, "Your Highness, the manager of the Colosseum has been transferred by you. He originally had a close relationship with the Dragon Fong Chamber of Commerce. And the wetland lizardmen are cruel by nature, and the slave ring can't suppress them. The Colosseum is unwilling to buy them." Felena raised her eyebrows slightly. "It's true that wetland lizards are brutal by nature. I killed many of them 7 years ago. But why did Lord Lear choose them? Can they be controlled? Can they be controlled?" Jasmine thought of the obedient wetland lizards who were as obedient as kittens and did whatever they were told to do, and her face was strange. "Perhaps. It's a bit beyond your expectations. Those wetland lizards not only did not reveal their brutal nature, but were very obedient, as if they were completely tamed by Lord Lear." Felena smiled lightly. "That makes sense." Jasmine was a little surprised. "Your Highness, aren't you surprised?" "Surprised? What's there to be surprised about?" A descendant of a down-and-out nobleman who came out of the slums could be calm when facing her, and could tell her in front of him that they had become friends. Such a person, could he be an ordinary person? Felena looked out the window, the blue sky reflected in her sapphire blue eyes, looking extremely mysterious. After Jasmine left, Lear looked around the lizardmen. "Who is your leader?" After wearing armor, the slightly excited wetland lizardmen immediately quieted down. All eyes were on a figure who was stronger than the other wetland lizardmen and half a head taller. The other party walked out, brushing his companion's shoulder, and came to Lear, with amber eyes full of heat and madness. Kneeling on one knee, the ferocious lizard head lowered. "My lord, Hag sends you the highest greetings." The other party's common language was a bit unfamiliar, obviously not often used. Common language is the mainstream language, almost all intelligent races know it, but many races also retain their own languages. Lear nodded. Hags, restrain everyone. We still need to stay in the city for a few days. At this moment, everything he said was a golden rule. The wetland lizardmen did not have the heart to refute it all, and their souls were obedient. Follow your orders, my lord. Unfortunately, there is no hero unit in the 2 squadrons of wetland lizardmen. Lier felt a little regretful. In this world, after embarking on the extraordinary path, there is a chance of a second transformation and promotion to a more powerful hero unit. The transformation of a hero occurs during the upgrade process. For example, when an apprentice knight is promoted to a junior knight is promoted to a mid-level knight, and so on. There is a chance of being promoted to a hero with each upgrade. The greater the potential, the higher the chance. The sign of becoming a hero is awakening the hero talent. Once the talent awakens, the combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. With the same equipment and level, a hero can push 3 or 4 teams. It is the best of the best. However, the probability of becoming a hero is very small, and it is said that it is only 1 in tens of thousands. Taking a deep breath, retracting the scattered thoughts, waving to call the staff of Rose House, asking them to provide good food for the wetland lizardmen, and then returning to the room alone. It was sunset at this time. Standing by the open window, looking at the sunset. Red clouds like fire filled the sky, and the orange-red sun slowly sank into the city wall. Today's 2 tasks were successfully completed, and the gains were beyond expectations. The first was the choice of territory. Here, he successfully took over the silt swamp. In the future, this swamp deep in the wilderness will become his place of residence. At the same time, the authority hidden in the swamp is also priceless and a well-deserved treasure. Secondly, it only took 1,000 gold coins to take down 200 beginner knights and the wetland lizardmen with a level of up to 6. This made him gathered enough power for development. Finally, I had a further connection with Felena Lauren, the flower of the north, Lauren Rose. This line is of great significance. It is still useful in the early and middle stages, even after development. These few days of busyness have yielded a huge harvest. At present, I still have more than 70 gold coins and 30 carriages of development materials, including horses and vehicles. 200 level 6 wetland lizardmen wearing standard armor. In addition, the soul has even merged with the swamp godhead. The wealth has suddenly become richer. Watching the sunset gradually sink, Lear's eyes became deep. It was night, in the early hours of the morning. Ding ding ding, the dwarf bell towers at the crossroads of Lauren City rang 12 times in a row. The whole city was shrouded in crisp sounds. Time went from July 9th to July 10th. Lear, who was still waiting, suddenly brightened his eyes. In his mind, the intelligence system panel appeared. The intelligence system has cooled down and the intelligence can be refreshed. Do you want to refresh it? With a surge of emotion, he immediately silently said refresh. The moment he confirmed, lines of handwriting appeared on the panel. 1. The river valley town 150 kilometers away from Luolan City will be looted by a group of harpies tomorrow morning. 1 star. 2. Princess of Luolan City Felena Luolan likes roses because when she was young, a group of robbers looted her carriage, and she hid in the rose bushes to escape, and awakened a unique talent, the Lord of Roses. 1 star. 3. The 24th stall selling ore at the entrance of the black market. The ore in the hands of the stall owner hides an ancient magic beast crystal core. Although most of the energy has been lost, it is still extraordinary. It can be fed to the strongest wetland lizardman, Haggis, so that its bloodline can evolve. Other lizardmen cannot bear the pain of transformation. 2 stars. 4. In the 5th district of the slave market, the 19th shop, the Grey Mist Chamber of Commerce is selling dried earth dragon feces. These feces are produced by adult dragons. Because of the long time, they have dried up and their dragon power has greatly diminished. They are mistaken for earth dragon feces. After being soaked in blood, the dragon feces can emit dragon power again. When traveling in the wilderness, dragon feces can be used to safely reach the silt swamp without being attacked. 2 stars. 5. 500 kilometers away in the wilderness, a riot will occur in 20 days. A large number of wilderness races will fight because of a collapsed relic. If you do not leave for the territory before July 15th, you will be delayed for 7 months. The authority hidden in the silt swamp will revive within half a year. 3 stars. Lear, after scanning it, he felt a little disappointed. There are no more golden legends. The highest value intelligence is 3 stars. If he could get 6-star intelligence every time, he wouldn't think it was too much. He calmed down and looked carefully. The first one was the information about the attack again. He didn't know where the river valley town was. The north is very wide, and there are many towns around Luolan City, especially on the side of Luolan City towards the interior of the empire. The number is countless. There are countless such things, and they happen every day, which is not surprising. The second one is about Felena's past. I didn't expect that this flower of the north had such a dangerous experience when she was young. Fortunately, it was a blessing in disguise that she became the magic genius she is now. The other party's awakened talent is the Lord of Roses? Just based on a name, I can't judge anything. I can only know that it is related to roses. No wonder the manor where he lives is called Rose Manor, and the hotel under it is called Rose House. The third one is the stall at the entrance of the black market? Selling ore? Isn't this the stall of the one-armed old man next to him when I bought the godhood? There is such a good thing. Not bad, very good. He was excited. He just said that he didn't have a hero, and now it came. The intelligence system understood him. In fact, he was still short of a few dragon eggs and a few artifacts. 4. Dried dragon feces. In the wilderness, many people would buy earth dragon feces with a faint dragon power. With the help of dragon power, they could avoid a lot of trouble. The feces of a dragon is not comparable to the feces of an ordinary earth dragon. The biggest danger of opening up the wilderness thousands of miles away is actually the journey to the mud swamp. Thousands of kilometers, traveling for more than half a month in the wilderness full of dangers. The degree of danger is extremely high. You may encounter attacks at any time. Dragon feces can directly solve this problem that gives him a headache. Lier was in a good mood. The value of this information, in his opinion, is definitely more than 2 stars. Fifth, the only 3-star value of information: the races in the wilderness will fight because of the ruins. We must set off before the 15th, otherwise we will be delayed for 7 months, and the authority of the swamp will revive within half a year. This is too critical. Once the power is revived, it will inevitably cause a huge sensation. If it is delayed, it will be in vain. He must be prepared to get it. This is a power that only gods can control. Who can resist the temptation of becoming a god? This information is only worth 3 stars, and he feels it is too low. He doesn't know how the intelligence system evaluates the value of intelligence. Lying on the bed, Lier thought about how to use the intelligence to accumulate knowledge tomorrow, and fell asleep. July 10th, early morning. Slave market. When Lier arrived, the sun had not yet risen. The light morning mist and high humidity suppressed the stench in the air. This made him feel better. He had been here once before, so he was more familiar with it today. He quickly came to the 5th district and found the Grey Mist Chamber of Commerce. This is a much smaller chamber of commerce than the Dragon Fong Chamber of Commerce, with a width of less than 50 meters. There were no iron cages for imprisoning slaves inside, but all kinds of strange things. A series of shackles of various sizes and thicknesses, and dozens of types of chains. There were also shackles for locking the neck, gags for gags, and whips with barbs. The Grey Mist Chamber of Commerce did not sell slaves, but everything was closely related to slaves. On one of the shelves, there were piles of dry feces that looked like cow dung. Earth dragons are herbivorous monsters, and like cows, the smell of feces is not strong to begin with. After processing, there is no odor. When Lier saw him, a man wearing a luxurious robe inlaid with gemstones, with a pointed face and a thin and dry figure, came forward to greet him. "My lord, what do you need?" The voice was sharp and had a bit of an accent. This tone made Lier frown slightly. He glanced and immediately saw the conspicuous earth dragon feces. It looked like they were all just dried, which was obviously different from the information. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes saw a small and inconspicuous area at the bottom of the shelf. The earth dragon feces on it were particularly dry, and there was still dust on the surface that had not been wiped clean. It was obvious that it had been there for a while. With a slight sense, he could detect the subtle difference between it and the earth dragon feces, and his heart moved slightly. A panel appeared in his mind. Giant dragon feces, dried, level, 2 stars, features: after soaking in blood, the dragon power contained in the feces can be reactivated. Ordinary life will be shocked when they sense the dragon power and dare not approach. Wow, just dried feces are a 2-star treasure. Dragons are indeed the synonym of power in this world. What's the price of these? The boss, who was about to brag, looked at Lier's gesture and his face froze. This was garbage mixed in with the batch of goods. He was also cheated. He was going to throw it away, but after thinking about it, he couldn't bear to sell it. He took the chance to sell it. What if there is a buyer who doesn't know the value of the goods? His eyes rolled around and he immediately said loudly, "Earth dragons are usually level 10 life forms, but these are level 12 earth dragon feces. We wanted to keep them before and sell them later, but we kept them for too long and almost forgot about it. I just remembered it today. Although the value is much higher than ordinary feces, our selling price is only the same as ordinary earth dragon feces. If you need it, you can give you a 10% discount. Lier's mouth twitched. He really thought the buyer was a fool. He could even say such a thing. This guy is simply incomparable to the fat boss of the Dragon Fong Chamber of Commerce. Don't be so vain with me. No one will want this if you give it to others. Give me the real price. I'm not far from the wilderness. As long as it has some effect, it's fine. The sharp-nosed and monkey-faced boss didn't feel embarrassed at all and smiled. I knew you were knowledgeable. I can't hide it from you. Ordinary earth dragon feces costs 1 gold coin per pound. I'll give you a 50% discount. If you take all this stuff, 10 gold coins in total. Looking at the pile, there must be at least 10 to 20 kilograms. Buying a pile of dragon feces at this price is enough to make you bleed. This is a 2-star treasure. Although it is not good to say it out, it is something that fell from a dragon. 20 silver coins, take it all away. Don't bargain with me. If I am not going too far, this thing has little effect. I don't want it even if you give it to me. If you don't sell it to me today, I don't know what the price will be next time. And, can you be sure that the effect of this thing will not continue to be lost? This knife cut directly on the aorta. But his few words immediately shut up the boss who wanted to speak. What he said really makes sense. This thing has been here for 3 months, and no one has asked about it. The dragon's power is weaker than water, which really makes people not want to take a second look. Going to the wilderness is to fight for your life. Isn't buying this thing a way to die? Since you said so, what else can I say? Okay, let's make friends. I'll sell it to you. He waved to the side. A staff member immediately trotted up, picked up the bag and packed the dragon feces swiftly, and tied a few extra strong knots. Lier counted out 20 silver coins, handed it over, picked up the bag and left. From entering the store to picking up the goods and leaving, it took no more than 2 minutes, and the whole process was smooth as silk. This 2-star dragon feces was accepted for 20 silver coins. A huge profit. The sharp-nosed and monkey-faced boss waited for Lier's back to disappear, raised his head proudly, and looked at his buddy. Did you see it? To do business, you have to have means. This inferior product, I sell it for 20 silver coins. You also said that you should throw it away early. Let me tell you, garbage can also be sold at a good price. Learn more in the future. Yes, you are right. When it comes to doing business, it has to be you, President. The guy flattered him. The next day, July 11th, at the entrance of the black market in the 9th block, a one-armed old man in a black robe had dozens of ores in front of him. He slowly stroked the black ore in his hand, and ignored the people walking back and forth. According to his experience of setting up stalls for so many years, it is easier to make business in the black market by pretending to be a master and looking indifferent. The ones who are cheated are those who don't understand. Those who know the business will not even look at him. These ores were bought from the garbage dump of the dwarf forge by him for a silver coin. They are all junk, and there is not much metal in them. What ore can escape the eyes of the dwarf? It's a pity that if he hadn't broken an arm in the previous fraud, he would have been able to do more. Now that he is old, he can only rely on this method to wait for the fat pigs to come to his door. After a long time, he was a little tired of rotating the ore, and suddenly stretched his waist. He saw a young figure coming from the corner of his eye, and his eyes lit up. Isn't this the guy who spent more than 20 gold coins to buy tomb robber's stuff at the stall next to him a few days ago? He's here again. That day, this guy looked at his stall first. He even looked at his stall for so long and bought tomb robber's stuff. How fat must this guy be? When the other party got closer, he coughed lightly. Sir, I haven't seen you for a few days. I have collected a lot of good things. Do you want to come and see them again? It's good to act like a master to strangers, but when you find a fat sheep, you have to take action. Lear looked at the one-armed old man and greeted him. His face was a bit subtle. Did they deliver it to your door? What kind of ore do you have? Take it out and have a look. The one-armed old man smiled proudly. These are all new goods. I bought them at a high price. The last batch was bought by someone. I heard that one of them had a half-thumb-sized dragon blood gold. The last batch was sold, but someone spent 5 silver coins to buy all of them. Because there was half a piece of it, and there were also a few strands of rare metals hidden inside, maybe he could make 2 or 3 silver coins if he smelted them all. He knew there was nothing he could do, he didn't have the technology. The black market is not just about big business. People who rely on a few melons and 2 dates to survive also occupy a large part. Dragon blood gold? Lear smiled. This bragging was about to go to the sky. He saw through it but didn't say it, and silently searched. After looking through it all, he looked at the one-armed old man as if he had discovered something. "What is this piece in your hand? Can you take a look at it?" The one-armed old man was stunned and admired sincerely. "Your Excellency has a really good eye. This ore is not ordinary. There are so many ores, but only this one was picked up by the river outside the city last month. He kept it because it feels good and he has something to play with when he is showing off. The other party actually took a fancy to it. This eye is really amazing. Such a good fat sheep, how could it be let go last time? I have to change my strategy in the future and can't just show off." He coughed lightly and introduced. "This is a treasure I bought from the dwarf craftsman with a lot of money. It contains a little mithril. The thumb-sized mithril can buy a manor in the center of Loren City. It's so expensive, forget it. I can't afford it." The one-armed old man narrowed his eyes when he heard it. "Of course, the price is expensive. The ore below is cheap. Your Excellency should also take a fancy to it, right?" "That's right, but I don't have much money. I spent it all these 2 days, it's too late." Others might say this is false, but a few days ago, I watched him spend more than 20 gold coins to buy a few junks, and he was so happy. This prodigal, it's strange that he can keep the money. He couldn't sit still anymore, and looked at him directly. "I see you've come twice. If you like it, it doesn't matter if the price is a little higher, right? You get what you pay for. You should understand this principle. It's impossible to get the quality of dozens of gold coins by spending a few copper coins. Well, then tell me how much you are willing to pay. If it's too expensive, forget it." After thinking for a moment, the one-armed old man slowly raised 5 fingers. 50 gold coins. Then he saw his fat sheep just threw down the ore without even looking at it, and wanted to leave. He immediately stopped him. "This is my previous price. Today, seeing that you like it so much, you only need 30 or 20 gold coins to take it away." The other party was silent, and slowly took out 10 silver coins. The one-armed old man looked at the other party's open palm and took a deep breath. "Your Excellency is really going to kill me." Before he could finish, all the silver coins in his hand were in his hand, and then Lear felt a stone was stuffed into his hand. "In that case, then I will make a friend of your Excellency." The stone picked up casually can be sold for 10 silver coins. "Where can I find such business? I will go to the river to pick up more stones tomorrow. This fat sheep is really easy to slaughter." The one-armed old man was very happy. All the treasures that can transform hags into a hero unit and the 2-star treasure, Dragon Dung, were purchased. The total cost was 30 silver coins. Compared with the gains, the price paid would drive people crazy, and even gods would grind their teeth when they heard it. It feels so comfortable. It feels so wonderful to use the information advantage to accumulate foundation and make a fortune quietly. After all the information refreshed this time is completed, it is time to set off. Lear's eyes are deep. He is also eager to enter the wilderness and go to the mud swamp, find the authority that belongs to him. Once the authority of the swamp is obtained, everything will be different. The intelligence system is like a guiding light, which can play a greater role in the wilderness. Back to the Rose House, I saw Felena's personal maid again, with golden hair fluttering in the wind and eyes as sharp as a knife. A high-level knight of level 12 is a high-level force in the super city of Lowland City with a population of millions. If she can go one step further and become a high-level knight of level 13, she will be qualified to lead a legion of 1,000 people. But such a person is just a maid driving a horse. "Good day, Lord Lear, the 100 slave craftsmen sent by His Highness have been delivered to you." The crisp voice fell, and he extended his hand to indicate the side yard. Lear turned his head to look. On the side, hundreds of figures stood there like sculptures, not daring to move, looking at the ferocious wetland lizardmen in front of them with fear. These craftsmen are mud people living in the swamp. They naturally like wet places, and have higher wisdom than ordinary people. The only disadvantage is that they are timid by nature. Mud people are natural craftsmen. Whether it is building houses or forging tools, they are first-class masters. This is Lady Felena, who bought it for you from other cities. Hearing this introduction, Lear looked curiously. Mud people, level 4, potential, 1 star, level cap 6, profession, craftsman, beginner, racial talent, craftsman's heart. Mud people are naturally intelligent, and have extra comprehension and creativity in various craftsmanship. Skill, dexterity, 1 star, when building a house or forging tools, the efficiency is increased by an additional 30%. Equipment, none, evaluation, natural craftsman. Life professions and combat professions are also divided into levels. The higher the level, the deeper the professional skills. However, even if the level of a life profession is upgraded, the combat effectiveness will not change. After reading the attribute panel in his mind, Lier took a deep breath. It was really thoughtful. Miss Jasmine, please help me convey my gratitude to Her Highness Felena. These craftsmen mean a lot to me. I'll remember this favor. Looking at the other party's serious eyes, Jasmine's eyes softened. Handing over a scroll with both hands. Sir, this is a magic map that can guide you to the territory in the wilderness. Every pioneer lord will receive his own magic map. When a normal pioneer lord uses a magic map, the magic will dissipate after 3 months. After Lier took it, Jasmine said meaningfully, "But this magic map is for His Highness. A personal item presented to you. Lord Lier, I wish you a glorious return." She took a deep look at the young man who was particularly valued by His Highness, held her chest slightly, saluted, and turned away without any hesitation. His Highness had given away all that should be given. Until now, she still didn't understand why His Highness would place such a heavy bet. She didn't know what the future would be like, but she just hoped that the other party would not disappoint His Highness' expectations. Lear silently watched the other party's back as he left, and his emotions were a little subtle. He took a long breath, calmed the ups and downs in his heart, and opened the map in his hand. The portrait on it seemed to be alive, with mountains, plants, rivers and streams flowing. A striking hexagram target was at the end of the map, and when he looked at it carefully, a word immediately emerged in his mind: Silt Swamp. Another constantly flashing point, in the mark of Lauren City, was his current location. Is this a fantasy version of GPS? Lear was quite amazed. With this thing, the most difficult problem of recognizing the way in the wilderness was solved directly. While thinking, the detailed properties of the magic map appeared in his mind. Magic map, level, special, features. It is engraved with special magic runes, which can always display the location of the magic map. The mental power injected into it can add, delete, and modify the marks on it. Evaluation: a map drawn by a wizard with super high magical attainments is very precious. The cost of this map is definitely not cheap. This favor seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Lear took a deep breath. Today's gift will be repaid one day. He put away the map, calmed his mind, and returned to the side yard. When the wetland lizard man saw him, his eyes immediately became hot. This is the master to whom their souls surrender and worship. Lear looked at the swamp people. These craftsmen wore tattered linen clothes, and their appearance was no different from ordinary people, except that their pupils were the color of green algae, which looked quite strange. A 60-year-old man with curly hair and a slightly hunched back walked forward. He placed his right hand on his chest, bowed deeply, and saluted with the most humble attitude. "Bane, I greet you, sir. May the goddess protect you." His tone was a bit trembling and uneasy. Lier glanced at the other party with a bit of surprise in his eyes. This is actually a hero. Bane Hero Unit, level 5, potential, 2 stars, level cap 9, occupation, primary craftsman, racial talent, hero talent, construction, has a unique and keen perception of architecture, can make overall plans for large buildings, and can save construction costs while improving the sturdiness of buildings. Skills: dexterity, 1 star, when building houses or forging tools, an additional 30% increase in efficiency. Planning, 1 star, has an overall plan for buildings and can use the terrain as much as possible to build suitable buildings. Equipment, none. Evaluation, a hero with planning ability, suitable for building territories. Level 5, 2-star potential hero. Not bad, very good. Lier was in a good mood. And the other party's ability is exactly what he urgently needs. Pioneer Lord, territory construction is forever core. Bane, follow me to the territory tomorrow morning. In the future, I will need your assistance. I will follow your orders, sir. The timid swamp people have a lower fighting power than ordinary people. They have no confidence and no idea of resistance. They don't even wear the slave ring around their necks. These guys are useless. They are two extremes from the ferocious wetland lizard men. Lier glanced at the crowd. There were hundreds of swamp craftsmen, plus 2 squadrons of wetland lizardmen wearing thick armor. Compared with other pioneering lords, the pioneering force in his hands is already very good. Those descendants of nobles may not have so many initial resources. The normal selling price of a primary knight slave who has reached level 6 is more than 200 gold coins each, and these 200 is 40,000 gold coins. In addition to a full set of armor, hundreds of slave craftsmen, and 30 carriages of various materials, ordinary nobles may empty their family assets, and that's it. Bane, go take inventory of our supplies and see what we are still missing. Let's buy them all today and set off for the wilderness tomorrow. Bane was a little flattered. and his algae green eyes became excited. "Yes, sir." But just as he raised his spirits, he turned around and saw the aggressive wetland lizardman, and his spirits withered again. He looked at him a little shyly. "Sir." Lear didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "From now on, all wetland lizardmen will be your companions, and the sharp blades in their hands will only face the enemy. They are companions you can trust, and they will protect you with their swords. Go." With such a promise, Bane then plucked up the courage to go to the carriage to investigate. After passing by these ferocious warriors and confirming that they would not hurt him, he breathed a sigh of relief. He began to carefully check. It must be said that Felina's gift was indeed extraordinary. The 30 large carriages used to transport goods were like small trucks, filled to the brim. Food, clothing, and daily necessities are almost all included. There is nothing missing. Or rather, the things that are missing are difficult to transport. Seeing this, Lier did not say much, and handed the task of counting and managing supplies to the first hero under his command. 300 people, the daily food expenses are an exaggerated figure. But a carriage is full of 1-star magic food, Noya rice. This magic food is said to be cultivated by the first saint of the Mother Earth. It contains powerful magic. Only half a caddy of rice can make people full for 5 days. Its yield is very low, and it needs a magician to cultivate it. It has always been a strategic material reserved by major forces or nobles. But Felina directly gave him a carriage. Roughly estimated, it is more than 3,000 kilograms. Enough to sustain the consumption of hundreds of people for half a year. After confirming that it was correct, Lier, who was in a good mood, looked at the most sturdy figure among the wetland lizardmen, Haggis. "Follow me. The treasure that can transform this brutal beast into a hero has been obtained. Now, let this wetland lizardman step into another world. Train your first combat hero." Bringing Haggis, the ferocious lizardman, to the room, Lear took out the black ore he bought from the black market, and said in a serious voice, "There is an energy core of an ancient demon beast hidden inside. Although most of it has disappeared due to the passage of time. But, it can still transform your bloodline. Haggis, are you willing to become the sharp blade in my hand?" The heart of the wetland lizardman trembled. Transformed into a hero? The hottest madness appeared in his amber eyes. He knelt down suddenly, with his head against the ground. He said crazily in the most humble manner, "My lord, I am willing to become your sharp blade and dedicate my soul to you. Wherever you look, that is what I will do. Becoming stronger is the nature of all life. Becoming a hero is the lifelong dream of most people. At this moment, the opportunity that countless days and nights fantasize about is in front of him." Lear nodded slowly. After letting him stand up, he handed him the stone in his hand. Haggis did not hesitate and squeezed it hard. Crack! A large crack appeared on the stone, and then it broke with a snap. In the rubble, a thumb-sized object with a faint red fluorescence appeared in sight. Vigorous energy emanated from the body, as if holding a small sun. "Eat it and complete the transformation." Haggis took a deep breath, suppressed his inner excitement, and swallowed it in one gulp. The next moment, a fierce and brutal aura suddenly burst out of his body. The whole person's face began to twist. The body softened and fell directly to the ground, and a beast-like low roar came out of his throat. The whole body began to twitch uncontrollably. It was as if he had endured extremely terrible torture. It looked chilling. Lier took another look at the intelligence, the 20-second stall selling ore at the entrance of the black market. The ore in the stall owner's hand hides an ancient magic beast crystal core. Although most of the energy has been lost, it is still extraordinary. It can be fed to the strongest wetland lizardman hags, so that his bloodline can evolve. Other lizardmen cannot bear the pain of transformation. Simple tips, extraordinary accuracy. How can you taste the sweetest fruit without going through hardships? Silently waiting, looking at the increasingly twisted and hideous face, Lier couldn't imagine what kind of pain the other party would have to endure. This is a life that is almost immune to pain, and the ring of slavery cannot suppress it. This process lasted for a full 3 hours. In the continuous transformation, Haggs's body size is growing visibly. His height has increased from 1.7 meters to 1.85 meters, and his momentum is as aggressive as a beast. Even if he crawls on the ground and trembles, he still gives people a sense of fierceness and brutality. After another hour, Haggs slowly woke up after completing the promotion. He stood up slowly, his 1.85-meter tall body looked like a bloated balloon. The dwarf's armor was bulging with muscles. The solid muscles could not be covered even by the armor. The lizardman's head was ugly and ferocious, with blood swollen in his mouth and fangs like knives, and his amber eyes were full of aggression. The 10-centimeter long claws flashed coldly, like a dagger. Ordinary armor could not block its sharpness. He strode to Lear, knelt on one knee, and lowered his head. "My lord, from now on, I will be your sword and cut off all thorns for you." Hags felt the power surging in his body and was so excited that he could not control himself. He stepped into a higher level and became a hero. This was a scene that he dreamed of countless nights. Now, the dream has come true. And this is all given to him by the great master. Greatness needs no words. Lear's mouth curled up slightly. This is his first hero in the true sense. Although life heroes like Bane are not small, in battle, Hags can kill 100 or 1,000 Banes alone. Staring at the kneeling wetland lizardman hero in front of him, his mind flashed with his new attribute panel. Hags, level, intermediate knight, level 7, potential, 2 stars, level cap, level 9, racial talent, amphibious life, with unique lungs, able to hold breath for a long time and take short breaths underwater. Hero talent, regeneration. The body with unique power has the ability to regenerate. It can consume blood and chi to recover quickly after being injured, and it can also grow back after limbs are broken. Blood, 1000 points. Skill, scale armor, 2 stars. Passive, scale armor has steel-like defense, reducing damage received by 30%. Brutal, 2 stars. When receiving damage or launching an attack, it will become extremely brutal, with all attributes increased by 30%, fearless of pain, and fight the enemy to death. Crazy blood, 2 stars. After tasting the taste of blood, the body size increases by 20% and the strength increases by 40%. Equipment, none. Evaluation, fierce swamp life. Lear's eyes flashed. After the transformation was completed, the strength soared a lot. The potential was raised from 1 star to 2 stars, the level cap reached level 9, and the original level 6 was raised to level 7. At the same time, a powerful hero talent was awakened, regeneration. After being hurt, you can consume blood to recover, and even regenerate broken limbs. This is definitely a skill that is reborn. In the battle, the lizard man, who was already ferocious and not afraid of pain, gained the ability to recover quickly. The figure of the Hulk appeared in his mind. Isn't this the youth version of the little Hulk in the fantasy world? And Hags's new attribute, blood, is a unique attribute of the Night Path. You must become a hero before you can wake up. Blood can strengthen skills and cause additional damage. Harm. It is a sign of high-level combat power. Only with blood can one be called a true hero. However, in contrast, the mage has magic power from the beginning. This is why the mage is called the Mage Master. The Night Path requires something that only heroes can have, but the Mage Apprentice can get it. Hags's original 2 1-star skills were all upgraded to 2 stars, and the attributes have been greatly improved. And he also got a new skill, Mad Blood, which is also very fierce. In summary, Hags, who was promoted to a hero, has soared a lot in single soldier combat power. Now, he can fight 2 or 3 teams of wetland lizardmen alone. This is a hero unit. A hero unit with unlimited charm. Even a life-type hero like Bane will only become a vassal. The strong can decide fate. Get up and go back to restrain your companions. Tomorrow morning, we will set off for the territory. There will be the future home of all of us. Hags took a deep breath and lowered his head. As you wish. The moment Hags left the room, the intelligence system quietly appeared. You have cultivated a hero unit and obtained an additional piece of information. In the silt swamp, there grows a magical plant, white flower longleaf grass, which contains unique energy. After Hags swallows it, its potential will be raised to 3 stars. Lear was stunned at first, and after reading the new information, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. This is also possible? There is even follow-up information. The flower longleaf grass can increase Hags's potential from 2 stars to 3 stars. Although a 2-star hero is considered good, the upper limit of the level is only level 9. Upgrading to 3 stars, it is a veritable high-level hero. The most intuitive thing is that the upper limit of the level can be raised to level 12. The overall increase in combat power is not as simple as 1 + 1. Comfortable. And with the support of the intelligence system, it may not be impossible to cultivate Hags into the top hero in the future. At this moment, Hags strode back to the side yard of the Rose House. Sensing his breath, the wetland lizard man showed some doubts, and after carefully sensing it, he immediately became agitated. The aura of a hero on Lord Hags? When they confirmed it with Hags, they were even more shocked. Their eyes became hot and crazy. What did the Lord reward Lord Hags with? Why did he transform into a hero in just a few hours? Swamp God. Could it be that the Lord was sent by God to save them? Bane saw this scene and his face was full of disbelief. Only he knew how many difficulties and hardships he had gone through to become a hero. He didn't expect that a hero unit could be obtained through rewards. For a moment, Lear suddenly became mysterious in his heart. After a night of rest, the next day, July 12, Lear summoned the army in the early morning to sort out the supplies. After settling the bill at the House of Roses, he rode the most handsome black horse in the team, asked the swamp people to catch up with the 30 carts carrying goods, and slowly headed out of the city. 200 neatly lined wetland lizardmen followed as guards. Organize the army and enter the wilderness. He has been looking forward to this day for a long time. At this moment, his mood is quite high. In the early morning, there are not many pedestrians on the street, and the wide street is very empty. The thick bluestone ground is more than 150 meters wide, with 8 carriages on each side, and enough pedestrian passages. And there are as many as 20 such main roads, connected horizontally and vertically, dividing the entire city of Loren. Just transporting these bluestones to the city is a huge and exaggerated project. Square-pointed buildings stand on both sides of the street. These houses are ancient and exquisite, with different heights and jagged teeth. The colorful flowered glass reflects the gorgeous light, and the exquisite heroic reliefs carved on the walls tell the past and glory of this city. At the crossroads, there is a clock tower over 20 meters high. The huge, angular brass clock cast by the dwarves is ticking. At 3, 6, 9, and 12 o'clock, the city will be shrouded in the sound of huge bells. No matter where you are, you can hear the sound of time. The Loren family spent 1,000 years to build this magnificent city. It is also the most powerful heavy shield against the erosion of the wilderness in the northern province of the Griffin Empire. A shining pearl. Crossing the bustling streets, the convoy slowly passed through the tall and magnificent gate of Loren City. Lear looked back and saw the towering city walls, like towering and immovable mountains. It is over 100 meters high. The surface is covered with traces of war, like a veteran with outstanding military exploits. On the city wall, various heavy siege weapons stand. Catapults, heavy crossbows, arrow towers. They are densely packed and countless. At the gate, 2 120-meter-high giant warrior statues holding heavy swords are majestic like miracles, and the swords cross in the air. It seems to declare to the outside world that Luolan City is insurmountable. These 2 statues have been rebuilt no less than 10 times with the war, and each time they are rebuilt, they will be taller than before. This is almost the symbol of Luolan City. A crisp eagle cry made Lear look up subconsciously. In the sky, hundreds of griffins, the emblem of the empire with a wingspan of more than 10 meters, spread their wings and soared. These ferocious lives have built a sky defense line. If necessary, they can take off 10 times or 100 times the number at any time. After taking a deep look at this magnificent city, Lear felt a little heroic in his heart. His territory in the future should be like this. No longer nostalgic, waved his hand, and asked the army to speed up. Outside the city is a vast field after another, boundless. The green wheat field swayed slowly under the breeze. It gives people endless beauty. Kilometers away, the city of Loren gradually disappeared from sight. In a magical world, even timid craftsmen like the swamp people are much stronger than the people on Earth. The marching speed is not slow. Starting from the early morning, they stopped to rest until they encountered a well on the roadside at noon. After several hours, they have walked 30 kilometers forward, but no one's face is too tired. They had eaten dinner made with noya rice last night, so they don't need to make a fire to cook for the next few days. It saves a lot of trouble. The hundreds of kilometers around Loren City are all safe areas. The guard corps patrols every day and will immediately eliminate any threats once they are found. The wide road filled with bluestone built by Loren City is enough for people to gallop easily. Wash your face with clean water and your fatigue will disappear. Continue on the road. When the sun sets, they move forward another 40 kilometers before settling down. Traveling 70 kilometers a day is already a very fast speed. This also gave Lear a new understanding of the power of ordinary people in this fantasy world. It is very dangerous at night and not suitable for traveling. After arriving at a small town, the convoy settled down. The next day, we continued. It was not until noon that we finally got out of the straight and spacious bluestone road. The road surface suddenly became a bumpy mud road, and the speed of travel began to slow down. The 100 to 200 kilometers area extending from Luolan City to the wilderness belongs to the control area. Every few days, the Griffin Corps will come to patrol. If there are monsters of a certain scale gathering, they will be cleared at a fixed point to prevent them from forming a scale. But there are still a small number of wilderness monsters. This area is currently prohibited for the pioneering lord to choose. Because it is completely under the control of Luolan City, every year there will be official personnel sent to build villages and towns and reclaim land. Continue to go 200 to 300 kilometers deep into the wilderness, which belongs to the alert area. Every half a month, Luolan City will patrol once. If there is a large-scale gathering of wilderness life, the army will be dispatched immediately to eliminate it to prevent the impact of the control area. This range is also the area most chosen by the pioneering lords. Several large-scale pioneering territories are built here. It can be radiated by Luolan City and will not face the threat of the wilderness directly, with the highest safety factor. 300 to 500 kilometers are in the monitoring area. Loren City will monitor this area to a certain extent. Even if a large-scale gathering of monsters is found, it will not act rashly unless the other party enters the alert zone. Therefore, the degree of danger begins to rise sharply. Beyond 500 kilometers is the real wilderness that has not been developed. Loren City will only send the Griffin Corps to patrol at regular intervals to prevent large-scale military gatherings in the wilderness. However, when the Griffin Corps enters, losses often occur. Orcs, barbarians, snakemen, grey dwarves, undead. Almost all races are entrenched in the depths of the wilderness. The spheres of influence they rule vary in size. It is said that thousands of miles away from the wilderness, there is a powerful ogre empire, and the power of the other side is not inferior to that of Loren City. It's just that the journey is too far, and the wilderness cuts off everything, so there is no way to verify it. Entering the control area 100 kilometers away, Lear ordered Bane to take out a few pieces of dried dragon feces and put them in a pottery basin. Bane looked at the dry dragon feces and felt a little uneasy. "My lord, if the earth dragon feces is stored for too long, it will lose its smell and its effect will be greatly reduced." There was some annoyance on his face. When he was testing the supplies before, he asked Lear, and he said that it was ready, so he didn't look at it carefully. Now it seems that he was still careless. Without the earth dragon feces, the monsters encountered will increase exponentially. The difficulty of this journey will soar. Lear looked at the hunchbacked and wrinkled swamp hero and smiled. "Don't worry, this is not the feces of the earth dragon hags, drip blood into it." He waved his hand. The wetland lizardman hero behind him immediately stepped forward. A strong and fat rooster weighing more than 10 pounds was caught from a carriage. The neck was twisted directly. The rooster's head was broken off alive, and the blood splashed and soaked into the pottery basin as the rooster's wings frantically flapped. In a moment, the dried dragon feces were soaked. In just a few breaths, the magic power around seemed to be attracted by a black hole and rushed into the dragon feces. An indescribable pressure escaped from the feces. Everyone felt a chill in their backs for some reason. It was like being stared at by some terrible abyss monster. Dragon feces. Bane, who took a few steps back and his legs were weak, exclaimed in surprise. His eyes changed again. "My lord can even get this kind of thing?" Dragons are the top predators in this world. Dragons with pure blood can directly step into the extraordinary after old age. Anyone who has anything to do with the dragon, even if they are a dragon descendant with mixed blood, has considerable power. And in order to survive, the best way is to avoid danger. No one wants to get close to the dragon's might. This is tantamount to getting close to death. Lier nodded slightly and said nothing more. Let the army continue to set off. The dragon's might can be spread 2 or 3 kilometers away. Some sensitive creatures can even sense it more than 10 kilometers away. The safety of the convoy has been greatly improved. On the 13th and 14th, after continuing to rush for 2 days, they passed through the control area and entered the warning area where the danger level soared. They are more than 200 kilometers away from Luolan City. Until this moment, they have officially entered the wilderness. Tonight, they set up camp. After dinner, Lier did not rush to sleep, but waited silently until late at night. Finally, the time on the panel reached the early morning of July 15th. The intelligence system in his mind quietly emerged with new information. The intelligence system has been cooled down and the intelligence can be refreshed. Do you want to refresh it? Lier was refreshed. It's time for the third intelligence refresh. Refresh. At the moment of confirmation, the intelligence system refreshed the current intelligence. 1. Go 20 kilometers forward, in a red leaf forest. You will encounter a group of 3 teams of hobgoblins ambushing. The most powerful leader has a level 5. 1 star. 2. The chief political officer of the Grand Duke of Loren's mansion is your father's comrade in arms, and the 2 sides have a deep friendship. 1 star. 3. Felena broke through to level 17 a day ago. As the youngest archmage in the history of the Griffin Empire, her breakthrough was not publicized. At this time, she is collecting more kinds of roses, which is the opportunity for her next breakthrough. 2 stars. 4. Go along the road for 2 days. At noon on the 17th, a group of man-eating crows will pass by in the sky. They will attract the level 13 monster, the thunderstorm bird. Using 3 times the dragon feces can disperse the scavenger crows and avoid the thunderstorm bird. 2 stars, 5. A group of wild blood bandits composed of barbarians will appear in the area you pass through, the waterside reed field on the evening of the 19th. You must hide the dragon feces and rest for 3 hours to avoid it. 2 stars. 5 pieces of information, 2 1-star, and 3 2-star. Lier's eyes narrowed slightly and looked carefully. The first one is the sneak attack of the hobgoblins. The hobgoblins are a branch of the goblin tribe. They are taller and crazier. However, the highest level of the opponent is only level 5, and there are only 3 teams. It is indeed only worthy of 1-star value. Even if the sneak attack is successful, it is difficult to cause any damage. The second one is a bit interesting. The chief political officer of the Grand Duke of Luolan's mansion is the comrade-in-arms of the original body's father? The original body does not remember this. It seems that the next time I return to Luolan City, I have to visit him. This is a very good network of people, and it cannot be wasted. The third one. Felena has broken through again? Level 17. The youngest archmage in the Griffin Empire. Awesome. Even if he cheated, he could still feel that the other party was outstanding. A true daughter of heaven. The next breakthrough will be level 18. Wow, she is so awesome. She is only 24 years old. If she grows up a few years, she will become a superb wizard. There is no suspense at all. And the information is also very interesting. Collect more roses to break through? The other party's talent is the Master of Roses, which is obviously closely related. Look back to see if there are any roses in the wilderness, and send more back to her. Before she develops, this network is more precious than gold. The 4th and 5th items are warnings of danger. From this, we can see the ferocity of the wilderness. Carrion crows, thunderstorm birds, and the wilderness blood bandits composed of barbarians. Needless to say, they are all not easy to mess with. Without intelligence support, once you encounter them, the scene is terrifying. After Lear read it twice again, he felt relieved and fell asleep. The next morning, the lizard guard woke him up, packed up his things, and set off again. At noon, after traveling about 20 kilometers, a large red leaf forest appeared in front of the convoy. The palm-sized bright red leaves fluttered in the wind, like burning flames. Combined with the green vegetation around, it gives people a sense of vitality. But Lear's eyes became sharp. Haggis, I smell the breath of goblins. There are goblins ambushing in the red leaf forest. The whole army is ready to fight. The armored wetland lizardman heard the words and immediately became excited. These swamp creatures are as well behaved as kittens in front of Lear. But deep down, they are still bloodthirsty and brutal hunters. Lear left a squadron to guard the convoy, and he took Haggis and the remaining squadron to the red leaf forest. 10-man squadron, 100-man squadron, 1,000-man brigade, 10,000-man legion. The military organization of this fantasy world is very concise and clear. As a lord who pioneered in the wilderness, blood and killing will be the main theme for a long time in the future. After living in the modern world for a long time, there is no chance to kill chickens all year round, let alone naked and fighting? The original body was just a descendant of a down-and-out noble who was struggling to survive in the slums. Although he often saw corpses soaked in stinky ditches, he had not experienced the cruelty of the battlefield. He needs to adapt to this crazy world, and he must adapt. Let this battle be the beginning. Lier's eyes were deep. Entering the red leaf forest, the wetland lizardmen immediately became energetic. In their amber eyes, there was madness and brutality. Their noses moved, and their eyes looked in one direction. Master, we found the hiding place of those dirty goblins. The sense of smell of the wetland lizardmen may not be as sensitive as that of hounds, but it is definitely much stronger than that of humans. Lier nodded. Hags, you will command the battle. He has 2 skills, Swamp Blessing and God's Remaining Power. God's Remaining Power is not a combat skill. Swamp Blessing is very powerful, casting a beam of energy containing vitality, covering a range of 3 by 3 meters, can speed up the recovery of injuries, and can restore up to 20% of health points. The recovery effect of casting on the life of the swamp tribe is increased to 30%. Although it has no destructive power, as a nurse skill, it is very powerful. The hobgoblins only have 3 teams, but in the first battle, he doesn't want any accidents. After leaving a small team to protect himself, Hags led the remaining 9 teams slowly towards the depths of the red leaf forest. These creatures wearing cold armor and with ferocious eyes began to hunt. Less than 200 meters ahead, Hags, a wetland lizardman who had just transformed into a 2-star hero, became excited. On a small hill, dozens of figures with green skin were crawling at this moment. Below the hill was the passage in the woods, the earth goblin. A pair of pointed ears almost grew to the back of the head, and the mouth was like an open pair of pliers, full of fangs. A triangular nose with a hook in front. The eyes are wide and the pupils are blue. The body is stout, and almost all of them are over 1.75 meters tall. Looks quite strong. Compared with other goblins of the same race, it is a big guy. Earth Goblin, level, primary knight, level 4, racial talent, brave and brave, blindly arrogant and arrogant, never admit defeat to anyone, sanity reduced by 60%, morale is constantly high state. Skill, strong attack, 1 star, raise the weapon in both hands, burst out all the power to attack the enemy, increase the damage by 20%, and have a chance to cause deterrence and paralysis. Evaluation, inferior life. These stinking lives, dare to play this trick? Want to sneak attack them is really courting death. Haggis clenched the steel knife in his hand, his voice was cold. Kill! With a low roar, 9 teams of wetland lizardmen rushed out like arrows. The hobgoblins who were waiting for their prey to come heard the sound and turned their heads subconsciously. One after another, the ferocious lizardmen warriors were rushing fiercely. But these lives with unique racial talents were not afraid, but roared. Roaring and killing. It was like the wetland lizardmen warriors in armor were just lambs to be slaughtered. Haggis was furious when he saw that the enemy did not retreat but advanced. He felt that his dignity was trampled on by the other party. Insects dare to provoke the dragon? He led the charge, swinging the steel knife violently. A hobgoblin in the front also roared and swung a wooden stick. At the moment of the collision, the steel knife cut the wooden stick with terrifying force, and the hobgoblin looked on in disbelief. It chopped directly on the shoulder, splitting half of the body. Bones broke, blood exploded. Scarlet scattered all over the ground. Kill instantly. Haggs's anger was released a little, but he continued to slaughter with the most crazy attitude. The master was still watching these scum from behind it. The steel knife swung, without mobilizing the unique blood of the Night Path hero, relying on its own violence to kill the hobgoblins one by one. The wetland lizardmen warriors in the back saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly quickened their pace. If they came later, these hobgoblins would be gone. Facing a group of crazy wetland lizardmen, the hobgoblins had no power to fight back at all. Even if he hit the wetland lizardmen with a wooden stick, it would only make the sound of armor clanging. He couldn't even break the defense. A one-sided massacre. Lier watched all this from the back. The battle lasted less than 2 minutes from the beginning to the end, and the 3 teams of hobgoblins were overwhelmed by the wetland lizardmen. No one survived. The strong smell of blood, the fragmented limbs and internal organs, the glaring blood, the scarlet earth and grass, everything was madly stimulating his nerves. Compared with the scene of the wetland lizardmen's heads exploding in the slave farm, it was 100 times stronger. Lier's heart trembled, but his eyes did not avoid the battlefield. He stepped into the blood with a firm gaze, passed through the limbs and fragments all over the ground, and came to the hags. He patted the other's shoulder with appreciation. Well done, hags. The voice was a little hoarse, but full of determination. Turning his head, he looked at the creepy battlefield and the limbs all over the ground. His eyes became deep. This is just the beginning. Wars and killings will also develop with the construction of the territory and continue to emerge. Haggis inexplicably felt that his master seemed to have undergone some strange changes. His temperament became sharper, and looking into his eyes, he inexplicably felt a little palpitation. A not-so-intense battle came to an end, and it also kicked off the opening of the wilderness. After Lear collected his thoughts, he waved his hand and asked Hags to lead people to clean up the battlefield. But poor goblins still live in the wilderness, and there is really no money. After searching once, nothing was found, so he had to give up. Rejoin the team. Let the 2 teams of lizardmen continue to explore the way ahead, and Lear will keep a certain distance with the main force. Prevent any accidents. However, the pressure emitted by the 2-star dragon feces is fierce enough. Even though they have gone deep into the wilderness, they have not encountered any monster sneak attacks. If it weren't for the fact that the racial talents of the goblins are too strange, these lives may not dare to approach the dragon's power. Continue to move forward. The next day, July 17th. When the convoy set out in the early morning, Lear ordered to soak 3 portions of dragon feces. At noon, the amount was increased to 4 portions. Each portion of dragon feces can emit dragon power for 5 days, and then it will quickly dissipate. This more than 10 kilograms of dragon feces is enough to go to the swamp. The surging dragon power emitted by the 4 pieces of feces frightened the timid swamp people. Even though they knew it was just the feces of a giant dragon, they still felt a strong sense of uneasiness. From time to time, they would turn their heads to look at the pottery basin behind them. Even the ferocious lizard people were obviously restless at this moment. The giant dragon, the life at the top of the food chain, its terrifyingness has long penetrated into the soul of ordinary life. Bane, the timid swamp hero, was restless and somewhat puzzled by Lear's order, but he dared not say much. He could only suppress his doubts and move forward fearfully. At noon, a series of shrill voices came from the sky. Lear looked up and his heart skipped a beat. In his sight, countless crows appeared. Half an arm long, black all over, with long beaks. There were so many of them that they formed a dark tide, covering the sky. Level 5, Carrion Crows. The convoy suddenly became nervous. The swamp people's legs were trembling, their faces were terrified, and they wanted to hide under the wheels. The wetland lizard man drew out the steel knife in his hand, his eyes were full of ferocity, and he was ready for a battle. But when everyone was feeling the pressure, the monster black tide in the sky approached the convoy 1,000 meters away, as if it had hit an invisible mountain, and suddenly turned around and flew to the other side. It narrowly avoided the convoy. Boom! A dazzling lightning burst out from the group of carrion crows. In an instant, dozens of crows fell from the air with black smoke all over their bodies. Then there was a terrifying rolling thunder. This seemed to be the beginning of the curtain. Silver dragon lightning danced wildly. In the black tide, dazzling thunder kept flashing. The deafening thunder made people feel heartbroken. Lear looked intently and saw a group of giant birds with a wingspan of 7 or 8 meters and covered with lightning. Rampage among the carrion crows. Preying on these level 5 lives recklessly. Thunderstorm birds, level 13. There are more than 100 of them. The most powerful griffin legion in Loren City, its average level is only level 12. Is this the wilderness? A reckless massacre unfolded in the air. The thunderstorm birds controlled the thunder and slaughtered the crows at will. The air was filled with the smell of burnt hair. If the flock of birds did not avoid them, even if the fierce thunderstorm birds were not targeting them, the terrifying thunder aftermath would have an impact on the convoy. Flying life, the speed is very fast. After several hunts, the carrion crows speeded up and the screams of fear gradually disappeared from sight. In the early morning, I was a little puzzled as to why Lear ordered to increase the dragon feces several times. Bane's face changed obviously at this moment. Looking at Lear, his eyes were full of heat. It seems that the adults have some extraordinary power. They can predict the danger. This is a God-given skill in the wilderness. This sudden encounter not only did not make him feel uneasy, but also greatly increased his confidence in the future. In order to prevent accidents, Lear immediately ordered the army to speed up after the crows left. After walking more than 10 miles, they returned to normal speed. In addition to the terrible monsters and wildlife, the biggest obstacle to traveling in the wilderness full of dangers is the difficult road. It was all thanks to the majestic horses in the fantasy world, which were as powerful as small trucks and could force the carriage to move. Otherwise, just rushing on the road would make people collapse. The long journey was boring and tasteless. After 2 days of rushing on the road, near the afternoon of the 19th, Lear suddenly ordered the lizardmen to deal with the dragon feces and then set up camp in a tall grass. No one understood why they stopped so early today. When Lear ordered everyone to be silent and the horses were, they realized something. Everyone tried to lower their breathing. Until dusk, the ground suddenly trembled, and it seemed that a large number of cavalry passed by in another direction. The vibration was not big, but the distance was only about 2 or 3 kilometers. If the dragon feces has not been destroyed, it will definitely attract the attention of the other party. Although I don't know who it is, but with a large number of cavalry in the wilderness, they are definitely not easy to mess with. Only Lear knows what they have avoided. The wilderness blood bandits are caravans that plunder the passing lords who are pioneering in the wilderness. They are extremely cruel and terrifying. Wherever they pass, there are only blood and corpses. The barbarians are the main source of wilderness blood bandits. These races that grew up in the wilderness are full of tyranny and killing. What they like to do most is plunder. No wonder no one would choose to open up the wilderness 500 kilometers away. A wilderness blood bandit could destroy a caravan that has just set foot on the wilderness. The Lord who entered the wilderness. Everyone came to open up the territory, not to die. After a crisis of destruction, Lear relaxed a little, sent the lizardmen out to guard, and let everyone rest peacefully. Traveling during the day and sleeping at night is the daily routine of traveling. At night, the danger of the wilderness increases greatly, and one can only act with caution. But Lear did not fall asleep, because the early morning was the 20th, and another intelligence refresh. Traveling in the wilderness is full of unknown dangers. For most pioneering lords, just traveling requires a lot of effort. Scouts even need to go out 20 or 30 miles to be on guard against danger, and they may be attacked by monsters in the wilderness at any time. But for Bane, it has become a bit boring. He only needs to travel, and travel every day. The dragon feces make most lives dare not approach. From time to time, the Great Lord asks the army to speed up, rest on the spot, or hide in the dense forest in grass. Then wave after wave of dangers are avoided quietly. This made the swamp man more and more determined that his lord must have a strong sense of crisis. He might even have the power to predict the future. The latter was purely his imagination, but the former was what he had determined during the journey for more than half a month. Lear's position in his heart was rising at an exaggerated speed. In just more than half a month, it was already full of madness and passion. Following the strong is the nature of all life in the world of Nor. In the wilderness, this characteristic is magnified to the extreme. Not only him, but all the swamp people and wetland lizards are like this. At noon on August 4th, the team stopped to rest. Since setting off on July 12th, Lear has been traveling in the wilderness for a full 22 days. Travel during the day and rest at night. On the magic map, they are only 30 kilometers away from the destination of this trip, the Silt Swamp. Looking at the hexagram pattern shining so close, Lear's mood gradually became high. At noon today, he will be able to reach his own pioneering territory. Reclamation of land, construction of cities, and gathering of power will all start from here. Speed up! We will reach the territory before sunset. When everyone heard this, their morale soared. The speed of marching was involuntarily increased. As the sun gradually sank into the ground, but the temperature was still scorching, suddenly a cool breeze blew from the front, and the body suddenly became comfortable. Lear was refreshed. He looked up. At the end of his sight, a curved rainbow of 7 colors hung in the sky. The sunset glow in the sky was as colorful as fire, reflecting each other with the rainbow, which was magnificent. You can also see the water vapor that is constantly evaporating due to the high temperature. At the same time, on the magic map, his bright spot was completely integrated with the hexagram pattern. We have arrived at the mud swamp. We're finally here. I feel the swamp calling me. Is this where we live from now on? This seems to be bigger than the swamp we lived in before. Praise the goddess. Everyone was excited, the swamp people were dancing, and the wetland lizard people were also excited. After more than half a month of long-distance travel, crossing thousands of miles in the wilderness, and going through many hardships, they finally arrived at the destination safely. The excitement in his heart was beyond words, and all his emotions were vented. Lear was also in high spirits at this moment. Finally, we're here. His territory, the place where everything started. At this moment, the swamp godhead floating in the magic seed in his mind suddenly bloomed with a faint luster. Lear subconsciously looked at the swamp that was blocked by the grass. He could vaguely feel that something he desperately wanted was sleeping in that land authority. It was like a traveler in the desert, longing for clean water. My lord! Bane interrupted his thoughts with a somewhat excited tone. The swamp hero said excitedly. There is plenty of water vapor here. There must be a giant water vein in the swamp. For the swamp people, the swamp is their real home. They were forced to leave the swamp where they lived before because the water veins dried up and the swamp died, which led to their capture by the slave team. The giant water vein is the guarantee of the existence of the swamp. There is a lot to do in the future. Lear gathered his mind and said in a brisk tone. I hope so. Everyone take a night's rest and explore the swamp tomorrow. He had to think carefully about the specific location of the territory and how to develop it next. The most important thing is that today is August 4th, and in the early morning, it is time for another intelligence refresh. In the past few days of rushing on the road, on the 20th, 25th, and 30th, the intelligence was refreshed 3 times, but these intelligences were all warnings without exception, predicting the threats ahead. Relying on intelligence, he avoided several rounds of monsters that could destroy the convoy. Finally arrived at this muddy swamp thousands of kilometers away from Lauren City. It seems to be a safe journey, but only he knows how great the risks he has experienced in the past half a month. Set up camp and make a fire to cook. After dinner, Lear walked out of the tent. A crescent moon was hanging in the sky, emitting a white light. The heat in the air gradually dissipated, and the freshness came. Lear's mood also relaxed, enjoying the night breeze comfortably. He saw Haggis, who had just arranged the night guard. Seeing the hero he had cultivated, he waved his hand and asked him to sit on the grass beside him. Haggis sat down cautiously with some excitement. Master! Lear looked at the other's expression and said softly. Haggis, I haven't asked you yet, where was your previous home? Haggis was stunned, with a little sadness in his eyes. Master, the swamp we live in was occupied by a group of orcs a long time ago. I was forced to wander in the wilderness with my people in a conflict with snake people and was captured by passing humans. The word home was very unfamiliar in his eyes. This is also the home of most wilderness life. The strong occupy a territory and even build a city. The weak race can only wander in the wilderness. After speaking, Haggis hesitated. But after meeting you, I found the real meaning of existence. His eyes lit up. It is our honor to follow you in this life. Lear gave them the meaning of existence, letting them know who they are fighting for and why they are fighting. These things seem worthless, but they are of great significance to him. Hearing the heartfelt words of this lizard man hero, Lear was also touched. He felt that there was no gap between him and this world. He reached out and patted the other's shoulder. From now on, this will be our home. Hags was stunned, wanting to say something, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only nod his head and hum. He felt a long-lost warmth in his heart. It seemed that everything was unspoken. He stayed on the grass until the early morning. At the moment when the time jumped from August 4th to August 5th, the intelligence system page in Lear's mind changed again. The intelligence system has been cooled down and the intelligence can be refreshed. Do you want to refresh? He was refreshed, and his eyes showed some excitement and expectation. Refresh. The next second after the selection, 5 pieces of intelligence were refreshed in sequence. 1. In the center of the swamp, there is a flatland with a diameter of 2 kilometers. It is the best area to build a territory. There is a winding path on the right that leads directly to the central flatland. If you encounter any fork in the road, just go left. 2 stars, 2. Once the swamp authority is activated, it will cause huge magical fluctuations. When you have completely mastered the authority, please do not step out of the swamp. 2 stars, 3. After arriving at the center of the mud swamp, walk 10 kilometers southeast. There is a star vine. These vines are tougher than steel ropes and are light in texture. They are very suitable for building houses in the swamp. 2 stars, 4. 30 kilometers north of the central area, there lives a group of rotten centaurs. The average level is 8, the highest level is 10, and the number exceeds 500. 3 stars, 5. Under the territory occupied by the rotten centaurs, there grows a 1-star magic plant blue heart mud fruit. 3 stars, Lier was immediately in high spirits. The information refreshed this time actually all started at 2 stars, and there were 2 3-star information. This is the most valuable one in all these days. Take a deep breath, calm down, and start reading from the first one. The first one is about the construction site of the territory. In the center of the swamp, there is an open space with a diameter of 2 kilometers, which is suitable for building the territory. And it also gives the path to the center of the swamp. With this information, a lot of trouble can be saved. Very good. The second one is about the authority to activate the swamp. But where the authority is located and in what form it exists are still a problem. He can only write this down first and then operate after obtaining the authority. The third piece of information is very interesting, star vines. This is the first time he has heard of this plant. The swamp has a special terrain, and it is easy to have problems if houses and buildings are built like ordinary land. Humid water vapor and easily subsided terrain are huge obstacles. Now the materials for building the territory are available. Good stuff must be obtained. The fourth piece of information, worth 3 stars. 30 kilometers north of the central area, there are more than 500 rotten centaurs living. The average level is 8, and the highest level is 10. They are all mid-level knights. Li Er immediately felt the pressure. The most powerful existence in his hand at the moment, Haggis, is only level 7. Although it is a hero unit, it is impossible for one person to deal with 500 rotten centaurs alone. It is unrealistic, unless it is a top-level 17 strongman like Felena. Its 3-star value is enough to explain many problems. The last piece of information is meaningful. Under the rotten centaurs, there is a magical plant hidden, blue heart mud fruit. This magical plant has memory in its original body, and it is a rare magical food that can be directly used as a staple food. It is much worse than Noya's rice, but only half a caddy is needed to fill the stomach of a strong orc warrior for a whole day. And the yield is very large, and it can mature in 2 months. However, this magical plant only grows in humid areas, and it is difficult to cultivate it, and it cannot be cultivated on a large scale. It has always been monopolized by the great nobles. If you can get it, then the food problem can be solved. This is a strategic treasure related to the survival and future development of the territory. The growth conditions of the blue heart mud fruit are nothing to the swamp. Chosen plant. The value of 3 stars is indeed sufficient. However, if you want to get this magical plant with great potential, you must first solve the threat of the rotten centaur. Lear slowly fell asleep in deep thought. August 5th, early morning. Lear got up early, checked the amount of dragon feces, and looked at the swamp in front of him. Mud, muddy water, rotten corpses, weeds, moss, and a single tree. It fits the impression of the swamp in the mouths of all wandering poets. Low weeds grow in the muddy water, and bubbles emerge from a few turbid dead water pools from time to time. You can see the skeletons of unknown life half exposed on the water. The air is filled with the rotten smell of silt, and moss wraps the dry rotten wood, covering it with a thick layer of green. A faint mist floats in the air, making it impossible to see clearly. Through the mist, you can vaguely see a few sparse giant trees, but they are not a forest. The muddy swamp stretches for hundreds of kilometers, and countless swamp creatures live in it. It is also a terrible place where danger and death coexist. The most impressive thing is the swamp that can swallow everything. It is a natural trap. As long as you take a wrong step, you will be swallowed by the mud and water. In addition, the humid environment also breeds countless poisonous mosquitoes and poisonous snakes. Ordinary people can hardly move forward when they step into it. On the mud, a crooked path extends into the fog. Lear took a deep breath and ordered hags to lead 5 teams of wetland lizardmen to guard and explore the way ahead. Strive to eliminate all dangers. Then let the convoy set foot on the trail. The road is narrow, and the convoy is inevitably stretched. The mud people and wetland lizardmen are both swamp creatures. After entering the swamp, their spirits have been significantly improved. The humid air, the turbid mud pool, the weeds, trees, and vines, the strange environment in the swamp makes them feel full of security. Lear is even more so. After entering the swamp, he can feel that the whole swamp is cheering, welcoming his arrival. Taking a deep look at the wetland, his eyes were as bright as the stars. Your god is back. We walked along the winding swamp path. Soon, the mist began to dissipate. After going deeper into the swamp, we began to see tall trees. Although they were sparse, they continued to grow. Together with the tall grass, they blocked our sight, and the sight distance was only 100 or 200 meters. The muddy pool exuded a faint rotten smell, and fishtails occasionally slapped the surface of the turbid water, causing ripples. There were many mosquitoes and snakes in the swamp, which were even more dangerous than the swamp monsters. They were omnipresent and venomous. Because of the dragon's feces, they had already fled in panic, and it did not cause much impact on them. After walking for about 20 minutes, a long howl suddenly came from the front. It was Hag's voice. Warning of enemy attack. Lear's pupils shrank sharply, and he waved his hand to order the team to stop moving forward. Let 5 teams of wetland lizardmen warriors guard, and the rest of the army pressed forward. After turning 2 corners, the view became wider. On a low and open wetland, the turbid water flow half-soaked the short grass. Several large trees stood alone in the middle of the wetland, with a hazy green. Hags, a level 7 hero, was leading 5 teams of wetland lizardmen, roaring and attacking the monsters that kept pouring out from a small hill about 10 meters high and covered with weeds. He was about 1.2 meters tall, like a half-grown child. He had a pointed mouth, 2 sharp teeth exposed on his lips, and 4 long whiskers around his mouth that almost snaked to the back of his head. He had huge ears and a crazy look. His body was like an enlarged version of a mouse, but he walked upright. His claws were as sharp as daggers, reflecting a cold light in the morning sun. Keld Ratman, level 3, potential, 1 star, racial talent, death plague, carrying deadly bacteria, and infecting the enemy with plague after hurting the enemy. Skill, bite, 1 star, use sharp rodent teeth to bite the enemy, causing piercing damage. Evaluation, life from underground, don't be scratched by their sharp teeth. Level 3 wild monster. Lear's eyes narrowed slightly. The level is not high, but there are too many of them. There seems to be their nest in the small hill behind. In this moment, the number gathered outside has exceeded 4 squadrons, and they are still coming out continuously. A large black mass. Even if the combat effectiveness of the wetland lizardmen is much higher than that of the opponent, but with an exaggerated number, they are like reefs hit by sea water. They may be destroyed at any time. Lear immediately gave the order. Go in and meet up with hags. The wetland lizardman warrior did not hesitate at all, holding the steel knife tightly, roaring and killing into the dense crowd of Keld rats. The steel knife swung, Puff the ratman without armor protection was directly cut into pieces. Blood spurted out. But the ferocious ratman had no intention of retreating, and the smell of blood instead stimulated the cruelty in their hearts, split into 2 groups, rushed towards the 2 teams respectively. They rushed over, hugged and bit wildly. The sharp rodent teeth were like daggers, piercing through the armor and tearing the scales. The number of ratmen was too exaggerated. Even if the steel knives formed a whole line, they could not completely block them. The dozen wetland lizardmen in the front were attacked first, and the crazy ratmen lay on them and bit hard in the gaps of the armor. Click, you can hear the crisp sound of bones breaking. The furious wetland lizardmen swung the steel knives fiercely, and the heads of the opponents were directly cut off. But what is chilling is that even if the heads have been cut off, the hideous rat heads still bite their bodies tightly and don't let go. Even the strength is getting stronger and stronger. The terrifying bite force made many soldiers in the front have their arms bitten directly. But after being injured, the wetland lizardmen also went crazy, and their amber eyes turned scarlet. They roared and killed them. The car overturned and a large group of ratmen in front joined hags. At this moment, there were 15 squads of wetland lizardmen warriors on the battlefield. However, the number of killed ratmen increased from 4 squadrons to 7 squadrons. A sea of rats formed in the swamp. Moreover, new ratmen continued to emerge from the weed-covered hills behind. The opponent was only 1.2 meters tall, with ordinary strength and almost no defense. But the abnormality was that the opponent's sharp rodent incisors were extremely lethal. 1-star armor could be bitten flat by it. The scales of the wetland lizardmen would be directly penetrated by it. Although every bite would cost a life, there were too many. Life for injury. These ratmen did not take death seriously at all. Looking at the hideous and fearless ratman, Lier, who was in the center of the army, felt the ferocity of the swamp for the first time. The killed ratmen were in a frenzy, and the skill of the residual power of the gods could not subdue lives in this state. Taking a deep breath, his eyes became dangerous. If they cannot be subdued, then kill them all. Kill. Magic power surged in his body. A light blue light crossed the space and fell into the bodies of several severely injured wetland lizardmen warriors in front. The injuries on their bodies recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Swamp Gift, 1 star, can grow, casts a ray of energy containing vitality, covering a range of 3 by 3 meters, which can speed up the recovery of injuries and can restore up to 20% of health points. The recovery effect on the life of the swamp tribe is increased to 30%. He has no damaging skills, but he has powerful healing skills. This is definitely the magic skill most needed by the warriors in the front. After a few treatments, the injured wetland lizardmen warriors became fierce again. Fearless. Fighting with the opponent in the most brutal manner, the battlefield has become a meat grinder. Steel knives chopped and claws slaughtered. Face-to-face fighting. Kill, the knife cuts into the bone, the flesh is blurred, the blood explodes, and the scene makes people feel cold. But at this moment, under the atmosphere of the battlefield, no one is afraid. Everything is blurred in the blood, and there is only one thought. Kill. Kill the on the opposite side. The low grass beach and the swamp with rolling water plants are now scarlet. The rotten smell of muddy water and the stench of blood are mixed together at this moment, making people feel sick. As a hero unit, Hags has erupted with unimaginable combat power at this moment. The body exudes a faint scarlet energy, burning the body surface like a flame. Chi and blood. With thousands of points of chi and blood blessing, Hags's destructive power sword. Almost by himself, he blocked the Keld Ratman in one direction. 1 knife and 1. The power of the hero was best demonstrated at this moment. But the cruel and crazy Keld Ratman used the timeless human sea tactics to forcibly suppress this wetland lizardman hero. It is true that ants bite elephants to death. According to a rough estimate, there were more than a battalion of ratmen in front of him, over 1,000. The number of dead and wounded was even more difficult to count. Lier did not kill a single ratman himself. But when he, who possessed a powerful healing technique, sat in the center, the rhythm of the entire battle changed. The effect of the human wave tactic of exchanging lives for injuries was suppressed to the freezing point. The scars left on the wetland lizardman warriors by the death and injury of 4 or 5 Keld Ratmen were healed in the blink of an eye. The brutal sacrifice of the other side did not achieve the expected results. 15 squads, 150 people. With extremely high efficiency, more than 3,000 Keld Ratmen were killed. Finally, after another attack was chopped off by a steel knife, a shrill rat squeak sounded in the hills behind. There were still 5 or 6 squadrons of Keld Ratmen retreating like a tide, all disappearing in the hills behind, leaving only corpses and body parts all over the ground. The heavy blood even made the swamp soil unable to see its original color. Lear stood on the battlefield, watching the horrifying scene indifferently, and slowly exhaled. The blood and body parts did not make his heart tremble again. Iron, blood and killing were forging a lord suitable for survival in the wilderness. Before he could make any move, the intelligence system in his mind suddenly flashed. You commanded the army to kill 692 killed ratmen and won a brilliant victory. You get an additional piece of information: the swamp godhead has the ability to refine the essence of life force. As long as you are in the swamp, you can use the power of the godhead to extract the essence of the life you executed. Note, the essence of life can promote the evolution of the life of the swamp tribe, break the potential limit, and complete the transformation. The upper limit of your subordinate's potential that you can improve now is 2 stars. You need to control the authority of the swamp to increase the upper limit. Lear's breath trembled, and his eyes suddenly became hot. I didn't expect to get an unexpected reward. Another valuable piece of information. In the swamp, you can use the divine power to extract the essence of life. And these life essences can break the potential limit. Although the current upper limit is only 2 stars of potential, it still makes Lear very excited. What is the most lacking now? Sufficient military force. And the only force that can be mobilized is the wetland lizardmen. But the level of these 1-star potential warriors has reached the upper limit of level 6. Turning around and looking at the bloodstained black armor around him, the warriors who were full of bloodthirsty and brutal aura. The light in his eyes lit up. Gather all the bodies of these ratmen together. The order was issued, and the wetland lizardmen who had left the battle immediately took action. At this time, Haggis came over from the haystack in the distance, carrying a dying Keld ratman. Master, this is a newly discovered hybrid. There was a bit of lingering murderous intent in the amber pupils. There is no need to treat the enemy with a good face. Lier looked at the panting Keld ratman, his eyes narrowed slightly. Where are you from? The ratman grinned, blood continued to flow from the corner of his mouth, and the sound was like a windmill. The Great Queen will feed all of you to the rat cubs. This area is the territory of our Kakalo clan. Surface people, you are courting death. Kakalo clan? Your territory. Hag's eyes turned cold, and he creaked. The hand holding the other's neck tightened a little. A bunch of lowly bastards dare to peek at my lord's land. The Kakalo clan is the ruler of the Dark Mountains. Surface people, you will never imagine what kind of existence you have provoked. The voice of the Keld half-ratman was sharp, and his attitude was still crazy. Dark Mountains? Surface people? These 2 keywords made Lier's eyes narrow. The Dark Mountains are a famous mountain range in the underground world. There is a passage leading to the underground world in the swamp? Lier's thoughts turned, and he spoke slowly. Curses are nothing but the wine of the weak. Keld ratman, how dare you spy on the surface? We are just an outpost to explore. Wait, when Her Majesty the Queen kills the red dragon that is about to die of old age, this place will become the paradise of the Kakalo clan, and you can't escape. As soon as the voice fell, his breathing became rapid, and then his body stiffened, his eyes lost focus, and his breath of life suddenly disappeared. Dead. Hags's face was a little ugly, and he twisted violently. He tore off the other's head directly and smashed it into the muddy water in the distance, splashing a large amount of water. He was actually threatened by this sewer. Lier was not angered, and looked around calmly. Find a few more who are not dead to question. Hags took action immediately and found 4 seriously injured Keld ratmen. After a round of interrogation, the final confessions confirmed each other. What the other party said was true. These Keld ratmen really came from the underground world. But unlike what the ratman said at the beginning, the Kakalo clan had not yet reached out to the surface. They were just scouts who accidentally discovered the path to the surface. The message has not been transmitted back yet. And the journey to the underground took them 7 days, and it would take some time to reach the underground. The Kakalo clan is indeed strong, and the other party is preparing to hunt a red dragon that is about to die of old age. But that requires the whole clan's strength. Even if the red dragon is killed, it will take some time to recuperate, and they will not pay attention to the surface in a short time. After getting the confirmed news, Lear was relieved. Now that he has just arrived at the Silt Swamp, he is not willing to face these brutal enemies so soon. No matter how powerful the potential is, it takes time to realize it. What he lacks most now is time. In the gap between his interrogation, the wetland lizardmen piled up the corpses fished out of the scarlet mudwater into a small hill. More than 3,000 hideous corpses piled together look quite visually impactful. Bill Jingwon. In the past half-month, Lear, who has experienced dozens of conflicts and fights, has gradually grown up. Such a scene, although chilling, is not enough to shake his heart. You must get used to it even if you are not used to it. The weak in this world have no right to survive. He took a deep breath and tried to inject his mental power into the broken blue godhead in his mind. He looked at the towering pile of corpses and slowly stretched out his right hand. The magic power suddenly surged like the flames burning on his body. It surged directly and eroded the pile of corpses in front of him. The next moment, the light blue flame began to burn on the corpses. One after another, the scarlet essence of life was extracted, floating in the air and gathering into a river. Li Er's mind moved. The scarlet energy slowly spread out like river water and poured into the bodies of the wetland lizardmen around him. The wetland lizardmen only felt that some wonderful changes had taken place in their bodies. The muscles became thicker, the bones became stronger, and the tendons and veins gradually became tougher. They were getting stronger. When the amber pupils looked at Li Er, they became hot and crazy again. The master is rewarding them with power. The pile of corpses gradually shriveled up, and finally, like a dried corpse that had been weathered for thousands of years, it broke directly with a click. It turned into scum all over the ground. Submerged in the scarlet muddy water, when the energy of the corpse was drained, the rapidly growing breath of the wetland lizardman returned to calm. Li Er looked at a wetland lizardman beside him with some curiosity. On its attribute panel, an additional status bar appeared behind the potential bar. Potential, 1 star, evolution degree, 50%. The evolution degree only needs to reach the full amount, and the potential can break through 2 stars? The level cap will also be increased? More than 3,000 Kelder Ratman's life essence has made the wetland lizardmen of these 15 teams reach half of their evolution. In other words, more than 3,000 more will be able to achieve transformation. Not bad, very good. Li Er was in a good mood. The gods are worthy of being the ultimate existence of this world. He has mastered a little bit of power, but he is already so extraordinary. If he can completely control the godhood, it is unimaginable how powerful it will be. But unfortunately, the current potential limit that can be increased is only 2 stars. Hags, the 2-star hero, has not changed. After calming down, Li Er asked the wetland lizardman to search, especially the passage where the ratman fled. However, as the information from the interrogation showed, the passage leading to the underground world is winding and rugged, and the wetland lizardmen can't enter at all. He can only note this place on the magic map and come back to explore it another day. The underground world, the dark mountains, the Keld Ratman, the old dead red dragon, and the Rat Queen are all full of mystery, which makes him want to explore clearly. Give him some time to develop. It's still unclear who the prey is. Organize the team and set off again. The winding path passes through swamps, quagmires, trees, and grass. After walking 2 or 3 kilometers, 4 forks appeared in front of them, heading in different directions. Li Er waved his hand and signaled to go to the far left. In the past half-month, he has established absolute prestige among the group. Even if it is unreasonable, no one will question it. Even many swamp people are almost treating Li Er as the son of God who can listen to the will of the gods. The dragon feces dispelled most of the dangers, and the speed began to increase. At noon, they had already traveled 20 kilometers. But at this moment, Li Er suddenly waved his hand and asked everyone to stop. His tone was a bit solemn. Destroy the dragon feces immediately, everyone lie down. Bane in the back didn't think much and immediately poured a lot of clean water into the pottery basin. After the blood-stained dragon feces were soaked in water, they dimmed directly like a light bulb that lost power. The dragon's prestige was gone. A moment later, when the crowd was puzzled, a low roar sounded in the air. Looking up, a terrifying life with a wingspan of more than 20 meters, like an ancient beast, was passing in the air, casting a huge shadow. It was a giant flying dragon with sturdy legs. The ferocious dragon head was more terrifying than the evil dragons in the reliefs and murals in the city. The gray dragon's skin was like the skin of a 1,000-year-old tree, rugged and rugged, full of toughness. What was even more terrifying was the pressure it exuded. It was the power of the upper lifeblood, like a mountain pressing down on one's head. Wyvern level, 16 potential, 4 stars? The upper limit of 4-star potential was 15, but this dragon was actually 16? The other party broke the upper limit. Lear's eyes became extremely sharp. Just a glance from a distance, and he felt the pressure that penetrated the soul. Everyone in the convoy dared not breathe. The swamp people were shaking, and even some of their crotches were soaked. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying dragon disappeared without a trace, but everyone had not yet recovered. Immersed in the terrible pressure, Lear let out a long breath. After entering the swamp, his perception of the divine nature was magnified by the swamp dozens of times. After realizing the uneasiness in his heart, he decisively ordered the disposal of the dragon's feces. If he was discovered by this wyvern, I'm afraid he would be in great terror in an instant. The inner vigilance suddenly reached its peak at this time. In the wilderness full of dangers, no one can tell when the next danger will come. He must use the intelligence system, the divine power, and all the power he can use to make himself stronger as soon as possible. Flying dragon? Sooner or later, you will crawl under my feet. After the shock, my heart became firm again. Soak the dragon dung again and set off. After these two encounters, everyone's inner vigilance was raised to the highest level. Lier continued to send more people, and up to 5 teams of wetland lizardmen were exploring the way ahead. Wetland lizardmen are swamp creatures, and it is instinctive for them to explore and travel in the swamp. After encountering the flying dragon, the road ahead became smooth. There was no obstacle on the way. This rather abnormal scene made Lier frown a little. Bane seemed to have sensed his emotions, and the swamp hero whispered, "My lord, this two-legged flying dragon has extremely pure blood, and its level is probably above level 15. Its dragon power is not inferior to that of an ordinary adult dragon, and it will cause great shock and fright wherever it passes. The swamp creatures in this area are probably hiding at the moment, or have fled here for a short time. But at most half a day, they will return one after another, and we need to speed up our journey." Lier nodded and looked at the swamp hero with algae-green pupils curiously. "Are you familiar with wyverns?" Bane's eyes showed some memories. He nodded, and then shook his head. "We once got a wyvern cub and wanted to train it. But the other party needed too many resources, so we were forced to give up in the end." His eyes were full of bitterness. Who can understand the unwillingness and helplessness of getting a treasure but not having the strength to control it? How can such a good treasure be obtained? It's good luck, but unfortunately the strength is a little lacking. Lear patted the other's shoulder. "There will be in the future." Without saying anything more, he urged the team to speed up. "Try to reach the destination before the remaining power of the wyvern dissipates." After the order was issued, everyone worked hard to hurry on the road, and the speed of travel suddenly increased. One bend after another, forks, muddy roads, haystacks, dense forests, and almost all kinds of complex terrain appeared in front of them. But everyone was surprised to find that Lear could choose the right route every time. He would not get lost and did not have to turn back. It was like he had the ability to predict the future. Bane watched from behind, his eyes becoming more and more fanatical. "My lord, you must be the chosen one favored by the gods." After traveling non-stop, the sun gradually moved westward. After crossing a muddy grass road, the view suddenly became wider. In front of us was a low grassland that was higher than the instep. It was very spacious and the edge could only be seen by looking far away. In the center, there were a few sparse trees growing. The green grass was about 1 meter above the water surface, and the swamp mud and water flowed slowly around. The verdant and vibrant picture gave people a feeling of peace and tranquility. "We're here." Everyone was excited at this moment. After more than 20 days, thousands of kilometers, resting at night and traveling during the day, we finally arrived at the territory, our future home. While everyone was excited, Hags came to Lear's side with a sullen face. He pointed to the sparse trees in the middle of the front with a height of more than 15 meters and dense crowns. "Master, those are not trees, they are swamp tree people." Lear's eyes condensed slightly and he looked up. The gray tree trunks were rugged, with large patches of green trees growing on them. "Moss. The branches are thick, and the green leaves flutter in the wind, and some yellow leaves fall from time to time. From the outside, there is no difference, but after the perception is extended, you can immediately feel the vigorous life of these big trees burning like a furnace." Swamp Treeman, level 9, potential, 3 stars, level cap 12, racial talent, son of the earth, rooted in the earth, defense increased by 50%, can continuously absorb the power of the earth to recover. Skills, root binding, 2 stars, bind the enemy with roots, with paralysis characteristics. Branch whip, 2 stars, swing branches to whip the enemy, causing an additional 40% damage. Evaluation, swamp tree people have strong combat power, but they cannot move before reaching level 10. 3-star potential, level 9 swamp tree people. "Master, please give the order." Hag's eyes were firm. As long as Lear gives the order, he will lead the charge. Whether there is a tree man or a dragon in front. Lear shook his head slowly. Although the level is only 3 levels higher than the wetland lizard man, the combat power is more than twice that of the wetland lizard man. The price to pay for using force is too heavy. "No need to bring people with me," he said and slowly stepped forward. When he was about 50 meters away, Lier stopped and stared at the giant trees that were more than 15 meters high. There were 12 trees in total. The swamp tree man had a fatal flaw that he could not move. Although he lost the ability to move, he gained abnormal standing power. In the absence of long-range means, it would definitely cost a lot to remove these 12 swamp tree men. Fighting with the tree man. The opponent's branches, which were thicker than the steering wheel, swept down, and I am afraid that they could directly smash the wetland lizard man. Sensing the arrival of outsiders, the big tree in front shook its branches. A burst of fallen leaves floated down, and ugly faces appeared on the thick, mossy gray trunks. The mouth opened and made a sound like thunder. Outsider, this is not the place for you. Leave immediately. Ancient treeman language. Advanced language, you don't need to know the other party's words to hear their meaning. Transmit information directly to the spirit. Lear stared at the treeman in front of him, and before he spoke, Hags got angry. Outsider? Treeman, this is the territory of the master. You should kneel down and kowtow. The slow-tempered treeman was immediately angered by this. The face on the tree trunk became a little distorted, and just as he was about to start cursing, suddenly, he felt an unspeakable and indescribable pressure surging from the human boy in front of him. There was a bit of fear on his face. The residual power of the gods, this magical skill can make subordinates submit forever and never betray. But the premise is that the other party is in poor condition and cannot escape and dodge, and can only bear the majesty of the gods. If the other party is free and in good condition, it is easy to anger the other party. Even if the gods come to the world, there are still a lot of people who refuse to obey. It is unrealistic to expect to sweep across the swamp with pressure alone. The real strength is still one's own strength. But the situation is different now. The swamp tree people can't move. They must resist the majesty of the swamp godhead. Even if it is just a broken godhead, even if the authority has not been activated. But the gods are still gods, far from being resisted by mortals. The other party can move, can escape from this area, and not be shrouded by the gods' power, but the swamp tree people must bear it all. The 12 swamp tree people immediately felt their souls trembling, and wanted to crawl and kneel down to the person in front of them. The other party seemed to be the master who occupied their souls, an extremely majestic existence. No! You demon! Don't even think about enslaving our souls. The swamp tree people immediately went crazy. Sizzle, the earth suddenly collapsed, and countless roots like steel whips tore the ground, dancing wildly like a mad dragon. Bang bang, the roots whipped the ground, exploding mud and grass debris all over the sky. This terrible scene did not change Lear's face, and he still stared at the tree people calmly. If you want to enslave the other party, you have to defeat them completely. At this moment, the opportunity is special. The 30-meter range is the area covered by the roots of the swamp tree man. Lear stood 50 meters away, and the other party could not cause him any harm. The mental power was constantly injected into the dark blue godhead, inspiring a more powerful divine power. The rolling pressure was stronger than the dragon power of the two-legged dragon. It surged out recklessly and pressed on the soul of the swamp tree man. The resentment and anger in his heart subsided a little after venting, and the soul gradually adapted to the feeling of surrender and submission. This made the swamp tree man panic. He began to beg for mercy loudly. But Lear ignored him and continued to maintain his divine power. Surrender or be destroyed. The soul seemed to be grasped by a giant hand, gurgling. But the tree man was unwilling to surrender. No! Demon, you will never enslave us. Never! Under the resolute resistance, the life fire of these stubborn tree men began to dim after a stalemate for half an hour. Lear's face turned pale. Maintaining divine power for a long time was also a huge consumption for him. But this is the eagle training. Whoever can't bear it first will be eliminated. But now, the initiative is in his hands, and the time, place, and people are all in his hands. What can you fight me with? The tree man in the front only felt that there were large cracks in his soul. The desire to surrender in his heart has reached its peak, and the last rebellious psychology has been completely wiped out in weakness. The branches slowly drooped, and the faces on the trunks were a little afraid. Great Lord, the master of the swamp, I am willing to submit to you. With the surrender of a tree man, the remaining 11 tree men who had already been unable to support themselves also lowered their heads in a moment. Submission of soul and blood. Lear felt the respectful obedience from their souls, and his mental power surged out, easily leaving a mark in their souls. After the pressure was dissipated, the pale face recovered some blood. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The eagle was tamed. These 12 tree men were directly transformed into the first batch of guards of the territory. The original disadvantage instantly turned into an advantage. Hags, who witnessed all this, trembled in his heart. Such a powerful swamp tree man surrendered under the majesty of the master. There was no need to fight. This is his master. A powerful and fierce master. Bane was also very excited. The rolling divine power not only frightened the swamp tree man, but also made all the swamp people tremble. Lear ignored the thoughts of the crowd and looked at the carriage. Send all the goods here. The territory will be built with this as the center. Bane, you go to explore the surroundings, determine the terrain, and plan the future territory construction. This swamp man hero can only show his usefulness at this moment. Bane nodded excitedly, but in an instant, he seemed to think of something and hesitated. My lord, what is the name of our territory? Lear said meaningfully. The city of Weak Dew. The city of Weak Dew? Bane was stunned at first, and then his eyes became extremely excited. The city of Weak Dew. But soon, the first war of the gods broke out. The god of the swamp fell, and the construction of the city of Weak Dew was far away. The successor swamp god never built the swamp holy city again. From then on, the name of the city of Dew could only be heard in legends. This name is very meaningful. They want to recreate the glorious past of the swamp tribe. Reforge the broken sword. Wherever you look, we will follow you to the death. Lear nodded slightly and said nothing more. He let them go and get busy, and then he came to the front of the swamp tree man again. The roots of these big trees have been buried in the ground again, and there is only a mess on the grass. It will take time to nurture it again. Is there any enemy around here that can threaten us? The swamp tree man in the front said in a muffled voice. Master. There is a group of wandering smelly giants in the north. The number is unknown. There are dozens of two-headed ogres entrenched in the east. Smelly giants, two-headed ogres? Lear raised his eyebrows. How strong are they? The stinking giant monsters are around level 9 and often come to this area to hunt. The two-headed ogre arrived 3 months ago, and their average level is 10. His eyes narrowed slightly. There are no weaklings who can survive in the swamp. These are two threats that cannot be ignored, and the specific situation must be investigated. After asking for a while, the swamp tree people failed to provide more information. Although these level 9 tree people are not weak, their weakness of not being able to move is too fatal, and they can only passively wait for others to approach. The hunting range of the stinking giant monsters and the two-headed ogre is relatively wide, so they can know the approximate location of the other party. For the others, he can only rely on him to explore. With the level 9 swamp tree people as the force to guard the home, plus 200 level 6 wetland lizard warriors wearing thick armor, there is no need to be too nervous. The majestic horses pulled the supplies to the center. They began to unload the goods. Tents were set up one by one, and all the supplies were moved inside. Looking at the busy crowd, Lear felt inexplicably touched. He will start from scratch on this empty land and build his own territory. That feeling is quite amazing. It's like playing a real-life farming game, but this feeling is incomparable to the game. He took a deep breath, reopened the intelligence system, and looked at the 3 unfinished intelligence. 3, after arriving at the center of the silt swamp, walk 10 kilometers southeast. There is a field of star vines. These vines are tougher than steel ropes, and at the same time, they are light in texture. It is very suitable to build houses in the swamp. 2 stars, 4, 30 kilometers north of the central area, there lives a group of rotten centaurs, with an average level of 8 and a maximum level of 10, and the number exceeds 500. 3 stars, 5. Under the territory occupied by the rotten centaurs, there grows a 1-star magic plant, blue heart mud fruit. 3 stars, in addition to the stinking giant monsters and two-headed ogres mentioned by the swamp tree people, the rotten centaurs 30 kilometers north of also need to be vigilant. This is a high-level wild monster stronghold. We have to wait until the potential and level of the wetland lizardmen are improved before we can try to explore and attack them. While thinking, his eyes fell on the third piece of information, southeast, 10 kilometers away, star vines. While thinking, Lear called Bane again. Do you know star vines? The swamp hero thought for a moment and whispered. My lord, it is said that the star vines are as hard as steel and are very suitable for growing in swamps. The most powerful swamp city, the city of mud, used star vines to build houses. He hesitated again. But after the destruction of the city of mud, it is rare to see it, and even the legend is rare. Lear smiled. If we can get the star vines, can you use them? Bane's eyes lit up when he heard this. My lord, is it true? Patting his chest to guarantee. Of course I can. That's the star vine. The foundation for the construction of the legendary city of the swamp tribe, the city of mud. Lear nodded and looked at Haggis on the side. Leave 5 teams and the swamp tree people to guard the supplies. Everyone else, follow me. Yes, lord. Haggis immediately went to mobilize people. 15 teams gathered. Lear did not stay for long and turned to the southeast. With the swamp tree people guarding the territory, this greatly liberated the power in his hands. Without the drag of the caravan, the marching speed was very fast. Lear walked in the wet swamp, feeling a strong sense of intimacy and comfort. His perception was expanded to the greatest extent. He could sense danger even in places that were beyond his sight. The range reached 300 meters. If powerful creatures like flying dragons appeared, this range would be several times higher. The swamp was his home ground. After walking about 2 kilometers, Lier suddenly waved his hand to stop the army. He looked at the reeds that were half a person's height and swaying in the breeze 100 meters ahead. All troops, be on guard, there are enemies ambushing in the reeds. The amber eyes of the wetland lizard man immediately revealed murderous intent. They gathered at his side. Noticing their movements, curses came from the reeds, rustling and shaking. A group of ugly creatures, 5 meters tall, emerged from them and looked at them ferociously. The head had an ugly fish face, and the dead white eyes were extremely creepy. The body is covered with slippery and sticky mucus, with a pungent stench, which looks nauseating. Standing on 2 feet, holding a bone spear in his hand. Murloc, level 5, potential 1 star, racial talent, slippery mucus. The mucus on the body has additional resistance to magic, and the magic damage received is reduced by 20%. Skills, mucus harpoon, 1 star, mucus is attached to the weapon, which can cause adhesion and deceleration when attacking the enemy. Wetland life, 1 star, move in the wetland and gain an additional 30% movement speed. Evaluation, common life in swamps. In a moment, the number of murlocs exceeded 4 squadrons. Lier looked at him unkindly. 1 star potential, level 5 wild monster. What kind of people dare to ambush? Kill. With a cold snort, Hags took the lead and rushed forward. With an absolutely violent attitude, he tore the 7 or 8 murlocs in front of him and killed them in the crowd. The blood dyed his body red, making this wetland lizard man hero even crazier. Brutal, when being hurt or attacking, he will become extremely brutal, all attributes will be increased by 30%, fearless of pain, and will fight the enemy to death. Crazy blood, after tasting the taste of blood, the body size will increase by 20% and the strength will increase by 40%. All skills are born for killing. The ordinary wetland lizardmen are not so fierce in combat, but they are also killing murlocs. A wetland lizard man swung a steel knife and chopped, and the murloc who was fighting with him was very flexible and ducked to avoid it. The spear in his hand stabbed his abdomen fiercely, but Snap the bone spear broke directly. Only a white mark was left on its armor. The wetland lizard man laughed grimly and swung his arm violently. The claws were as sharp as knives, and a claw was revealed on the back of the half-fishman. With a strong swing, the body was torn apart and thrown aside like garbage. The efficiency of slaughter was not much slower than that of the level 3 Keld Ratman. The ordinary wetland lizard man is stronger than these half-fishmen individually. With the crushing of equipment, the brutal side was immediately revealed. Although the half-fishmen were equally fierce, the weapons in their hands could not even pierce the armor of the wetland lizardmen. One by one, the half-fishmen were slaughtered, and the number of the 4 squadrons decreased at an exaggerated rate. Soon, there were less than 3 squads left on the field. These swamp monsters finally collapsed. The fear in their eyes could no longer be concealed, and they threw down their weapons with trembling hands and turned to flee. But in order to prevent the other party from running away, Lier had already mobilized several teams to block the bushes in advance. The grinning wetland lizardmen began the final finishing work. The steel knives swung together. Poochie poochie, the sound of the long knives entering the flesh and tearing the flesh and bones resounded through the sky. The haystacks were stained with blood. All the 5th and half-level fishmen from the 4 squadrons were slaughtered. The price paid was more than 30 people were injured, and without exception, they were all lightly injured. About 30 people, and without exception, they were all lightly injured. Lier originally wanted to find a few survivors, but by the end, there was no one who could breathe. Obviously, he didn't care about killing too much. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, there was no trace of strangeness in his eyes, and his tone was a little happy. Gather all. These corpses are rich spoils of war. The wetland lizardmen had experienced the Keld Ratman before, so they immediately became excited. They moved the corpses over quickly and piled them into a pile, and then stood to one side with expectation. Lier smiled and said nothing more. Magical power surged in his body, and a light blue light enveloped the surroundings. Scarlet life energy floated up from the broken body of the murloc and poured into the bodies of the surrounding wetland lizardmen. When these corpses turned into residue, the evolution degree on the panel increased directly from 50% to 70%. It was a big step forward to break the limit and evolve into a 2-star potential. This made Lier very happy. The level 5 murloc provided more life energy than the level 3 ratman. Obviously, the higher the level, the richer the life essence. Future battles and hunting have also become a beautiful thing. Hags led his men to search for a while, but did not find the habitat of the half-fish people. Seeing this, Lear did not waste time and continued to move forward. After passing through this reed area, there was an algae area in front. The green algae stretched out long ties, and pure white flowers grew on the top, floating on the water, swaying with the swamp water flow. The breeze blew, and the white flowers swayed and swayed, emitting bursts of fragrance. Lear felt a little relieved when he saw this scene. At this moment, the wetland lizard man in front of him exclaimed. He approached immediately. In the muddy water, several huge three-toed footprints that were several times thicker than the millstone could be seen walking towards the depths of the swamp. An unknown life passed by here. Judging from the appearance of the footprints, it must be a monster of terrible size. Lear's heart shuddered, although he did not sense the breath of danger. But his inner vigilance increased again. There are countless dangers in the swamp, and he must not be careless. He glanced at the direction the other party left, silently memorized it, and left it for future exploration. It seemed that because of the remaining power of the flying dragon, apart from the half-fish man just now, there were not many swamp monsters around. After moving forward unimpeded and passing through a dense forest, Lear was shocked. In front of him was an area full of low haystacks. Turbid water kept flowing between the haystacks. These haystacks, which were no bigger than the instep, were deeply rooted in the swamp, fixing pieces of soil and forming stepping stones floating on the swamp. They were also the most common things in the swamp. When Lear stepped on the haystack, he felt that the surroundings suddenly became dry and refreshing. Originally, the air in the swamp was as humid as the return of the south wind, but at this moment, the moisture in the air seemed to be sucked away by something. Looking out, in the center of this muddy haystack, there grew a large clump of vines about 20 meters wide. The thick roots of the vines were as thick as thighs, and the tender branches at the top were the size of thumbs. What made people look sideways was that there were stars on the vines, which flashed and sparkled under the sunlight. It seemed that there was a starry sky flowing. It gave people a dreamy feeling. Starry sky vines. Lear's eyes lit up instantly. This appearance is just like the name. Starry sky. Judging from its appearance alone, it is definitely not an ordinary thing. He stared at it. The other party's attribute panel immediately appeared in his mind. Starry sky vine, level, 2 stars, features, 1, toughness, the texture is as tough as a steel rope, difficult to be cut, and can grow quickly after breaking. 2, starry sky, can absorb starlight to grow, and can store starlight, turn into magic, and can speed up the physical recovery speed of surrounding life. Evaluation, a unique vine in the swamp, but it needs the care of the vine fairy to survive. Lear was surprised. This is actually a 2-star magic plant. Both characteristics are very outstanding, not to mention the tough texture. There is also the characteristic of speeding up physical recovery. This is absolutely perfect for building houses. However, the evaluation made him a little surprised. What kind of creature is this vine fairy? While wondering, he suddenly saw a fist-sized strange life flying through the vines. The other party has a pair of green wings woven with vines, and a little green light is sprinkled behind it when flapping. The skin is fair and tender, the face is round and chubby, and she is wearing a vine skirt. Wearing a crown of thorns on her head, she looks like a little princess. After landing on a vine, the strange life saw a white fleshworm gnawing on the vine, and frowned in pain. With a wave of his hand, the starry sky vine burst into spots of light, and the fleshworm flew far away like a spring, and fell on a haystack. The chubby little cute thing chuckled and smiled contentedly. Then he flapped his little wings and continued to patrol his territory. This fist-sized, chubby little guy is the vine fairy? Too cute. Lear was overwhelmed by cuteness. If this thing was on Earth, it would definitely be a top national treasure. Vine fairy, level 5, potential, 3 stars, racial talent, gift of vines, can absorb power from vines and increase level. Skill, fast growth, 2 stars, the body exudes unique energy, which can greatly accelerate the growth of vines. Wonderful journey, 2 stars, can blend into the vines, use the vines to avoid enemies, and can move freely within the vines. When entering the roots, you can control the vines. Glittering, 2 stars, makes yourself glow, emitting the light needed for the vines to grow. Evaluation, strange magical life, they exist like flowers in spring and cicadas in summer. 3-star potential. Lear's eyes were a little hot. He keenly felt that these little cuties might be more precious than the starry sky vines. The intelligence system also rarely gave such a special evaluation. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. At this moment, the vine fairy who was shuttling through the vines also noticed something strange and suddenly let out a cry of surprise. The body turned into a light spot and merged directly into the vines. Looking around, there was only a vine dotted with stars. Is this the skill? Wonderful journey? It's really wonderful. While Lear was thinking, the wetland lizard man who was exploring in front had already approached the vines. Whoosh, the branches of the starry sky vines suddenly danced like an octopus. Whoosh, the vines, which were tougher than steel ropes, hit the air and made a harsh burst. The wetland lizard man was immediately startled and hurriedly retreated. If this was whipped on the body, even armor couldn't stop it. It's obvious that this bunch of vines can grow and multiply not just by luck. Looking at the vines swinging secretly, Lear smiled a little. What he likes most is these immovable lives. The magic power is running and the mental power is fully opened. A majestic and magnificent pressure surged up. The vines were instantly enveloped. The remaining power of the gods. At this moment, he could clearly sense that there were 16 breaths of life hidden in the vines. Unexpectedly, the vine fairies who sensed the power of the gods did not continue to hide, but revealed their figures one by one with a bit of excitement. They poked their heads out from the vines, nervous and excited, and looked at him with a bit of disbelief. Father God, you are back. I thought you forgot about us. Are you really the Father God? Father God. The excited voice made Lear, who was ready to overwhelm others, a little stunned. Father God? This title, could it be that the vine fairies were created by the swamp god? With a move in his heart, he looked at these little guys lovingly. Children, the past is the past. I am back again. I will take back everything that belongs to us. Come home with me and start over. These words excited all the vine fairies. Feeling the breath of the swamp god that penetrated into their souls, they looked at him with tears in their eyes and flew over with their wings flapping. Father God, you finally came to pick us up. Lear smoothly imprinted a mark in his soul, looking at these fist-sized 3-star lives with eyes full of attachment and trust. The emotions in his heart were also quite subtle. Is this okay? Isn't it too simple? I'm a little unaccustomed to it. A chubby vine fairy flew to Lear and rubbed against his face intimately, like a clingy kitten. The moment he touched these little guys, the godhead in Lear's mind emitted a hazy glow. He was extremely close to these little guys. This was a situation that had never happened before. Obviously, the other party's call of Father God was not in vain. He could clearly sense the emotions of these little guys at the moment. Joy, excitement, happiness, and joy. At this moment, a message quietly flowed into his mind from the godhead. The vine fairy was a strange life created by the swamp god using part of the power of the creator god to help the swamp god take care of the swamp. But with the fall of the swamp god, the vine fairy gradually declined and died, and there were few left. There are still many swamp lives that have a deep connection with the swamp god, but some have become extinct and some are hidden somewhere unknown. The vine fairy is just one of them. Lear understood it now. It turned out that there was such a connection. No wonder the other party let down his guard so quickly. The breath of the godhead cannot be faked. This is the power that belongs only to the gods. It is also a mark engraved in the soul and blood of the vine fairy. After coming to his senses, Lear showed a kind smile and stretched out his hand to pinch the chubby face of the little guy in front of him. Take the starry sky vine with us and go home. Yes, Father God. The cheering vine fairy immediately flew back to the habitat, and the body turned into a light spot and merged into the vine. The next moment, swish, a large area of 20-meter-wide vines suddenly rose from the ground. The roots pulled out of the ground, and the vines turned into tentacles, supporting the trunk. It looked like an octopus. Lear only realized at this moment that this large area of starry sky vines was actually a tree. Although it has densely packed secondary roots, it has only one main root. 16 little guys with 3-star potential directly controlled this 2-star vine to move. The scene of hundreds and thousands of vines dancing in disorder looks quite visually impactful. Lear was very satisfied. He waved his hand and asked the other party to follow him back to the still empty Wei-Lu city. Under the control of the vine fairy, the starry sky vines turned into a special monster. It moved very aggressively, and could cross any place it passed, whether it was a pool of water or mud. The sun gradually set in the west and began to sink into the earth. When he walked back about 5 kilometers, when he passed a muddy pool with a diameter of 400 to 500 meters, Lear suddenly fixed his eyes and looked at the other side. At this moment, on the other side of the muddy pool, a group of special creatures with a shoulder height of 2 meters appeared in front of him. The other party had a curved giant horn on his head, which was covered with moss. The markings on his body were like plum blossoms, which were very eye-catching. A pair of eyes looked at them curiously, and the eyes were rolling around with alertness and exploration. Especially the starry sky vines controlled by the vine fairy, the exaggerated size made them very vigilant. One of them was half the size of the other deer, with an exaggerated shoulder height of 3 meters. Even from a distance of several hundred meters, one could feel the opponent's majesty. Li Er looked intently. The opponent's attribute panel appeared in his mind. Swamp Giant Horned Deer Hero Unit, Level 12, Potential, for Stars, Racial Talent, Mudwalker, possessed by the power of the swamp, can run freely in the mud, and the movement speed is increased by an additional 60%. Heroic Talent, Illusory Body, can make your body become illusory, immune to physical damage, and reduce 70% magic damage. Health, 12,000 points, all attributes increased by 30%. Skills, Charge, 3 stars, lower the head, with the giant horn in front, and when charging the enemy, the speed is increased by 60% and the collision force is increased by 80%. Earth Trampling, 3 stars, tramples the earth, causing all life within a radius of 15 meters centered on itself to stun. Magic Horn, 3 stars, the giant horn on the head can cast 3 magics dash, mud spell, hitting the enemy can directly melt it into mud. Magic Shield, create a magic shield to protect yourself or give it to your companions. Light Spear Penetration, create a light spear that penetrates all enemies within 50 meters. Evaluation, a giant horned deer living in the swamp, it is the king of giant horned deer. Li Er took a deep breath, his eyes filled with fear and heat. Level 12, 4-star Potential Hero. Swamp Giant Horned Deer. This set of skills is extremely powerful. Now the 200 wetland lizardmen and 12 swamp tree men in his hands can't do anything to this muddy giant horned deer hero. Once the fierce skill of the remaining power of the gods is used on him, it will definitely cause the opponent's rage. I can't afford to offend him, so I'll go home quickly. Silently retracting his gaze, he asked the wetland lizardmen to speed up their actions, and the vine fairy also controlled the starry sky vines to increase their speed. Soon, this group of impressive lives disappeared from sight. Li Er silently memorized this area on the magic map and will come back when he becomes stronger in the future. The unknown giant three-toed footprints and the muddy giant horned deer swamp need to be explored in depth. On the return journey, there were no more accidents. When we arrived at the city of Weekdew, the sun just sank into the swamp, and only a piece of afterglow remained in the sky. The territory was in full swing at this moment. Some of the swamp people were piling up the materials they had carried down, neatly stacked. Another part was cleaning the ground and setting up tents. The carriage stopped on the side, and the sturdy unicorn pulling the carriage was slowly nibbling the grass on the ground. The 12 level 9 swamp tree people returned to their peaceful appearance, and their branches and leaves swayed with the breeze. It looked quite harmonious. Seeing Lear's return, Bane, the busy swamp hero, immediately stepped forward to greet him. "My lord." Although he saluted him, his eyes were fixed on the still wriggling starry sky vines. The gorgeous appearance like the starry sky made it easy for him to identify the vines. "My lord, did you really bring back the starry sky vines?" "Swamp god, my lord must have received a gift from God. This is the magical plant used to build the most powerful city of the swamp people, the Swamp City, according to legend. Although that city had already collapsed in the War of the Gods, wouldn't it be more glorious to recast the broken sword? But why is this vine alive? I haven't heard that the starry sky vine is the same as the tree man." Li Er saw the doubt in Bane's eyes and said slowly, "In the starry sky vine, there are hidden vine fairies. In the future, they will be responsible for cultivating the starry sky vines. To build a house with them, you need to communicate with them." He pointed to the spacious grassland in front of him. "Find a suitable place to place it, and it will be used as the growth area of the starry sky vines in the future." "Vine fairy?" Bane's eyes lit up. "Do those legendary lives really exist?" He looked at the octopus-like vines with curiosity for a few times, and after not finding the specific shape, he withdrew his gaze with a little regret. "My lord, why not temporarily place it in the north of the territory? And with the vine fairy here, it won't be too troublesome to move it." Lear nodded. "You can arrange these." After saying that, he gave another reminder. "Complete the territory planning as soon as possible." "Yes, my lord." Looking at the excited Bane, Lear waved at the starry sky vines. "Go with Bane, this will be our home in the future. The city of Wei-Lu will be built in our hands." Bane patted his chest and promised. "The glory of the swamp will surely reappear." But after saying this, he felt a little regretful. It's a pity that the number of star vines is too small to support the construction of the territory. They can only be used to build core buildings. The number of vines needed to build a territory is absolutely astonishing, and now they can only build 3 or 2 houses. Hearing this, the little guys in the vines suddenly became anxious. A stream of mental power came. "Father God, we can make the star vines grow faster. We have a way, Father God. Just leave it to us, we will never let you down. They are vine fairies. How can we make Father God embarrassed about such a thing?" Lier sensed the mood of the vine fairies, and took a look at their skills, and became interested. He communicated with these little guys in detail. Finally, the vine fairy told him that the current scale of the starry sky vines was not slow growth, but they were too lazy to cultivate. If necessary, the growth rate can be greatly increased, and the starry sky vines can grow 1 meter a day. If what the vine fairy said is true, it is completely enough to use the starry sky vines to build buildings. He felt relieved. He immediately asked Bane to communicate with the vine fairy in detail. He knew nothing about architecture, and the specific construction was still responsible for Bane, the craftsman hero. The wriggling figure of the starry sky vine attracted everyone's attention. It came to the north of the territory, and the roots seemed to slowly penetrate into the ground. The vine sat quietly by the water. Its natural appearance seemed to be originally part of this area. After the starry sky vines fell, light spots flowed, and fist-sized vine fairies appeared between the vines. A pair of wings woven from green vines fluttered, delicate and small, wearing a crown of thorns on the head, and clothes woven from vines and leaves. With a chubby face, it was indescribably cute. Curious and timid, it hid in the vines, poking its little head out, timidly looking outside. When it saw a stranger, it shyly hid away. The moment Bane saw these little guys, he was instantly melted, and a kind smile appeared on his wrinkled face. He looked at them frequently with excitement and curiosity. Is this the vine fairy? The legendary great swamp god, a magical life created by the power of the creator god? God is looking after the Lord. The super cute vine fairy immediately won everyone's love. No one would not be interested in this chubby little cutie. The mud people who finished their work gathered around and looked at it curiously. A smile like an ant appeared in their eyes. Sensing the kindness of the crowd, and with Lear next to them, these timid guys were no longer afraid. They poked their heads out of the vines with a little shyness and looked at the crowd curiously. Then they gradually became bolder and began to fly to the edge of the vines tentatively to contact the mud people. Finally, they made sure that these people would not hurt themselves, flapped their wings and began to shuttle among the crowd, like a playful child. But they always kept a distance from the crowd and would not be as close as they were with Lear. Some people wanted to pinch them curiously, but they were all glared back by the fierce eyes of these little guys. It made people laugh. Bane had not recovered from his excitement at this moment. Only he knew what the vine fairy meant. This is the life created by the god of the swamp. Unlimited potential. With a fierce face, he dispersed the crowd of onlookers and went up to communicate with these little cuties alone. Seeing this, Lier no longer paid attention to them and sat on the grass beside him with a little fatigue. After traveling for more than half a month, even though he had already upgraded to the transformation level, he felt very tired. At this moment, he arrived at the destination and obtained the starry sky vine and the vine fairy, which made him feel a lot more relaxed. The feeling of fatigue surged up. After relaxing, he couldn't help but fall into thought. The Noya rice in his hand can be used for the current population for 5 months. But the food problem still needs to be prepared for a rainy day. There are 30 carriages with basic supplies, which are enough for the early stage. The biggest difficulty in the territory at present is actually building houses. Swamps are like flat mountains. This piece of lawn seems flat, but if you build a building, a heavy rain may cause the ground to sink and collapse unless it is fixed with magic. But after getting the starry sky vine, this problem is also solved. The most important thing now is to carry out the initial construction of the territory and carry out various basic work at the same time. Let the city of Wei Lu gradually operate. There are so many things to deal with, and we need to do it bit by bit. He took a deep breath and looked at the intelligence again. The other few have been completed. At present, the only thing that cannot be dealt with is the group of more than 500 fierce rotten centaurs with a level of 30 kilometers to the north. This high-level wild monster gathering point needs to be tried again after the strength in hand is sufficient. While thinking, Lier suddenly seemed to have thought of something, waved his hand, and asked Hags to take his bag. Come. After a moment, Lear took out a small cage made of delicate bamboo strips from his bag. Inside, a gray, fleshy little bug was chewing on leaves. This was the swamp life that Falena, the flower of the north, got from the ancient ruins. Mudworm. According to the other party, mudworms are ancient life that can grow to 100 meters long and can prey on dragons when they grow up. But because they have been sleeping for too long, their source power is scarce and they can never recover. And on the attribute panel, the attributes of mudworms are also very simple. Mudworm, level 1, potential, source damaged, and then it's gone. The attributes are so simple that it's confusing. He has studied it several times these days, but he didn't find anything, and the godhead didn't react to the mudworm. This bug seems to be just an ordinary vegetable worm. The vine fairy who only knows to chew leaves and communicate with Bane seems to have discovered something at this time, flapping her wings and whirring a large circle surrounded Lear. The eyes looked at the little bug in the cage with a bit of heartache. Father, this little guy is so pitiful. I heard it calling for help. It's dying. A vine fairy flew to Lear's hand, hugged his arm and said pitifully, Whoa, father, please save it. The mudworm is calling for help, Lear said in a deep voice. Can you hear it talking? Ask it what it needs. The vine fairy holding his arm immediately lowered her head, hummed a few words in front of the cage, and then said excitedly, Father, it needs to eat mud. Lear was stunned. Eat mud? So the mudworm really eats mud? Are you sure? Of course. The vine fairy was very proud. The more magic energy the mud contains, the faster it will improve. But now, it only needs to eat mud. Those leaves are useless. They can only keep it from starving to death. Lear was speechless. No wonder Felena, the genius wizard, didn't know how to help the other party recover. With the other party's status and the treasure obtained from the ancient ruins, she would definitely not feed it mud. It is precious to begin with, and is fed with magic plants every day. Who would have thought of this? There was no hesitation. He picked up the small cage and came to the edge of the grass, and carefully opened the cage. He took out the mud worm. It was fleshy and felt like cotton. He tentatively put it on the mud. This little finger-sized, gray, soft guy immediately let out a cry of joy. He immediately lay on the mud and began to eat frantically, like it ate like it hadn't eaten for half a month. The rustling sound was like a silkworm chewing mulberry leaves. It cleaned up a large piece of mud in front of it, and the life breath like a candle gradually stabilized. Every now and then, it would raise its head and burp. Its belly became round and bulging, and it was obviously thicker than its body. This gray little bug was actually a little cute at this moment. While Lear was thinking, he injected his mental power into the godhead. The next moment, the pressure of the godhead surged out and directly enveloped the mud bug. Before, the opponent's life breath was too weak, and he couldn't subdue it. If something unexpected happened, the loss would be great. Now we can take action. The gray mud bug turned its belly and became energetic. It turned its head to look at Lear, and moved its body. A sense of joy came from my mind, without the slightest resistance. Lear's heart moved slightly. A soothing emotion came out. In its soul, the soul mark was imprinted. From now on, no matter how ferocious the mudbug becomes, it will be under his control and loyal to him forever. However, it is incredible that such a small pudding can grow to 100 meters long and prey on giant dragons. Bring the mudworm to the area in front of the starry sky vines, let this little guy eat mud here, and don't leave this area. At the same time, send 2 wetland lizardmen to guard to prevent accidents. It was already dusk when all this was done. At night, Lear was on the spacious grassland, looking up at the night sky with a little light. The years were full of frogs and insects, which made people relax inexplicably. It was pitch black all around, and no torches or candles were lit. Having light in a dark environment is not necessarily a good thing. There are swamp creatures with night vision around, so there is no need to worry about inconvenience. Everyone gathered around the swamp tree man and lay on the ground to sleep peacefully. These tall tree men are the best sentinels. Tents are used to store supplies. Before the house is built, basically they have to spend it like this. After entering the middle of the night, a breeze suddenly blew, the clouds in the sky dissipated, the starry sky began to flicker, and the night was full of stars, twinkling like a dream. Lear, who was not asleep, suddenly found spots of light in the north. He sat up and looked with a little curiosity. In the starry sky vine area, particles of light condensed in the air and slowly merged into the vines. At the same time, fist-sized light bulbs were shuttling through the vines. Wherever they passed, the speed at which the starry sky vines swallowed the starlight increased significantly. The buds on them were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The vine fairy was cultivating the starry sky vines. Early the next morning, the swamp people woke up and started a new day's work. Many people were surprised to find that the vines that took root at the edge of the territory last night and spread out about 20 meters had increased their coverage to 22 to 3 meters today. It was obviously expanded. When Lear arrived, Bane said excitedly, "My lord, the speed at which the vine fairy cultivates the starry sky vines far exceeded my expectations. Today, we can build a house." "Build it today?" Lear raised his eyebrows slightly. "How is the planning?" Bane said with a little pride. "My lord, I have completed the preliminary planning with the help of starlight last night." As he said that, he took out a piece of paper covered with patterns from his arms. Lear took it, looked at the dense patterns and strange marks on it, and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Tell me about it." Bane responded, pointed to a corner of the map, and began to describe it in detail. North, I plan to make it a living area. The water in the swamp flows down from here, and the water will not be polluted in the future. East, as a military area, the army is stationed here. In the future, it must be separated from the outside world and outsiders are prohibited from entering, so as not to expose our military secrets. South, as the industrial area of Wailu City, blacksmith shops, weapon shops, alchemy workshops, tailor shops, etc. can be set up here. West, connected to the outside world, the path into the swamp extends from here, and it can be temporarily designated as a commercial area. In the future, when Wailu City grows stronger, it will inevitably communicate with the outside world. Having a commercial area can limit the outside world's prying into the territory, and it can also be centrally managed. The central area is your mansion, which is also the government affairs center, responsible for handling various affairs of the territory, he said with some trepidation. These are all preliminary ideas. There are still many imperfections. Do you have any points to add? Lear looked at the plan above and fell into thought. It was indeed very rough, but at least the various functional blocks of the territory were distinguished. It was far from perfect, but for a blank territory, it was no problem to lay the foundation. While thinking, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Can I use star vines to build a house on the mud and pools?" Bane was stunned for a moment, then he nodded. Of course you can. Starry vines are the cornerstone of the construction of the Swamp City. The Swamp City has always been the most powerful city among the Swamp Tribe in ancient times, leaving behind countless legends. Compared with the main city of the Swamp Tribe, the city of Weirdo, which only remained in the mouth, the Swamp City is regarded as a holy city by more Swamp Tribes. Although this city has long disappeared in the long river of time. But such a city uses starry vines to build houses. How can this magical plant be bad? Lear nodded. In this case, then expand the scope of territory planning. This grassland with a diameter of 2 kilometers can't accommodate the city of Weirdo by a long way. Make the later planning as soon as possible, be bold, and look far ahead. The calm tone shocked Bane's mind, and his eyes were a little hot. Yes, sir. After arousing Bane's fighting spirit, Lear looked at the place where the Swamp Tree Man took root. First build the government hall of the city of Weirdo, and the rest can be postponed. He needed a landmark, a building that could unite people's hearts. It should be grand and majestic, and have enough space for expansion. It will not be outdated in the next 20 years, or even 50 or 100 years. This is my requirement for the Government Affairs Center. As you wish. Bane was full of ambition at this moment, and he couldn't wait to put all his life's learning into practice. When the two were communicating, they sensed Lear's breath, and the vine fairies sleeping in the starry vines jumped out one by one. They flapped their wings and flew to him, babbling and acting coquettishly, rubbing him with their chubby, white and tender little faces. Bane's eyes were full of envy. Yesterday, he wanted to touch the faces of these little guys, but he was scolded angrily. The fierce appearance made people laugh and cry, and also made him realize that only Lear could make these little guys so intimate. I can't envy them. Today, cooperate with Bane to build our first building. Keep doing your best. Encouraged by Lear, the vine fairies immediately became energetic. One after another, they patted their chests and promised him, Father God, I can make the star vines grow very fast, and you will be satisfied. Father God, I can make them grow very strong, stronger than anyone else's. Father God, I can make them grow very strong, stronger than anyone else's. Yeah, me too. Looking at these little cuties, Lear laughed out loud. He praised them again and again, and asked all the vine fairies to go and build with Bane happily. This swamp man is a true craftsman hero. Bane immediately recruited 20 people from the swampmen, took out a blueprint, and began to instruct them carefully. Then he looked seriously and asked the vine fairies to cultivate the starry sky vines at one point after another. Entering the working state, his face was full of seriousness, and his momentum had obviously changed. He was completely free of the cautiousness that the swampmen always carried on weekdays. Although it was called cultivation, it was also very magical. The vine fairy broke off a piece of vine from the starry sky vine and planted it into the soil. Then a faint starlight emanated from his body, shining on the vines. The next moment, the vines seemed to be turned on dozens of times fast forward, taking root and sprouting at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it grew into a small clump of vines. 16 vine fairies staggered back and forth. In less than half an hour, Bane had set a point and planted vines. Lear was also interested when he saw this scene. Bane did not want to use the ready-made vines to weave a house, but directly used the power of the vine fairy to let the vine grow a building. In this way, because of the existence of the vine fairy, this building can be constantly adjusted and expanded. If it is not suitable, it can be reorganized. In this way, the strengths of the starry sky vines and vine fairies are brought to the extreme. Not bad, very good. The only disadvantage of doing this may be that it consumes more vine fairies. These little guys have been busy all morning and are tired and sweaty. It consumes a lot to promote the cultivation of starry sky vines. Fortunately, vine fairies do not need to consume food, and their energy source is the starry sky vines themselves. At noon, when the sun was scorching, the vine fairy went into the vine and had a good sleep. When he woke up in the afternoon, he had recovered and continued to display his skills of growing fast and growing fast. Under their cultivation, the starry sky vines are growing at an exaggerated speed. At this rate, perhaps by the end of this month, a magnificent building will be erected. Moreover, this building is still alive. Even if the enemy invades, the vine fairy can still control it to resist the enemy. Who can I go to for justice? The vine fairy planted starry sky vines at 60 points in total, covering a diameter of 200 meters. With the efforts of these little guys, by sunset, the vines that had just been planted had grown to a height of one person. Each tree had 20 to 30 tender branches. They were full of vitality. At night, the stars scattered and illuminated the skirt of the goddess of night. The starry sky vines were even more colorful and dreamy. Under the starry night, the vine fairy, who had been busy all day, became more active. They emitted a unique light, like small light bulbs, shuttling back and forth among the vines. Wherever they passed, the speed at which the surrounding starlight condensed increased significantly. The starry sky vines that had just been cultivated today began to grow at a faster rate. Bane was very excited watching from the side. Building a house can be so convenient, and the wonderful ideas in his mind can definitely be realized. Praise the goddess! By dawn, when the stars gradually dimmed, the starry sky vines had grown to more than 2 meters high. The number of vines increased to 40 or 50, and the new branches grew from the size of a little finger to the thickness of a thumb. This was just one day and one night. On the morning of August 7th, when Lear woke up, he saw a large area of vines growing in front of him. The outline of the first building of the city of Weirdo could be vaguely seen. The diameter of the land was more than 200 meters, and if it continued to grow upward, it would definitely be a magnificent building that would amaze people. This was purely grown by vines, which was different from the modern cold concrete buildings. It was comfortable. After a day of rest yesterday, Lear did not stay in the territory to watch the vine fairy build a house today. Summon the wetland lizard warriors. Looking at the two squadrons in front of him, the fierce warriors in full armor nodded with satisfaction. Hags, leave 5 teams to guard the territory, and the others will continue to explore the swamp with me. The remaining power of the flying dragon had dissipated. Since yesterday afternoon, unknown roars have been constantly penetrating the swamp. It can be clearly felt that this wetland is becoming lively. Danger is accumulating. He must explore the surrounding environment as soon as possible. The wetland lizardman hero raised his head and said yes. As you wish, Lord. Lear said no more, and asked Bane and 5 teams of wetland lizardmen plus 12 level 9 swamp treemen to guard the house. The existence of swamp treemen is the key to the fact that this grassland is not occupied by other swamp creatures. The inability to move is a fatal flaw, but in return, the ability to stand and shoot is off the charts, which is not something that ordinary swamp creatures dare to challenge. Safety is guaranteed. The smelly giant monster and the 2-headed ogre have appeared in this area. Today's target is these 2 monsters. At the same time, the potential of the wetland lizardman must be improved as much as possible. He needs more powerful strength. In the wilderness, the level of 6 is still too ordinary. Step into the muddy water, step on the haystack, and search to the north of the city of Dew. The 3 teams of wetland lizardmen act as outpost scouts, 2 by 2, exploring the way ahead to prevent danger. Lear led 12 teams to hold the line in the back. With the swamp godhood, the swamp is his home court. The wet environment not only did not restrict his steps, but made him feel quite comfortable. Even the speed of the magic power in his body increased by dozens of times compared to outside, which was exaggerated. Less than 10 minutes after leaving the territory, a warning suddenly came from the front. A low roar, inconspicuous in the swamp, but this inconspicuous but penetrating roar is the way the lizardmen transmit information. Even in the swamp, the transmission distance can reach 2 kilometers. The pheromones of bees and the antennae of ants, each life has its own way of transmitting information and surviving. The wetland lizardmen are more suitable for the swamp. Hags's eyes instantly became excited. Master, we have found an enemy that can be hunted ahead. If we encounter an invincible danger, the roar of the wetland lizardmen will be a different sound. Lear nodded and asked the army to speed up. Soon, they entered a patch of grass more than 2 meters high, with leaves like saws, very sharp. The armored wetland lizardmen protected Lear and sneaked in quietly. The 2 lizardmen who found the enemy were waiting here. Report immediately after seeing Lear. Master, there is a group of corrupted orcs entrenched outside the bushes. They are about level 6. And these corrupted orcs seem to have been attacked, and many of them are injured. Corrupted orcs? Lear's eyes moved slightly, and he motioned for the other party to lead the way. After walking about 100 meters in the towering grass, the wetland lizardman who led the way pointed forward and gently parted the grass in front of him. Lear looked through the gap, and his vision suddenly widened. In this bush, there was a dry and hard open space covered with weeds. There were 50 or 60 figures in it. They had green faces and fangs, green eyes, no hair on their heads, and large patches of moss on their skin. They were wearing gray animal skin short skirts, which smelled of mud and decayed plants. They were tall, almost all of them were over 1.8 meters tall, with bulging muscles, like bodybuilders, full of strength. But most of them had red and swollen wounds on their bodies. It seemed that they were bitten by some ferocious insects. Some of the red swellings were even bigger than fists. There were 7 or 8 lifeless corpses on the edge. They were also covered with fist-sized swellings. It was quite creepy. The injured corrupted orcs were wailing in low and painful sounds, making the scene even more horrifying. Corrupted orcs, level 6, potential, 1 star, racial talent, frenzy, enter the frenzy state after being severely injured, all attributes increased by 40%, and sanity decreased by 70%. Skills, roar, 1 star, after roaring, strength increased by 20%, lasting for 5 minutes. Rage, 1 star, explodes all strength, and the next attack strength increased by 30%. Evaluation, orcs living in the swamp, cruel by nature. Level 6 wild monster. Lear looked at the 2 lizardmen and spoke in a low voice. Are these the only orcs they have? Yes, Lord. There are only these corrupted orcs around. Lear nodded and looked at the wetland lizardman hero with sharp eyes. Hags, you lead the team to wipe them out. Hag's amber pupils instantly became ferocious. Your will is supreme. The Lord's gaze is the direction they are heading. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding troops quickly and silently gathered at the edge of the grass. The moment of full preparation. Kill. A violent cry. Hey, the wetland lizardmen warriors pounced on the corrupted orcs who were in low morale and severely injured by unknown creatures. The corrupted orcs did not expect that someone would attack them by surprise, and they were seriously injured, so they did not even take precautions. When they reacted, the wetland lizardmen warriors had already stained their steel knives with blood. In the center, an extremely strong orc was staring with his eyes wide open. Bastards! He roared wildly. Enemy attack! Counterattack! Counterattack! The corrupted orcs stood up in panic and hurriedly launched a counterattack against the wetland lizardmen. The weapons in their hands were sharpened wooden sticks and homemade maces. The fully armed wetland lizardmen not only had an absolute advantage in equipment, but also had high morale and top condition, and their numbers were several times more. The moment the 2 sides collided, the defeated corrupted orcs were instantly torn apart. More than a dozen people were killed. A corrupted orc with a knife in his chest roared, his eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, and his momentum soared. His eyes were scattered, his mind was gone, and his eyes were full of madness. Frenzy. But the next second, the wetland lizardman who noticed the enemy's movement looked cold. Whoosh, 7 or 8 steel knives were violently swung, puff leaving exaggerated blood marks on the flesh. The frenzied orc was killed by the joint forces before he exploded. The wetland lizardman warrior holding the steel knife is a pure killing machine. There is no room for the enemy to fight back. The surprise attack, the advantage in numbers, the high momentum, and the good state. With all these advantages, the corrupt orcs in front of them, who were already in a low state, fought for only 3 minutes, and only 2 teams were left struggling to support. The advantage in numbers is further expanded, even frenzy can't stop the steel knife. Hags looked at the most ferocious corrupt orc leader at the front line. With a grim smile, a scarlet flame burst out of his body and rushed forward. The corrupt orc leader sensed the danger, his eyes instantly turned red, and he wanted to fight back. But the power of heroes is unparalleled. Brutal, 2 stars, when receiving damage or attacking, you will become extremely brutal, with all attributes increased by 30%. You will not fear pain and will fight to the death. Blood Rage, 2 stars, after tasting the taste of blood, your body size will increase by 20% and your strength by 40%. The attributes of the 2 skills plus the attributes of the blood energy increase are added together, and the steel knife cuts through. The opponent is in a frenzy, and his rationality has dropped to the point that he wants to grab the steel knife with his palm. Puff the palm was cut off alive, and blood splattered. Hags took advantage of the situation and turned the blade. Puff, a huge head flew into the sky. Puff, the headless body and the head fell to the ground at the same time. The leader of the corrupt orcs is dead. The strongest resistance force was killed, and the remaining corrupt orcs were immediately defeated. Under the slashing of the steel knife, no one was left standing. This sudden battle lasted no more than 5 minutes from start to finish. Looking at the orc corpses scattered all over the ground, Lier looked indifferent. To establish a territory in the wilderness, only steel knives and blood are needed. After the battle, the wetland lizardmen began to gather the corpses skillfully. Not long after, Hags led his men to bring 2 dying orcs to him. The fist-sized red and swollen bumps on their faces were more eye-catching than the wounds on their bodies. "Sir, we found 2 survivors." Seeing this, Lier immediately became curious. How did these orcs become like this? Orcs are indeed orcs, they are really tough and strong. One of them had his neck cut in half, but he was still breathing heavily. But what caught his eye the most was the big bump on his face that was as red and swollen as a peach. Lier asked curiously, "What's the matter with the big bump on your body?" The 2 corrupt orcs looked at him angrily. They were going to say nothing, but when they heard this, their eyes suddenly turned red. "It's all those swamp wasps," the orc whose neck was cut in half said in a hoarse voice. "The swamp wasps gave birth to the queen bee. Human, do you know the role of the swamp queen bee? After eating the queen bee, you can improve your potential and activate your heroic talents. We were killed by those bugs because we were hunting the queen bee," he said with a somewhat happy tone, and pointed behind him. "Do you want to activate your talent? Go find the swamp wasps. It's half an hour away in that direction," he said, and a leaky laugh came out of his throat. Then his body stiffened and he stared with his eyes wide open. The remaining corrupted orc heard this and seemed to understand his companion's thoughts. He sneered at Lier. "That's right. The queen of the swamp wasps is the treasure that everyone wants to get. Go find the swamp wasps." There were 300 of them, and only a few dozen were left. If they hadn't found a special way to disperse the swarm, they would have been destroyed long ago. They didn't believe that greedy humans could resist such temptation. As long as they dared to go, they would be retaliated even more crazily by the swamp wasps that had been angered once. The obvious intention was clear at a glance. Lier frowned slightly and turned to look at Hags. "What is the queen of the swamp bee?" Hags suddenly came back to his senses and said with a bit of excitement, "Sir, swamp wasps are extremely ferocious insects in the swamp. They usually hunt and survive alone and do not build nests. They will only gather together when the queen is born. The queen of the swamp wasps is the leader of the swamp wasps and possesses extremely special powers. The most extraordinary thing is that they can enhance the potential of life and enable people to activate heroic talents. Even if a talent has already been awakened, a second one can be awakened." At this point, his face was full of excitement. "This is not a legend, but one that has been verified by many people," he added. "After the queen of the swamp wasps is born, will become extremely dangerous. Not only will their numbers increase rapidly, but they will also become more ferocious and powerful. I have heard that there are swamps completely occupied by swamp wasps, and outsiders cannot set foot there at all. These rotten orcs are luring us." Lier nodded slowly. Looking at the rotten orc who showed a smile of revenge, he smiled. "Borrowing a knife to kill someone, these guys still know how to use their brains." He continued to interrogate, but the orc said nothing except the information about the swamp wasp. Seeing the other party's breath gradually disappear, Lier didn't waste words and waved his hand to let Hags deal with it directly. Swamp wasp? The appearance of the rotten orcs and Hags aroused his curiosity, awakening the second talent. He looked at his blank hero talent and fell into silence. Speaking of which, he is still a level 3 mage apprentice with a potential of only 2 stars. Although there is an evolutionary degree behind it, it has always been 1%, and there has been no other movement. The remaining power of the gods and the gift of the swamp are these 2 skills obtained after the fusion of the godhead. They are not his own talents. He is not a hero unit now. A little embarrassed. The potential of this body is obviously limited. If it weren't for the swamp godhead he obtained, he might not be able to condense the seeds of magic power in this life and embark on the extraordinary path. Compared with a true genius like Felena, the gap is far. If all the godheads and powers are collected in the later stage, it can be compensated. Now, being able to awaken a talent of your own and become a hero unit is of great value. Even if you can't use it yourself, it's enough to train another hero or strengthen Hags. While thinking, the corpses have been gathered. Lier's eyes are deep. The godhead exudes a faint pressure, and the blue energy envelopes the corpse. A stream of life energy is extracted and dissipated to the surrounding wetland lizardmen. These more than 50 corrupt orcs turned into scum, and the degree of evolution increased from 70% to 75%. Increase by 5%. The higher the level, the higher the life energy obtained. These orcs are obviously more than one level stronger than the halffish and the kelder ratmen. There is another 25%, and the wetland lizardmen can complete the promotion. At this moment, Hags approached with a blood-stained package with an excited expression and handed it over. "Master, there are gold coins in it." Lier took it with great surprise. Did the orcs still stockpile this thing? He opened it and saw a large area of golden light. He fished it out with his hands, and felt the unique texture of metal. There are at least thousands of gold coins in this package. Where did these guys get it from? Are there any other discoveries? Hags shook his head. Nothing. Lier felt better with the heavy gold coins in his hands. These corrupt orcs not only became spoils of war, but also contributed thousands of gold coins. Not bad, very good. If the monsters in the swamp were so sensible, the construction of the city of Weird would be easy. After cleaning up the battlefield, he continued to explore outside. He looked in the direction mentioned by the corrupt orcs. He asked the wetland lizardmen who were exploring the way ahead to search in this direction first. It's a pity that the intelligence system will not be refreshed until the 10th. If there is information about the swamp wasp, it can save a lot of effort. He continued to go deeper. There were still traces of the orcs retreating in this direction. Soon, he found a gathering place of wild monsters slaughtered by corrupt orcs. This was a group of half-fish people he had encountered before, about 50 in number. Lier happily accepted the corpses scattered all over the ground, and the evolution degree increased by 1% again. It was a little less, but a little bit adds up to a lot, and it will always reach the full state. After passing through the fishman area, he saw an open space with more than 40 orc corpses piled up in a swamp. They were all covered with huge bags, which was quite creepy. Lier showed a bright smile on his face. "Good guy, this is not to patrol the swamp, this is to pick up treasures. Collect corpses and extract life energy." After a set of combos, the evolution degree increased again. 80%. One step away from evolution. Who doesn't love the gains that come for free? Comfortable. Continue to explore along the path. After 10 minutes, the wetland lizardman in front sent a warning. Lier immediately asked everyone to restrain their breath, shorten their pace, and move forward carefully. A moment later, after passing through a haystack swamp area, a giant tree that was 70 to 80 meters high and blocked out the sun appeared at the end of the sight. The buzzing sound of countless wings flapping around this big tree was breathtaking. Giant wasps with body lengths of more than 30 centimeters, thin waists, poisonous stingers, and black and yellow stings flew around the tree. There were so many of them, like waves of dark tides, that it was impossible to count them clearly. The center of the tree was covered with honeycombs made of black mud. It was like a wasp city. Just one look at it could make people feel a chill down their spine. Swamp wasp, level 5, potential, 1 star, racial talent, poison needle. The poison needle on the back is highly toxic, which will cause huge poison damage to the enemy and paralyze the enemy. Skills, fast flight, 1 star, the flight speed is increased by 40%. Piercing, 1 star, the tail needle has a strong piercing force and has armor-breaking damage to armor. Evaluation: the highly toxic wasps will become extremely terrifying if they are led by a queen bee. All of them are level 5, and there are tens of thousands of them flying outside. Together with the ones hidden inside the nest, hundreds of thousands are conservative estimates. This terrifying scene made Lier have a question in his mind. Why do those corrupt orcs dare to spy on this scale of swamp wasps? A single swamp wasp is nothing, but hundreds of thousands of fist-sized swarms are another concept. Once an attack is launched, it will be a death storm that covers the sky and the sun. Moreover, the swamp wasps also have a queen bee who can control the swarm. Lier racked his brains but couldn't figure out who gave those corrupt orcs the courage to attack the swamp wasps. After observing silently for a while, he didn't move closer and waved his hand to let everyone evacuate. After leaving the area, Lier opened the magic map and marked it. This is a high-level monster stronghold, and it can't be refreshed now. Go back and accumulate strength before coming back. At the moment, he turned around and headed towards the place where the stinking giant mentioned by the swamp tree man. But the information given by the swamp tree man was too little. After searching for several hours, there was still no trace of the stinking giant. Instead, he encountered a group of half-fish men. The number of 2 squadrons increased the potential improvement progress of the wetland lizardmen to 83%. A small harvest. At dusk, Lier watched the sun gradually sink into the swamp, and without staying for long, he began to return. Under the reflection of the colorful clouds in the sky, he returned to the territory. He immediately found that the vines that were only 2 meters high in the morning had grown to 3 meters, and gradually showed a trend of encirclement. Progress was rapid. The chubby vine fairy was still trying hard to emit light and guide the growth of the starry vines. These little guys are really treasures. Lear was full of smiles. After dinner, he called Bane. The Swampman hero was still excited. The performance of the vine fairy made him see the hope of realizing his dream. In the past 2 days, all the Swampmen have been organized to discuss in detail the planning and construction of the City of Dew. The Swampmen are natural craftsmen, and each has different opinions on this aspect. With the joint efforts of all parties, the original plan has been gradually improved. After listening to Bane's enthusiastic report, Lear praised him generously. Bane said with a blush on his face, "My lord, the construction of the territory has gradually entered the right track. Next, we should reclaim farmland and grow food. The Noya rice we carry can last for 5 months, and the fastest maturing swamp wheat will take 3 months to mature, so we need to leave a certain amount of time for buffering. After going deep into the wilderness, in addition to the dangers everywhere, more importantly, it becomes difficult to trade with the outside world. Relying entirely on buying food from outside is too restrictive. It's okay for the small population now, but if the population continues to increase, the transportation problem alone will make this option unrealistic. Reclaiming farmland is a necessary option. I asked people to explore the surrounding area. Downstream to the south, 5 kilometers away, there is a large area of silt accumulation, which can be reclaimed into farmland. The soil in this area is very fertile, and with the continuous irrigation of swamp mud water from the upstream, we will definitely have a good harvest." Bane's tone was full of confidence. This time, they came with enough seed swamp wheat. As long as they are reclaimed a little, they can be planted. Li Er nodded and instructed seriously. "Starting tomorrow, arrange people to go to reclaim farmland. Remember to bring the wetland lizardmen to be alert. Evacuate in time when you encounter danger. You are the most important wealth of the territory." Bane felt warm at heart when he heard this. "Sir, you really care about your subordinates." Thinking of the confusion and uneasiness when he was sent to Lear during his dark slave life, he felt strong emotions at this moment. Only with comparison can we know the gap. His eyes became firm. "He will do everything he can to build the city of Wei Lu for you." After communicating about the reclamation of farmland, Bane talked about another key issue: water source. Although the swamp is not short of water, the water is full of germs and is not suitable for direct drinking. As you said before, boiling it before drinking reduces the diarrhea and illness of the tribe, but the taste of swamp water is too fishy and not suitable for long-term living. More urgent than reclaiming farmland is to find a clean water source. Hearing Bane's serious words, Lear's eyes condensed slightly. If there is no food, you can still get it through hunting and fishing, but without a clean water source, it can be fatal. I will focus on searching for water sources when I go out to explore these few days. Are there any other problems that need to be solved? Sir, the manpower we have is barely enough for now, but if the territory expands, it will be far from enough. There are only a few hundred swamp people, and the wetland lizardmen as warriors cannot participate in production. For such a large territory, there are only a few hundred laborers, which is simply not enough." Lear nodded. "I'll arrange this matter. With the magical skill of the residual power of the gods, there is a way to solve the manpower problem. But races like the mermen are covered with mucus and stench, which is really disgusting, and he doesn't look down on them." After talking about it, watching Bane's leaving, Lear took a deep breath. The blank city of Wei Lu lacks everything. Comrades still need to work hard. Calming down, he got up and walked out of the tent. At this moment, the starry sky was already twinkling. He turned his head subconsciously and looked towards the center. The vine fairies lit themselves up again, becoming light bulbs that controlled the power of the starlight and accelerated the growth of the starry sky vines. This has become a landscape of the city of Wei Lu. After instructing hags to arrange for people to be on guard, he returned to his exclusive tent and fell asleep. August 8th, the farmland in the south began to be reclaimed on the morning of the 8th. There are 50 swamp people participating, and it is expected that farming can be started on the 20th. Swamp wheat, as long as there is a lot of fertile swamp silt and water, can be cultivated all year round, not picky about the season, and can grow in winter. And it only takes 3 months to mature. It is the most common and best crop in the swamp. After leaving the swamp, this kind of wheat will lose its various characteristics and the yield will be reduced by half. This is a crop unique to the swamp, and it is rarely cultivated outside. On the 8th and 9th, For 2 consecutive days, Lear searched and hunted around the city of Wei-Lu. But there was still no trace of the smelly giant monster that the swamp tree man had mentioned. However, on the afternoon of the 9th, traces of two-headed ogres were found 15 kilometers east of the territory. This is a large group of more than 70 people, with an average level of 10. The average height reached 2.5 meters, like a little giant. 2 hideous and ugly heads grew on the neck, giving people a chilling feeling. Wearing animal skins, the body is strong and powerful, and the muscles are like inflated balloons, bulging high. The weapons around him are all thick trees. A dozen rough wooden houses were built on the gathering place of the two-headed ogres. Lear even found that the other party had surrounded a piece of grass and kept something in it. However, because the grass was dense, it was impossible to see clearly. After Lear found these two-headed ogres, he did not rush to act, and slowly evacuated the area. The level difference is too big, and it will definitely cost a huge price to capture this wild monster gathering place. The strength in his hands is not enough. This made him feel a little urgent. The two-headed ogre has built a house and settled down. It will certainly continue to explore and occupy the land. It is only a matter of time before the city of Wei-Lu is discovered by the other party. He needs to solve this danger as soon as possible. In addition to the threat of the two-headed ogre, the water source problem that has troubled Lear has not been solved. He has searched a large area in the past 2 days, but has not found a clean water source. The clean water that was originally stored was exhausted on the evening of the 8th, and only half a bucket was left in his tent. Everyone began to carry buckets to collect water and let it settle in the swamp. The next day, they filtered it again with cloth and then boiled it for drinking. But the stench and bitterness of the swamp water were still strong, and simple treatment was far from enough to remove it, making it difficult to swallow. Lear did not expect that the threat of the swamp monster that he was most worried about did not cause much impact, but the most inconspicuous water had problems first. On the evening of the 9th, after exploring the territory of the two-headed ogre, Lear did not continue the search and returned to the city of Wei-Lu. At this time, a group of swamp people were collecting water from the stinking muddy water into wooden barrels for sedimentation and filtration. Their lips were dry and their complexions were sluggish. They looked at the muddy water in the barrel and swallowed their saliva from time to time. But they would rather hold back and not drink the stinking water that was boiled after filtering the silt. On the other side, a large pot was set up on the grass, and the water was boiling. On it was an iron pot filled with cold water. The steam rushed up quickly, condensed under the iron pot and dripped onto the wooden basin for distillation. In this way, some clean water with less severe odor can be obtained. But this large pot is not enough to supply hundreds of people. My lord! Bane saw him return and hurriedly stepped forward to salute. Lear looked at the people who were fetching water and said in a deep voice, "Set up 2 more pots, and the clean water cannot stop." Bane immediately agreed. "I have asked people to collect wood." Lear nodded. This was only a temporary solution. Finding a suitable water source was the key. His head hurt. He was in no mood to talk much. After asking Bane to make the arrangements, he quietly came to the central area and watched the vine fairies cultivate the starry sky vines. Every day, this building would have new changes, which made him full of expectations. The sun sets and the moon rises, and the starry sky shines. The swamp people who had been busy all day had fallen asleep, and only the wetland lizardmen who were still on guard in the outer area were awake. Lear had no intention of sleeping, so he came to the central area and watched the vine fairies build houses, silently waiting until late at night. The time on the intelligence system quietly jumped from August 9th to August 10th. A new prompt immediately appeared in the intelligence system. The intelligence system has been cooled down and the intelligence can be refreshed. Do you want to refresh? Lear was refreshed and his inner emotions instantly soared. Refresh. The next second after confirmation, 5 intelligences were quietly generated. 1. 5 kilometers southwest, there is a rose flower with as many as 12 varieties. 1 star. 2. 10 kilometers to the north, a stinking giant demon occupies a ruined building. The building will appear on the 15th of every month and will automatically disappear on the 20th. 2 stars. 3. The corrupt orcs found that using dried black dragon broadleaf grass and mixing it with blood to make smoke can make the muddy wasps fall into a coma, but the smoke can only cause a coma for 10 minutes. They did not control the time well and suffered heavy casualties. Adding earth dragon feces can greatly enhance the effect. 2 stars. 4. 20 kilometers to the northeast, on a small hill with vines, there lives a group of bubble beasts. The bubbles they spit can filter out impurities in the mud and get clean water. 3 stars. 5. 10 kilometers to the south, in the muddy pool, there lives a group of dragon blood red fish. The meat is extremely delicious and has no thorns or bones. 3 stars, 1 star for 1, 2 stars for 2, and 3 stars for 2. The information refreshed this time is very valuable. Lier is in a good mood. Look carefully at the first one. The previous intelligence mentioned that Felena is looking for more kinds of roses in order to make a breakthrough. There are 12 kinds of roses in that area. I will have a gift next time I return to Luolan City. The other party should not be stingy in returning the gift, right? That is the princess of Luolan City, the flower of the north. Wow, the upper limit of the loan limit is ridiculously high. The second intelligence is about the smelly giant monster. The other party occupies a ruined building and appears on the 15th of every month. The traces will disappear on the 20th. No wonder no traces have been found in the past few days. The ruins and buildings are all passed down from the ancient ruins. This kind of thing may hide great treasures. The main plane of Nor has a long history. It has experienced 8 wars of the gods. There are countless destroyed civilizations, buried cities, and broken plains. Because of the passage of time, some are covered by the earth, and some flow into the dimensional plane. Under the coincidence of chance, these ancient ruins will be revealed. There may be treasures that make the king tremble, and artifacts of ancient gods buried. Of course, it is also possible to encounter extreme horror. The ruins occupied by the smelly giant monster are obviously good things, otherwise the other party would not be able to live so freely. I must go and see it when the time comes. The third piece of information made Lear very interested. No wonder those rotten orcs dared to attack the muddy wasps. It turns out that there is such a secret. The following tips are also very interesting. Using earth dragon feces can greatly increase the power. Isn't this a coincidence? He still had some genuine dragon feces in his hand, which was much better than earth dragon feces. The swamp queen bee could activate the treasure of talent, so he decided to get it. The fourth piece of information, 3-star value. Bubble Beast can filter out mud and sand to get clean water. Lier took a deep breath, and most of the pressure of the past few days dissipated. The intelligence system was indeed triggered according to the things he had recently come into contact with. This piece of information can solve a big problem. In the past few days, I have found nothing about the water source problem, and I am almost worried about it. If there is no food, I can rely on hunting to solve it. Without clean water, I can't survive a day. Living on distilled water is not a long-term solution. It is worthy of the information worth 3 stars, and it deserves this value. Seeing the fifth piece, Lier's eyes moved slightly. Dragon blood red fish, just by hearing the name, you know that the extraordinary farmland has been reclaimed, but you can't just eat wheat bread, right? Meat, eggs and milk, you have to supplement protein even if there is no milk. Although the swamp lacks drinkable water, it is not short of water. If we catch some and bring them back, maybe we can try to breed them? The intelligence value is as high as 3 stars. These dragon blood red fish are obviously not ordinary goods. This time, it's a big explosion. It's comfortable. Satisfied, Lear returned to his tent and fell asleep. The next morning, he summoned the army and searched in the northeast. Today's target is Bubble Beast. Other things can be postponed, but water is not enough. Distillation can quench thirst, but there are too many people and there is not so much wood around as fuel. According to the intelligence, Bubble Beast lives in a small hill with vines growing. In order to be on the safe side, he brought 5 vine fairies. Just the right professional match. Stepping into the swamp, the morning was with a light mist, the air was very humid, and it felt very comfortable. The 5 vine fairies flapped their green wings that seemed to be woven with vines, and flew around Lear with a humid sound. From time to time, they rubbed against him or rested on his shoulders. The giggles from his mouth continued. With him around, the little guys still felt safe even if they left the vines. The ferocious wetland lizardmen saw this warm scene and their eyes softened. About 10 minutes after leaving the city of Wet Dew, the wetland lizardmen searching ahead let out a shrill scream. Enemy attack! Lier's eyes focused and he immediately led his men forward. After walking about 200 meters forward, they came to a sparse in the sparse woods. A small group of wetland lizardmen stared fiercely ahead. Lier looked intently, and a dozen sturdy figures appeared in his sight. Gray-brown skin, hair as dense as a dense forest. Human faces, but with ferocity and savagery in their eyes. They were over 1.8 meters tall, wearing clothes made of leaves, holding hardwood spears and stone warhammers in their hands. These figures gave people a wild impact. It was like they walked out of the primitive and wild. They were controlling 2 unconscious lizardmen at the moment. The wetland lizardmen also had a captive whose face could not be seen clearly. Barbarian, level, intermediate knight, level 7, potential, 2 stars, racial talent, savage physique, with a strong body, endurance far beyond that of ordinary people, and an additional 35% increase in strength. Skill, war cry, 2 stars, before attacking, a shocking war cry is issued, and the strength of the person is increased by 20%. If the number of people who issue a war cry reaches 10, the strength is increased by an additional 20%. Beast instinct, 2 stars, possessing innate intuition, they can keenly sense the coming of danger. Evaluation, they are hunters in the wilderness. 2-star potential, 7th level intermediate night barbarians. Barbarians are different from another common race in the wilderness, the barbarians. The barbarian civilization is more advanced, with many wild territories and towns. Barbarians wander in the wilderness like savages. The number of barbarians is generally not large, and it is rare to see a group of 300 to 500 people. There are more small groups of more than 10 or 20 people. But looking at the appearance of the other party, it is obvious that they have just entered the swamp. Seeing the arrival of Lear and his party, the faces of the barbarians changed significantly. But looking at the unconscious companions in the hands of the wetland lizardmen, they suddenly became agitated again, speaking the language of the barbarians that outsiders cannot understand. A wetland lizardman whispered, "Master, we just arrived here and found the traces of these barbarians. They attacked us directly. Fortunately, our companions around us have not dispersed yet. We forcibly captured the unconscious barbarian who was protected by the other party. This barbarian seems to have a high status. After we captured him, the other party dared not attack us again." Lier took a look at the unconscious barbarian and did not see any difference, nor did he have any difference in attributes. Hearing their conversation, the strongest barbarian leader took 2 steps forward and said in a somewhat stiff common language, "Human, please release our companions. I am willing to exchange them with your companions." The 7th level hero hags beside him looked cold. "Master, barbarians never talk about credibility." Hearing this, the barbarian leader scolded, "Lizardman, don't compare the Hisham clan with other barbarians. The chief taught us that keeping promises is an advantage that barbarians must have. I can swear to you in the name of the Hisham clan. Besides, we are here to find the surrounding territories and start trade, not to make enemies." Chief, Hisham clan? And start trade? This guy didn't lie. After integrating into the godhood, Lear had an extraordinary keen perception of other people's emotions. Whether they were lying or had malicious intentions, he could tell at a glance. He looked at these guys with some curiosity. Barbarians dressed in leaves, wanting to start trade? He felt an inexplicable sense of absurdity. Clan Hisham? How many people do you have? Have you established a territory in the swamp? The leader of the barbarians was stunned for a moment, as if he did not expect Lear to ask this question. He hesitated for a moment and said slowly, "Human, we have established a territory with thousands of barbarians. It is only 3 or 4 days away from the swamp." Then he made another harsh remark. "If you kill my people, Clan Hisham will definitely retaliate against you." Lear was not interested in his threats. Instead, the territory he mentioned made him think. Barbarian territory with thousands of people? For a giant city like Lawrence City, it is insignificant, but for the barbarians who are used to being scattered, this scale is not small. More importantly, this is a wilderness far away from human civilization. At this moment, the intelligence system suddenly refreshed a new message. The first wild tribe, the Hisham clan, came to visit and seek to open trade, triggering an additional piece of intelligence. The chief of the Hisham clan has gained extraordinary wisdom and is ready to unite the barbarians into a rope and build their own barbarian main city in the wilderness. Therefore, they are seeking to trade with foreign countries. The other party occupies a unique mine, which is rich in gold and various rare ores. Trade with them will not only gain the friendship of the barbarians, but also obtain a large amount of rare ores. Lear, who was thinking, saw the intelligence and his eyes lit up. These barbarians are really here. The idea in his mind changed immediately. While he was silent, the barbarian suddenly found that the wetland lizardmen gathered from all directions, surrounded them. Hundreds of fully armed warriors stared at them indifferently, and the pressure instantly exploded. The barbarian leader gritted his teeth. "Human, what do you want? It looks like today can't be settled peacefully." Lear regained his mind, looked directly at the other party, and said slowly, "I am very interested in your Shahim clan. My territory is just being built, maybe I can establish trade relations with you. Make friends with distant places and attack nearby ones. Trade is always the best way to prosper a territory." Without the prompt of the intelligence system, the City of Wisdom must also trade with the outside world. The barbarian leader was obviously a little stunned. Establish trade? with some hesitation and caution. Human, are you really willing to open up trade with us? Now this really doesn't look like the state to talk about such things. Li Er nodded. Now, your lives are in my hands. What good will it do me to deceive you? The barbarian leader was speechless. Li Er didn't wait for the other party to speak and continued. The premise of opening up trade is, each party takes what they need. My swamp is rich in products and has everything. I need to know what you can provide and what you need. Although the intelligence had a hint, but the questions that should be asked cannot be omitted. This made the barbarian leader more serious. We need a lot of food and salt. We can exchange them with gold, ore, or slaves. He added. If you can provide weapons, armor and iron tools, that's fine too. These supplies are basically necessities that are lacking in the wilderness. The jungle here is a jungle where the strong prey on the weak, and the human lifestyle is too luxurious for the lives in the wilderness. It requires a sufficiently stable environment, and the most lacking here is stability. For example, hunting and gathering are the most common ways to obtain food, among which hunting is the main one, but hunting is not stable, and it also has to bear a very high risk of casualties. It is very difficult to maintain a huge force by relying solely on hunting. For a barbarian territory like this, the daily food needs of thousands of people are a huge burden. There are very realistic reasons why most races in the wilderness cannot establish territories and develop city-states. Lear's eyes moved slightly. Gold? Slaves? Or he thought of the trade in the age of exploration in the Middle Ages on Earth. Glass beads exchanged for gems, that is a real profit. If this barbarian territory has this potential, it will be a huge benefit to the city of Wei-Lu. He nodded slowly. Whether your words are true or not needs to be verified. Please follow me to the territory and live there for 2 months. When I am done with this period of time, I will go to the Shahim clan with you to discuss the opening of trade. The other barbarians were a little agitated, and their eyes were filled with anger. But the leader of the barbarians waved his hand to suppress the crowd. Sir, I promise you. But if your will changes, I beg you to let my companions go. I am the fish on the chopping board, and now fighting to the death is just sending myself to death. Judging from the other party's attitude, it seems that they are really interested in opening trade. Even if there is only a 1/10 probability, he is willing to gamble. The will of the chief must be implemented. That is the light of their barbarians. His eyes became firm. He turned his head and glanced at his companions behind him, and scolded them a few words in the language of the barbarians. Then the restlessness disappeared. Seeing this, Lear nodded slowly. As long as you don't do anything that is not good for me, my promise will be fulfilled. Although the words were plain, all the barbarians could hear the unquestionable firmness. The leading barbarian breathed a sigh of relief, held his chest and bowed his head, saluting with a respectful gesture. My lord, Akenza, greetings to you. Li Er nodded slightly. Lear, greetings to you. Sensing that the few people had completely lost their hostility and threats, he signaled to the wetland lizardman warriors behind him. Akenza, we still have to go out hunting and clear the dangers around the territory. We can't return to the territory for the time being. Please temporarily join my army and obey unified command and dispatch. Does this human lord trust them so much? The leader of the barbarians was a little surprised. He nodded with some complicated emotions. In the wilderness full of dangers, without a unified command, encountering the enemy would definitely be a disaster. Lear, who possesses the godhood, is far beyond their imagination. As long as there is a little hostility, he can respond immediately. It seems tolerant, but everyone is under his control. The barbarians don't know this, but they just think that Lear is trustworthy and have some respect in their hearts. Lear is not vague and lets the barbarian be alone. At the same time, a wetland touch restored the 2 captured lizard warriors and the barbarian. This made the eyes of several barbarians change again. In the battle, with such a wizard master who can heal, the chance of survival will definitely soar. It's a pity that there are too few wizards. There are only 2 wizards among the thousands of barbarians in their clan. And they don't know healing. Lier even specifically asked about the identity of the unconscious barbarian. There was a bit of misunderstanding. The other party was Akenza's younger brother. He was bitten by a poisonous snake before. After removing the toxin, he has been in a coma. Now it's good that he was rescued directly. This also made the barbarian's attitude towards Lier significantly improved. The army continued to move forward. 3 wetland lizardmen teams formed 2 groups and began to explore on a larger scale. After 2 days of fighting, the upgrade progress of the wetland lizardmen has increased to 95%. Only a new battle is needed to meet the upgrade requirements. but the battle I wanted today has not been encountered. After walking for 2 hours in a row, I didn't encounter any swamp monsters. There were quite a few animals on the road, but they sensed the approach of the large army and fled far away. Relying on the hunting instinct of the wetland lizardmen, they only hunted a few swamp boars for dinner at night, but it didn't quench their thirst at all. Lier was also quite helpless and had to increase the search range. After moving forward for more than half an hour, the lizardmen in front sent back a message the destination was found. When Lier arrived ahead, he saw a small hill that stood on the swamp, covering hundreds of meters and more than 30 meters high. Dense vines grew on the hill. These vines are common plants in swamps, and they look verdant and full of vitality. What is surprising is that at the foot of the hill where the vines took root, the muddy water that should have been turbid is now clear. Many dark green fish can be seen swimming in the water. There are even more than a dozen big fish over 2 meters long. Seeing the crowd approaching, the big fish shook their tails and shuttled into the natural hiding place formed by the roots of the vines. 100 meters away from the hill, the slowly flowing muddy water still smelled fishy. There was a huge contrast between the two. Lier was in a good mood when he saw this scene. Akenza, the leader of the barbarians, looked at the vines all over the ground and the fish in the water with some envy. The food in the swamp is too rich, and the water here is also very clear. Unfortunately, if it were next to the clan, the problem of lack of water and food would be alleviated. Lier ignored the barbarians and waved his hand backwards. The vine fairies hiding among the lizardmen in the wetland flapped their green wings woven with vines and flew to him. Father God Lier nodded and pointed to the front. Under these vines, there is a unique life hidden, the bubble beast, go find them. Bubble beast? What kind of life is this strange name? Under the curious gaze of the barbarians, the vine fairy immediately patted her chest and responded, flapping her wings and flew into the hills. The moment she approached the vines all over the mountains, she turned directly into spots of light and merged into them, which looked quite magical. The next moment, the densely entangled vines began to wriggle like an octopus. Countless branches began to wave, making a whirring sound in the air. The whole hill came alive. It looked strangely beautiful. The barbarians did not know the ability of the vine fairy, and they were quite surprised to see it all. Lier's senses were fully open. At this moment, he could clearly sense that after the vine fairy merged into the vine, more than 20 new life breaths appeared in the hill. Originally, this was the opponent's home court, but the vine fairy used the vines to drive the opponent away until they were concentrated in a certain area. Then, whoosh, the vines with thick and green roots on the hill suddenly rose from the ground and swayed in the air. On the vines, like hemp ropes, 26 strange lives with sleepy eyes were. They were about 1 meter tall, with a pair of small fleshy wings on their backs and chubby mouths. Their faces were like large buns, round and plump. Their black eyes were rolling around. Its body is like a little dinosaur in cartoons, with an inflatable fat tail, 2 thick legs in the lower body, and claws-like arms in the upper body, which are also fleshy. Is this Bubble Beast? Lier was quite surprised. It's too cute, right? If it were put on Earth, it would be rubbed bald? Bubble Beast, level, intermediate magic life, level 8, potential, 3 stars, magic power, 2500, racial talent, spits bubbles, and the bubbles it spits contain special magic power, which has infinite uses. It can control up to 20 bubbles. Skills, Guru Lulu, 2 stars, the bubbles it spits can filter out impurities in the water and obtain clean water. Bubble Bomb, 2 stars, compresses clean water or air in a bubble, which explodes instantly, causing huge damage to enemies within 10 meters. Bubble Prison, 2 stars, imprisons the enemy in a bubble, which can make the opponent limp and powerless, unable to mobilize the power in the body. Evaluation, a rare magical life, they even have to use bubbles to reproduce. 3-star potential, up to 3 level 8 skills, and all of them are 2-star skills. Lier was in a good mood. Those fat bubble beasts were still a little confused at the moment, not knowing what was going on. They were sleeping well, but suddenly they were hit by the vines. The vines were pulled up and tightly, unable to move. Lier did not wait for Bubble Beast to come back to his senses, his eyes were slightly focused, and he mobilized the godhood in his mind. Endless pressure surged out. It directly enveloped these magical lives. The next moment, Lier did not feel any resistance, and directly imprinted a mark in their souls. It was so smooth that he felt like he was hallucinating. The confused Bubble Beast subconsciously turned his head to look at Lier, and his black eyes showed intimacy. Master! The crisp calls came one after another, and the attitude changed so quickly that the barbarian did not react. How did he become the master? Lier was stunned for a moment, and his expression became a little subtle. He thought there would be a fierce battle, and he was mentally prepared to pay a certain amount of casualties. Unexpectedly, it was so simple that he even doubted whether there was a problem in some links. This is a 3-star value, important intelligence related to the survival of Wei-Lu City. The result is just like this? Retracting his scattered thoughts, waving his hand, let the vine fairy let go of these little guys. The vine swayed, crossing the clear water, and put the bubble beast on the ground. A chubby, round little dinosaur got up from the ground and trotted to Lear. He hugged his thigh and started to act like a spoiled child. Master, master. 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 The master's annoying voices, like a kindergarten kid, made Lear a little overwhelmed. Okay, be quiet. When the sound subsided a little, he immediately said, "Do you have anything else here? We are going back to our new home, and all the supplies must be taken away." "No more, master, we don't have anything." "Going to a new home?" Great! As soon as the voice fell, these chubby little dragon cubs instantly became noisy again, and the chirping sound could not be controlled at all. Lear's eyelids twitched. "Good guy, this is a bunch of babies back. No wonder it's so smooth." Waved his hand, let the wetland lizard man protect these little guys and hurry back to the territory. More than 20 kids were together, and they were getting a little nervous after a while of making so much noise. The vine fairy put the vines back on the hill and flapped her wings to return. These cute things looked at Bubble Beast curiously, and Bubble Beast also opened her big dark eyes and looked at these lives that made them feel very close. This was a cuteness contest. The two sides started playing together in a short while. The noise suddenly reached a new level. Lear found it funny, but he didn't stop them, so he let them go. He led the army back to the territory at a faster speed. At dusk, before the sun set, they arrived at the territory. The barbarians who saw the city of Wei-Lu for the first time were silent for a long time when they looked at the blank territory. They looked at Lear with a complicated look. "My lord, do you want to conduct trade in your territory?" Seeing the eyes of these guys, Lear said meaningfully, "Everything in the city of Wei-Lu is just starting, and it is the time when we need friends. If we are already strong, why should we cooperate with the barbarians?" Akenza was speechless. The reputation of the barbarians in the wilderness is not very good, otherwise there is no need to go out and look for a territory where trade can be opened. Stay in the city of Du for 2 months, and you will see everything. You 10 people, returning to the Hisham clan is just a few more laborers for hunting and moving bricks. Stay here and work for me for 2 months, and you can get a powerful territory as a trading partner. This business. Believe me, your chief will be satisfied with your choice. It's a choice, but is there a choice? Akenza had a headache. But he didn't say much, just hoped that the human lord would keep his promise. The weak have never had the power to control their fate. Lear didn't say much nonsense, waved his hand and asked someone to take the barbarians down to rest. At the same time, he secretly ordered hags to secretly control their movements to prevent any accidents. After making some arrangements, he called Bane, who was still busy. The swampman hero with algae green eyes saw the chubby bubble beast who looked like a meatball when he arrived. He was immediately fascinated. "I thought the vine fairy was invincible, but I didn't expect there was such a fierce and cute little cutie. Whose general is this?" The old man's face bloomed with a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. "My lord, these are bubble beasts," Lear introduced with some joy. "The bubbles they spit out can filter the mud and sand to get clean water. In the future, they will be the water source of Wei-Lu City. And it is a water source that can be carried with you. These lives are so magical." Bane was very excited. The shortage of water resources in the past few days has made him anxious. The smell of swamp muddy water is really fishy and unpleasant. Even if it is boiled and filtered several times, it is still difficult to swallow. The output of distilled water is small, and he has not drunk a sip since he got up this morning. He would rather be thirsty than taste the taste of dead rats soaked in water again. Lear didn't waste any words and brought a group of bubble beasts to the side of the swamp. "Little guys, filter the muddy water in front of you into clean water." Hearing this, more than 20 bubble beasts immediately rushed to the front. "Yes, master. Get out of the way, let me go first." "Ah, you stepped on my foot, master," he stepped on my foot. "What are you doing?" "You squeezed my." "I'm standing in front, I'll go first." The scene suddenly became noisy. Bane was a little surprised and turned to look at Lear. "My lord, they." Lear shrugged. "It's just what you think. More than 20 chattering children. Only a kindergarten teacher can calm them down." Bane smiled and was still in a good mood. As long as he can get clean water, let alone children, he would even worship him as a grandfather. Soon, a circle of fat bubble beasts surrounded the edge of the swamp. A little guy began to blow into the air, and magic surged, and a transparent bubble slowly formed. In a moment, the bubble became bigger and bigger, and the diameter soared to 3 meters. Then it slowly seeped into the swamp, squeezing out the muddy water around it, and the inside of the bubble was filling up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Clean water. Clean and transparent, clean water without a trace of impurities. Magic, so magical. Bane's face flushed red, and he stamped his feet in excitement, wishing he could rush over and drink a few sips right away. 26 bubble beasts created 26 super large bubbles with a diameter of 3 meters and began to filter frantically. In an instant, 1/3 of the bubbles were filled with clean water. The high efficiency surprised Lear. At this speed, the clean water created by one bubble beast could supply the current Wei-Lu city. After the bubbles were half filled with clean water, they gradually sank into the swamp, and then a magical scene appeared. These bubbles were connected together to form an oval super large bubble. This big bubble isolated the silt outside and filtered the clean water at an even more exaggerated speed. In a moment, an oval clean water source was formed. The depth reached 5 meters, the width exceeded 10 meters, and the length reached an astonishing 50 meters. The bubbles merged into the water and became completely invisible. Even with magic perception, it was impossible to find their location. Looking around, you can only see a clear oval canal in the silt. And right next to it, the turbid and smelly silt water is still flowing slowly, forming a sharp contrast between the two. What a treasure! Lear was in a good mood as he watched these fierce little guys. He stepped forward, squatted down, and tried to explore downwards with his hands. He could feel a slight coolness when his hands passed through the bubbles, but there was no obstruction. He picked up the clear water and drank it gently. A sweet and cool taste made him feel refreshed. After filtering through the bubbles, he felt like drinking mountain spring water. Compared with the smelly and difficult to swallow swamp water before, it was a world of difference. Bane, who was standing by, drank a few sips and was so excited that he could hardly swallow it. He said excitedly, "My lord, this is so wonderful." He did not expect that the problem that had been bothering him would be solved in such a peculiar way. Lear smiled, looked at the bubble beast, and praised it generously. "Great job! You are the pride of the city of Dew." He praised these little guys fiercely. Finally, he asked, "How long can a bubble of this size last?" Looking at the little fat dragons who were chirping again, he glanced around and pointed to one of the bubble beasts who looked more calm. "You say it!" The bubble beast who was named immediately raised his little head and received envious looks. "Master, if it is only used to filter clean water, it does not consume much magic power. I can maintain it by myself." Before, everyone took turns to maintain the bubble. Each person was responsible for 1 month. One person can maintain it? Lier was quite surprised. No wonder such a large area of water near the hill is clear and transparent. These little guys are really treasures. Judging from the filtration efficiency of this big bubble, it is enough to maintain the daily consumption of the Microdew city, and even several times the population is enough. In the future, arrange one person to be on duty every day to maintain the bubble here. He added, "I will establish the Microdew the water plant in the city of Xi. Whoever is on duty here in the future will be the CEO of the water plant, and the other bubble beasts will be responsible for assisting." All the bubble beasts' eyes lit up when they heard this. The CEO of the water plant sounds very powerful, and it can also let other bubble beasts assist, just like the children in kindergarten got a little red flower, and their enthusiasm instantly increased. "Master, I can keep it going. Before, they were lazy and I was in charge of the bubbles for 3 months. I also want to be the CEO of the water plant." Master Lier looked at a group of little guys and started to act coquettishly and laughed. "Who was your boss before?" A group of bubble beasts subconsciously looked at the figure that Lier had just named. He immediately understood. "From now on, you will be the executive director of the water plant, responsible for arranging everyone's shifts, whether it's 1 day or 3 days, it's up to you to arrange it." As soon as the voice fell, the difference was immediately seen. The bubble beast showed a little joy on his face, but still nodded calmly. "Yes, master, I will arrange them. What's your name?" "Master, I gave myself a name. Bobo." The little guy showed an embarrassed expression on his face. Lier touched his head encouragingly. It was soft, like plasticine. "This name is nice, Bobo. From now on, you will be in charge of the other bubble beasts." "Yes, master." Bobo raised his head and replied. Lier suddenly seemed to think of something and asked curiously, "Why do you usually maintain such big bubbles?" "The clear water near the hill is several times larger than the range here. For drinking alone, you don't need that much," Bobo responded. "Master, fish is our food. Fish raised in clear water taste better. That's our fish pond." "Wow, a fish pond?" So those fish are raised by you? Lier immediately thought of the fifth piece of information, refreshed this time, 3-star value, dragon blood red fish. He said with interest. I plan to build a fish farm around the city of Dew. Where do you think is more suitable? Bobo stretched his little head to look around, and finally pointed to the direction of the starry skyvines in the north. Master, the water flows down from above, it's better on top. The clean water we purify can also cover the entire area. Lier nodded. Very good. Can you catch fish? Bobo immediately became interested. He patted his chest with his chubby little paws. Of course, our bubbles can directly lock up the fish. Fish are their food. Lier's smile grew. He turned to look at Bane. Have you made any progress in the area in the south? Before setting out today, I informed Bane of the news about the dragon blood red fish and asked him to send someone to investigate first. Sir, the depth of that area of water is we were 7 or 8 meters deep, and there was thick silt at the bottom. We didn't find anything, and the fishing nets were useless. Lier was not surprised. A treasure worth 3 stars would not be that simple. Bobo, tomorrow morning, you take 10 companions with me to go hunting, and the others will stay in the territory to maintain the water bubble. Bane, you will be responsible for arranging their daily life. After another round of communication, the sky gradually darkened. The army dispersed, and the swamp people began to make a fire and cook. Today, 2 swamp boars were hunted, and they can enjoy a sumptuous pig-killing feast in the evening. Fortunately, there is Noya's rice, otherwise this amount of food is not enough for the consumption of these 300 people. Night fell. The starry sky flickered, and the vine fairy began her daily work. Grow fast and let the starlight power nourish the starry sky vines, so that these 2-star magic plants grow rapidly. The barbarians who had finished dinner were suddenly attracted and came to the central area curiously. Immediately, they saw that the vine building, which was originally quite rough and only had a rough framework, was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually weaving each other, faintly forming the appearance of a building. I was trembling in my heart. After watching for more than an hour, Akenza calculated with a trembling heart that at this construction speed, it would not take long for this blank territory to build a large and magnificent building. What the human lord said was not false. In 2 months, we can open trade with them. Human beings are unfathomable. The next morning, August 11th, Lier woke up and checked the construction progress of the government hall of the city of Dew as usual. Although it is huge, with the unlimited efforts of the Vine Fairy, the construction progress has been completed by 1/3. Perhaps in 10 days, his first building will be initially completed. And with the characteristics of this building, it can be continuously expanded on this basis in the future. Unlimited potential. After a simple wash, he immediately summoned the army and took 10 bubble beasts to the south to catch dragon blood red fish. The 10-kilometer journey is not far or near, but if there are no mistakes along the way, it will take until noon to return. When preparing to set off, he was quite surprised to find that the attitude of the barbarians had changed dramatically. Before, they were vigilant and helpless, but now, everyone's face was full of longing, and their eyes looking at him were full of kindness and respect. The enthusiasm has been greatly improved. After a few words, I found that the other party seemed to particularly admire the fast-growing vine buildings. After understanding the meaning, Lier smiled, patted the barbarian leader Akenza on the shoulder, and said nothing more. Where are we now? With him, the future of Wei-Lu City will make the whole wilderness tremble. Concentrate your mind and set out to fish. 5. In the muddy pool 10 kilometers to the south, there lives a group of dragon blood red fish. The meat is extremely delicious, without bones and thorns. 3 stars, leaving the territory, heading south. The 10-kilometer journey is not far, but in the swamp, you need to be alert to danger at all times. This also resulted in a slow march, and it would take more than 2 hours to travel at full speed. The barbarians followed them, taking them with them more for precaution. Halfway through the journey, when passing through a half-man-high reed, a buzzing sound came from the sky like thunder. The sound approached quickly, and everyone felt a huge rock pressing down on their hearts. Lier looked up, and a black cloud covering the sky and the sun appeared in his sight. Mosquitoes. Countless mosquitoes. There were so many of them that they covered the sky and the sun, forming a terrifying black tide. Its wingspan exceeded 20 centimeters, and its body was 1/3 the size of a fist. It had black and white spots, and its mouth had sharp mouthparts like steel needles. What was surprising was that these mosquitoes actually lifted a 10-meter-long brown-spotted python together and quickly flew across the sky. This scene made people's backs cold. Flesh and blood giant mosquito, level 3, potential, 1 star, racial talent, bloodthirsty and flesh-thirsty, extremely eager for flesh and blood, can swallow flesh and blood with its mouthparts and bring it back to the nest. Skill, paralysis, 1 star. When attacking the enemy with its mouthparts, it will cause a paralysis effect, making the enemy unconscious. Evaluation, an unbearable bug. The attributes of a single flesh and blood giant mosquito are relatively ordinary, but in an exaggerated number, it becomes extremely terrifying. Mosquitoes are different from wasps. They are not social insects and do not have the habit of building nests in groups. But now it seems that anything is possible in this fantasy world. When the tide of mosquitoes passing by the flank disappeared from sight, Lear took a deep breath. The pressure in his heart quietly increased. Although the current Wei-Lu city has already had some foundations, the swamp is full of dangers. If you want to gain a firm foothold, you need to continue to develop. Flying dragons, muddy wasps, two-headed ogres, rotten centaurs, and stinking giant monsters now have a flesh and blood giant mosquito, which are all sources of danger. The territory seems to be stable at the moment, but the crisis may break out at any time. We need to speed up the upgrade and development progress. There is also the authority of the swamp, which belongs to the power of the gods and must be obtained as soon as possible. While thinking, Lier asked the army to speed up the march and try to catch the dragon blood red fish this morning. After marching forward for about half an hour, they passed a smelly and muddy area. The soil here was rolling, and there were many fragments of the flesh and blood giant mosquito that we had just seen on the ground. There were also a large number of giant pythons wriggling in the central area. The giant python was obviously hunted by the flesh mosquito here. Mosquitoes kill pythons. Crazy and fantastic. Continuing in this direction, more traces of battle were found. But there was only blood and a lot of dry bones on the ground, and the flesh and blood were swallowed and taken away by the flesh mosquitoes. Everyone's eyes were solemn and no one spoke. The barbarians were also trembling, and the envy of the swamp in their hearts was directly thrown out of their minds. Fortunately, the Hisham clan is far away from the swamp. Otherwise, an insect plague of this scale can severely damage or even destroy them. No wonder no one has established a territory around the swamp, it is too dangerous. The monsters on the road were cleared by the flesh mosquitoes, which made the journey smoother. At 9 o'clock in the morning, passing through a low grass, Lear saw a turbid pool of water with a diameter of more than 200 meters. The water was turbid and it was impossible to see what the bottom was like. In the central area, bubbles of various sizes kept coming out, and at the same time, muddy water was surging out. This is it. Lear let out a long breath and looked at the bubble beast. Bobo, the dragon blood red fish is hiding in the water, but we don't have the means to catch it now. Do you have any ideas? Bobo puffed up his chest and said in a baby voice. Master, you can use bubbles to isolate the muddy water and drive the fish to a small area. Then catch it. Taking fish as food, there are unique ways. Lier reached out and touched the little guy's head, encouraging him. Bobo looks very powerful, come on, catch all the dragon blood red fish. He was also very curious about what was so special about the 3 starfish. Encouraged, Bobo immediately became excited and brought other bubble beasts to the muddy water. Kovu started blowing bubbles into the air. In the blink of an eye, a 3-meter-high bubble was blown up by them, and then a magical scene appeared. The bubble beast stepped out and directly entered the bubble. And the bubble has not burst yet. Gurgle, the bubbles rolled directly from the river bank into the water. These little guys drove the bubbles to the center of the pool like driving a small boat. Lier was a little surprised. Is this possible? After arriving at the center, Bubblemon blew bubbles happily. The bubbles expanded to a diameter of 3 meters, like a stone falling into the water, and quickly sank to the bottom. Each Bubblemon can control up to 20 bubbles. These 10 Bubblemons have 200 bubbles. The number is already very impressive. Continuous bubbles fell into the water, like a fishing net, and began to swim in the water. Lear was sharp-eyed and saw a bubble passing over an area. The bubbles were like a collapsed fishing net, directly catching all the fish swimming around. Inside, the fish wanted to get out, but it was like encountering a steel cage, and no matter how many times they hit it, they were indifferent. Lear was amazed. This way of catching fish is too cool, right? More and more bubbles appeared, connecting into a piece underwater, and began to drive the fish from left to right. 200 bubbles were fully loaded. At the shore where Lear was, he could clearly feel that the fish were becoming more and more active. They kept jumping out of the water, creating circles of ripples. But they were all common fish, and even if they were big, they were nothing special. Dragon blood red fish, where is the dragon blood red fish? The bubbles gradually surrounded, and the water area became narrower and narrower. The fish jumped more and more fiercely. But when they surrounded the area only 10 meters ahead, the bubbles had overflowed, and even the surface began to be covered with bubbles. It can be seen that some of the fish caught by the bubbles are almost full. When approaching a few meters from the shore, suddenly a pure red fish jumped up, trying to jump over the net made of bubbles. But the next moment, he plunged into the bubble and was imprisoned. The first time he saw the fish, Lier knew that the goal of this trip was in his hands. The pure red fish was as bright as blood. It was about 1 meter long, with 2 long whiskers on the corners of its mouth, like the whiskers of a giant dragon. The scales on its body were 1/3 the size of a palm, giving people a sacred feeling. When you get close, you can also feel the faint dragon power on its body. When it swims, it makes people feel that this is an extraordinary thing. Dragon blood red fish, magic life, level, 2 stars, features, 1, it is a peerless delicacy, with extremely delicious meat, a delicacy on earth. 2, it is strong, and after eating, it can permanently increase a certain amount of physical strength. Introduction: after the death of the ancient dragon, the blood was swallowed by the fish school and evolved into a dragon blood red fish. 2-star magic life. This time I caught it. At this moment, the bubbles that surrounded it opened their huge mouths like evil beasts, suddenly expanded and attacked, and directly covered all the waters on the shore. The fish swimming inside had no time to react before they were captured by the bubbles. Snap, snap, bubbles burst one by one. Many small fish were released back into the swamp. The big fish were gathered in a few bubbles. The most eye-catching thing was 3 of the bubbles. Dozens of brightly colored dragon blood red fish over 1 meter long shone brightly. When Lier saw this scene, his face instantly smiled brightly. Dozens of 2-star magic lives, this wave of his is a big profit. Bobo proudly brought the bubble beasts back to the shore. Then they went directly to the shore. The bubbles were like tough cloth and could not be punctured by the stones on the ground. After they were stable, the bubbles were broken under the control of these fleshy little dinosaurs. They came to Lier with great enthusiasm to ask for credit. "Master, we have caught all the fish in there. These red fish look delicious. Can we try them?" "Master." Lier was in a good mood. He praised these little guys. These bubble beasts looked cute, but they were very capable. This time they made a great contribution. After an inventory, a total of 47 dragon blood redfish were caught this time. They were all big fish, and there were no young fish. However, the bubble beasts repeatedly confirmed that all the dragon blood red fish in the water had been caught. Lier nodded with satisfaction. It was a big profit to get dozens of 2-star dragon blood red fish. The remaining ordinary fish filled 5 bubbles, which was also a great harvest. After getting what he should get, Lier, who was in a good mood, did not hesitate and returned directly to the territory. Although he encountered a terrible tide of giant mosquitoes on this trip, there were not many accidents and he still got what he wanted most. Bubble Beast controlled 8 bubbles with a diameter of 3 meters and filled with fish, following him. These bubbles full of fish seemed to have no gravity and floated in the air. Lier watched the movements of these little guys and felt that Bubble Beast had unlimited potential. Fishing, filtering clean water, breeding, and using bubbles to transport items, and even using bubbles to fight are simply multifunctional vehicles. The only pity is that there are not enough of them. Thinking of this, Lier asked curiously, "Bobo, how do you reproduce?" "Reproduction?" Bobo was a little puzzled when he heard the word. Lier explained with a smile. "It's about how to give birth to new bubble beasts. It's very simple, just use bubbles to merge with other people's bubbles, and then drip into our blood. It only takes 3 months to give birth to new partners." Bobo's face was a little bitter after he finished speaking. "But bleeding hurts, and each time you lose half a month's strength. So we rarely take the initiative to give birth to new bubbles, unless there is an unexpected situation and we need to add companions." Lier thought of the evaluation on the Bubble Beast panel. Even reproduction requires bubbles. Real Bubble Beast. However, the price of reproduction for these little guys is only losing half a month's strength? What kind of price is this? I have to increase their number later. If there are 300 or 500, wouldn't it be heaven? I touched Bobo's little head and said nothing more. 26 is still too few. I returned the same way and nothing unexpected happened. When I returned to the territory, Bane immediately came to meet me. Seeing the bubbles filled with fish and floating in the air, my smile was bright again. "My lord, so many fish, a great harvest." Lier smiled. "It's all thanks to the Bubble Beast." He pointed to the dragon blood red fish in the middle. He said in his serious tone, "These are 2-star magic life. Dragon blood red fish, after eating, can permanently increase physical strength, and the meat is delicious, extremely rare. Deal with 3 first and eat tonight. The rest will be temporarily kept in the north. You arrange 2 bubble beasts to manage it." Lier has been used to Bane these days. This swamp hero is flexible and decisive. He is very suitable for handling these trivial matters. Dragon Blood Red Fish. 2-star magic life. Bane immediately became interested. My lord, do you want to try to raise this good thing? With the bubble beast, you can try it. Of course. But we caught 47 dragon blood red fish, but there are no young fish. Maybe breeding is a problem. You should pay more attention to it. Yes, my lord. Leave it to me. Bane has always been very positive about this kind of thing. Although he has only been in the silt swamp for a few days. But in the past few days, he has personally participated in the construction of the territory. Seeing it getting better day by day, the feeling is so wonderful. He is full of confidence and expectations for the future of the city of Wei-Lu. Soon, a dozen swamp people began to kill fish. All the ordinary swamp fish were processed. If they couldn't finish eating, they would be made into smoked fish and dried fish. The dragon blood red fish picked 3 big and fat fish that were almost 1.5 meters long. They were cooked by the swamp people with the best skills. An hour later, a special fragrance suddenly appeared in the territory. The busy people turned their heads from time to time to look at the temporary kitchen. The sound of swallowing saliva came one after another. The fragrance seemed to penetrate into the soul, making them unable to stop. Bubble Beast couldn't even bear to blink, and the saliva at the corners of his mouth almost wet his stomach. Finally, after cooking over a high fire, the swamp chefs in the kitchen jointly brought out 3 large pots of delicious food cooked with dragon blood red fish. The largest pot was served to Lear, 1 pot belonged to the Bubble Beast, and the remaining pot was enjoyed by the wetland lizard warriors. The swamp people enjoyed a sumptuous fish feast, but they were temporarily out of luck with treasures like the red blood dragon fish. On the wooden table, Lear looked at a large pot of stewed dragon blood red fish in front of him, and the fragrance made him salivate uncontrollably. It was too tempting. He had eaten countless delicacies, but he had never seen such tempting food with such a soul-touching fragrance. He took a deep breath, picked up the special chopsticks, and picked up a piece. The fish meat was like garlic cloves, with distinct textures. Slowly put it into his mouth. An indescribable sense of beauty bloomed on the tip of his tongue. At this moment, it was as if he was ascending into the clouds, and the whole person was wrapped in cotton candy like clouds. It was an unprecedented experience, and the deluxe version of the 8888 Great Sword was not even 1/10,000th of it. After swallowing it, a warm current surged up, and the body seemed to become tougher. Strength comes from within. Every cell was cheering. This is not only a delicacy, but also a cleansing for the body and an enjoyment that touches the soul. After one bite, he couldn't help but take the second and third bites. A 1.5-meter-long fish weighing more than 30 kilograms was eaten by him alone. The fish meat turned directly into pure energy after entering his stomach. There was no residue left. In the end, my whole body was warm, as if I had taken a hot spring bath. I could clearly feel that my physical fitness had increased significantly. I clenched my right hand into a fist and swung it violently forward. Whoosh! The air was accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air. It was 2 or 3 times stronger than before. Exaggerated. After eating it, it can permanently increase physical strength. This is a 2-star magic life. It's so cool. Li Er was amazed. It's a pity that the effect of the fish meat was no longer obvious after eating it, and the last 1/10 and half had no reaction at all. If I could continue to increase the upper limit, I dare not think about it. What's even more amazing is the taste of the dragon blood red fish. Even if it doesn't have the characteristic of increasing physical strength, this unparalleled taste experience alone is worth 1,000 gold. I must try to raise it, otherwise I can't stand it for a few times. He can no longer accept a life without dragon blood red fish. After lunch, the territory was peaceful and comfortable. I haven't eaten so well for a long time. The fish meat was thick and plump, and everyone had a delicious meal. The Bubble Beast and the Wetland Lizard Man who enjoyed the dragon blood red fish were even more immersed in the wonderful taste experience. After taking a lunch break, Li Er called Bane. He couldn't wait to bring the swamp hero to the north of the territory and pointed to the muddy land in front. The area in front will be designated as a fish farm. You arrange personnel to carry out special management. He looked at the Bubble Beast on the side. Bobo, you use bubbles to build a mud wall in front to prevent the dragon blood red fish from escaping. We also need to arrange someone here to control the bubbles and raise the dragon blood red fish in the bubbles. The dragon blood red fish looked difficult to raise, but he was unwilling to give up without trying. After the order came down, Bane and Bobo took action immediately. Bobo called 10 bubble beasts, and together they began to control the bubbles to circle a large farm in the north, interested in your of more than 100 meters. If needed, it can be expanded at any time. They manipulated the bubbles like a bulldozer, squeezing the surrounding silt, digging out the ground, and piling up a thick partition wall around. At the same time, an oversized bubble condensed in the center, wrapping the dragon blood red fish. Under the double protection, it is impossible for these peerless delicacies to escape. The first version of the fish pond was completed quickly with the help of the bubble beasts. Watching the dragon blood red fish swimming in the clear bubbles, Bane asked Lear with some scratching his head after the excitement. "My lord, what should we feed them?" Lear stared at the dragon blood red fish swimming happily and said in a light voice, "Since they are fish, they can't live without those things, meat and grass. Starve for a few days, feed them meat and grass in turn, and they will eventually find what they like to eat. Or let the bubble beasts divide it into several areas and feed them comparatively. Fish are like a life form, starving for 10 days or half a month is like nothing. The fatter ones can last for several months. There is plenty of time to find a solution for them. If all else fails, just kill them and eat them with wine. There is always a way." The 5 pieces of intelligence refreshed this time, the 4th bubble beast and the 5th dragon blood red fish, have already been obtained. Now only the first few pieces of intelligence with slightly lower value have not been completed. 1. 5 kilometers southwest, there is a rose flower with up to 12 varieties. 1 star. 2. 5 kilometers north, the stinking giant monster occupies an ancient ruins building. The building will only appear on the 15th of every month. 2 stars. 3. The corrupt orcs found that using black dragon broadleaf grass to dry and mix it with blood to ignite smoke can make the mudwasp fall into a coma, but the smoke can only cause a coma for 10 minutes. They did not control the time well and suffered heavy casualties. Adding dragon feces can greatly enhance the effect. 2 stars. Rose flowers are simple, just send someone to dig them back. The matter of the stinking giant monster needs to wait until the 15th. At present, there are only mud wasps left. The mud queen bee that can improve potential and awaken talents is a treasure that must not be discarded. Bane, do you know about black dragon broadleaf grass? Black dragon broadleaf grass? Bane, who was still thinking about how to plan the fish farm and how to feed the dragon blood red fish, looked at Lear with some doubts. "My lord, this weed is said to have mutated from the blood of a black dragon. It can only grow in dark and humid places. It has a bad smell and is also toxic. It is of little use." He closed his mouth as soon as he said the latter sentence. "It is of little use to others. My lord has great means, so it must be of great use. I will send people to find it now. Although the place where it grows is remote, there are not a few." Lear nodded. "The more we collect, the better. In addition, how much dragon feces is left?" "There are still 1.5 kilograms of dragon feces left, and it is currently stored in the warehouse. No one can use it without your order." "Okay, keep it well, I will use it." Bane immediately became energetic. This was the first time Lear had given such a serious instruction. "Yes." Lear said nothing more, turned his head and looked at the bright dragon blood red fish again. These 2-star magical creatures are swimming in the clear pool, giving people the feeling of a dragon entering the sea. I felt a little better. Many people like to raise fish, just to watch them swim and be full of vitality. Not to mention, this is a delicacy. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon when I finished all this. Seeing that the fish pond had been optimized a lot and several partitions had been built up, I felt a sense of accomplishment. Raising fish, reclaiming land and farming, everything in the territory is changing for the better. While thinking, I called the bubble beasts. "Bobo, we are too short of manpower now, and we need you to breed new bubble beasts to help the territory. You are very capable and can take on more responsibilities. Can I give this important task to you?" Bobo was stunned for a moment, and then, as if he had been given a shot of chicken blood, he patted his chest with his chubby little paws and said loudly, "Master, you can trust us." "Very good, go and select the first batch of bubble beasts who are willing to take on this important task. After the first batch recovers, the second batch will continue to breed. Bobo, your task is heavy and your responsibility is great. I need your help." Feeling Lear's serious attitude, Bobo's eyes became firm. "Master, I will endure the pain. I won't let you down." "Very good, every bubble beast that reproduces can enjoy the delicious food cooked by dragon blood red fish again." After saying this, the chubby bubble beast swallowed his saliva, his eyes were full of color. He couldn't wait to start reproducing right now. Today's fish is so delicious, so delicious. Bobo quickly passed the news to other bubble beasts, and immediately selected 16 of them who were willing to reproduce. The remaining 10 needed to maintain the fishing grounds and water sources, and after the first batch recovered, they would be bred as the second batch. The 16 bubble beasts gathered around Lear with a little fear and expectation. Lear was also generous in encouragement and praise. You are the hope of the city of Weirdo and a role model for everyone. In the future, we will call on everyone in the city of Weirdo to learn from you. All kinds of praise made these little guys feel like they had received the only little red flower in kindergarten, and their mood became very good. Lear was also quite curious about the reproduction of bubble beasts. After everything was ready, the bubble beasts were divided into groups of 2. These magical lives have no gender distinction, but reproduction requires 2 people together. Standing on the shore, he blew a small bubble in his mouth, then gritted his teeth, and blood dripped from the tip of his tongue, floating in the small bubble. The bubble flew into the air, and slowly merged and overlapped with another bubble of another bubble beast that also contained blood. The 2 bubbles became one, and the blood inside also merged together. The next moment, the second bubble was blown. After blowing 3 bubbles in a row, their breath wilted at a speed visible to the naked eye. After all of them merged, there were 24 bubbles with blood left in the sky. The bubble beasts were so tired that they had difficulty breathing. They used their last bit of strength to control the bubbles to slowly fall to the muddy shore, like fish eggs, arranged one by one, half buried in the mud. In 2 months, as long as they are not destroyed, new partners will be born. Bobo looked at this scene and felt a little distressed for his little friend, but also a little happy about the upcoming tribesmen. They haven't had any new tribesmen for a long time because they are afraid of pain. Lear was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that 24 bubble beasts could be bred at one time. And there are still 10 bubble beasts that have not reproduced yet. 5 pairs can be made here, and there can be 15. In other words, 39 bubble beasts can be added at one time. If all are hatched, plus the original 26, the number can soar to 65. It's comfortable. The bubble beasts look cute, like children of 4 or 5 years old, but they are a strategic force. Like the vine fairies, they are of great value to the city of Dew. Speaking of which, how do vine fairies reproduce? I'll ask later. 16 vine fairies are indeed a little too few. It's a bit difficult to build houses recently. In the future, as the territory expands, the construction there will be more, and these 10 or so are far from meeting the demand. Let Bane settle the bubble beasts that will be depressed, and let the kitchen cook a dragon blood red fish to replenish their bodies. And praise them again. After a series of operations, these little guys with weak spirits also recovered a little. Then go to the rest area on the side to enjoy it peacefully. The remaining 24 bubbles do not need any action, just wait for time to breed. They can naturally hatch and become new bubble beasts. Turn this area into a restricted area, prohibiting anyone from entering, and send a team of wetland lizardmen to guard it. After all this, Lier came to the vine fairy. After a week of hard work, the vines in the central area have grown to a height of 8 or 9 meters, and the area is even wider. Under the guidance of the Mudman, these vines began to gradually merge and weave with each other. The prototype of the first building of the city of Wailu, the city hall, has been formed. In 10 days, you can see the complete magnificent building woven by star vines. Summon a vine fairy and ask about reproduction. The vine fairy blushed and was too shy to look at Lear. Father God, we can give birth to babies by ourselves. After giving birth, the babies will be fostered in the vines and need to be nurtured by the vines. Vine fairies do not need ordinary food, and they don't even eat dragon blood red fish. The vines provide them with all their energy. Give birth to babies by ourselves? Don't we need to cooperate with others? Father God, we don't need it. The more the vine fairy talked, the redder her face became, and she didn't dare to look at Lear. Parthenogenesis? Vine fairies are all female, there are no males. This is quite convenient? Lear laughed. There are many parthenogenetic lives on Earth, so it's not surprising. Then, can we give birth to babies now? The vine fairy became even more shy. With a red and round face and a pink and tender mouth, she flapped her little wings and flew to his side, holding his arms and shaking back and forth unwillingly. Father God, Lear's heart melted. Which old father can stand this kind of spoiled childishness? Finally, under his inquiry, he whispered the secret of the next generation. The vine fairy can only give birth to a baby every year. It is necessary to enter the vine to give birth to its own crystal and let the vine nurture it. In this process, the vine needs sufficient nutrients and cannot be harmed, otherwise the baby will dissipate. The gestation process lasts for half a year. But they give birth to babies, which will not cause them to lose themselves, and even make the vine fairy more comfortable. Because the vine fairy will give birth to a baby every year, if it does not give birth, it will continue to consume its own energy to maintain the baby. babies can be accumulated. After accumulating 3 or 4, it is a huge burden on the body. The vine fairy has accumulated 4 babies. Lier was quite surprised after hearing this, and hurriedly called all the vine fairies to let them nurture the next generation. The construction of the future territory depends entirely on these little guys. A circle of chubby little cuties were very shy, but they still flew back to the starry sky vines in the north, turned into streamers and merged into them. Then Lier could feel that groups of life energy condensed in the vines. There were 34 groups in total. It was magical. After giving birth to her baby, the vine fairy flew out again soon. It seemed that she was much more relaxed. Their faces were flushed, and they were a little embarrassed to look at Lier. Lier smiled. I wanted to let them have a good rest, but these little guys ran away to continue cultivating the starry sky vines. And it can be clearly felt that the speed of the vine fairy mobilizing magic power has increased significantly. These lives are really amazing. In this way, it only takes half a year for a new vine fairy to be born. The bubble beast on the other side only needs 2 months. The increase of these 2 important strategic forces is definitely a major benefit to the city of Wei-Lu. The next day, August 12th, Lier continued to lead the team out hunting. At the same time, Bane was also arranged to send some swamp people to look for black dragon broadleaf grass. As swamp creatures, swamp people are no less familiar with swamps than wetland lizardmen, but their fighting power is not as good as these fierce creatures. They also have their own way of survival. Avoiding risks and finding food are skills they have learned since childhood and have long been transformed into instincts. Without the protection of wetland lizardmen, there are more risks, but they can still perform tasks. Today, continue to search north. The ruins occupied by the smelly giant monster will not show traces until the 15th. He went to explore the surroundings and eliminate the hidden threats, so that it would be easier to operate at that time. More importantly, the potential of wetland lizardmen can be improved with only the last step. Lier dispersed the 5 teams of wetland lizardmen after leaving the city of Microdu. It is necessary to find enough hunting targets today. After walking about 5 kilometers, the lizardmen in front of them made a commotion and immediately sent back a message. There was an unexpected discovery. When Lier arrived, he immediately saw a row of 3-toed footprints several times larger than the millstone on the muddy ground in front of him. They were deeply sunk into the mud. More than 1 meter deep. They extended to the grass before disappearing. His face immediately became solemn. He had seen the same 3-toed footprints before, but not in this direction. That unknown mysterious monster has been active in this area? He was alert. This footprint is too big. What kind of life is it? Be alert. The direction where the other party disappeared was exactly where the smelly giant monster in the north was to be explored. It's just right to go together. The marching speed remained unchanged, but the wetland lizardman's eyes were full of vigilance. He became more cautious. After walking forward for 10 minutes, a warning came from the front. Lier immediately arrived with the army, but was slightly disappointed that it was not a 3-toed monster. There was a large piece of muddy ground in front, and a group of ugly monsters were rolling in the mud. The gray-brown toad had a very rough body, a white belly, walked upright, had big yellow eyes, and had a huge mouth, croaking. The back was covered with fist-sized pustules, which looked extremely disgusting. At a rough glance, there were more than 200 of them. Poison frog, level 8, potential, 2 stars, racial talent, venom pustules, which contain venom. When broken, they will cause ranged toxic damage. Skills, poisonous long tongue, 1 star, posses an extremely long tongue that can extend 3 meters to attack the enemy. Venom spray, 2 stars, can spit venom to attack the enemy, causing corrosive damage. Evaluation, a disgusting monster containing highly toxic venom. 2-star potential, level 8 wild monster? Lier frowned slightly. This is a tough nut to crack. He turned his head and looked at Hags beside him. We can't force it. Back off 300 meters and lure these monsters out in batches to hunt them down. The swamp poison frog is full of poison, and the broken pustules on its back will cause splash damage. Like a poisonous hedgehog, if you force it, even if he has a powerful healing spell, there will be huge casualties. Any wetland lizardman warrior is a valuable fighting force at this moment, and must not be lost here. But if we can kill all these monsters, the promotion of the wetland lizardman warriors will be just around the corner. Haggis immediately agreed. Gather the troops and retreat quietly. Only when they reached a relatively dry area did Lier let the wetland lizardman stop. Turning around, there were reeds more than 1 person tall all around. It was so dense that no one could be seen after half a meter into it. In the center was an oval open space with a diameter of 30 meters. It was very suitable for an ambush. Hide on all sides, hide in the downwind, and don't expose your breath. Haggis, you go and lure some of the swamp poison frogs over. Don't let the number be too large, within 2 teams. If there are too many swamp poison frogs chasing you, take a detour to escape. The 7th level wetland lizardman hero looked solemn. As you wish. He was not vague at the moment, holding the steel knife tightly and turning to leave. Lear also hid in the back, opened a gap in the grass, and observed silently under the protection of 2 teams of wetland lizardman warriors. 7 or 8 minutes later, a low roar came from the bushes ahead. Hags is giving a warning. Lear fixed his eyes, waved his hand, and told the wetland lizard warriors ahead to pass on the order, "Get ready." A strange rhythm came out of the wetland lizards' mouths, and then it fell silent. Everyone was quietly waiting for the prey to arrive. In a moment, there was a rustling sound, and the reeds ahead shook. Sizzle, a burly and sturdy figure, broke through the reeds and appeared in Lear's sight. Hags. This level 7 hero did not linger at all, and quickly rushed into another bush, as if this was just a place where he had no intention of escaping. Flutter, the reeds shook violently, and the grass and trees ahead were lifted up. 7 or 8 swamp poison frogs with white bellies, gray-brown wrinkled toad bodies, big mouths, and venomous pustules on their backs excitedly rushed into the open space. There were also a similar number of figures following behind. The prey was trapped. Lear's eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle's. The swamp poison frog in the front was so excited that it didn't notice anything unusual and directly crossed the open space and arrived in front of the reeds where Lear was hiding. The swamp poison frog in the front opened its mouth and its tongue shot out like a sharp sword, extending 3 meters away. It wanted to hunt Haggis. Once it was hit, it would definitely be seriously injured. But at this moment, Lear he shouted loudly, "Kill!" Hags, who was fleeing in a panic, turned around suddenly, and his blood burst out like a flame. The steel knife reflected the cold light. The swamp poison frog in the front had no time to react, and only saw a flash of knife light, and a horrible pain came from its tongue. A piece of light red tongue was flying in the air. The long tongue was cut off directly. The swamp poison frog was about to make a move, and saw the lizard man who had been fleeing suddenly approached, and the steel knife was like lightning, cutting through the sky. The swamp poison frog's vision was spinning, and the head hit the ground hard. In the sight, a headless corpse was faintly seen standing up. A huge frog head shot up into the sky. The blood on the neck exploded like a fountain. Death fireworks. The swamp poison frog in the back was stunned, and just as he reacted, the wetland lizard warriors who were ambushing around were already rushing up with a grin. The level of the swamp poison frog is 2 levels higher than that of the wetland lizard man. The potential is also 1 star higher. But in absolute numbers, fully armed, and under the attack of ambush. These swamp poison frogs watched in horror as the steel knives chopped down. They only had time to swing their claws when the sharp blades cut into their flesh and bones. The moment the tongue came out of their mouths, they would face the sharp blade of the steel knife. Poochie poochie, the unique sound of cutting flesh and bones resounded all around. The shrill roars were creepy. The swamp poison frogs fell down one by one. The few swamp poison frogs in the back that were not killed immediately opened their huge mouths, and puff a mouthful of green venom spurted out. Zila, the venom was like concentrated sulfuric acid splashed on the body, and the skin was directly corroded in the gaps of the armor. The wetland lizardmen did not make any painful sounds, but swung their knives more crazily. Cruelty, 1 star, when being hurt or attacking, they will enter a brutal state, become extremely brutal, fearless of pain, and fight the enemy to death. These warriors are immune to pain. After the extreme explosion, the scene suddenly returned to calm. There was only blood and corpses on the ground. Lear looked at the injured warriors, his eyes moved slightly. The magic power in his body surged, and a magical energy instantly enveloped the warriors covered with poison. The wounds burned by the venom recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, but the remaining poison was very fierce. After recovery, it eroded again. The powerful healing skill of Swamp Blessing was cast for 5 rounds before it was completely healed. This was only the case of a small splash. If you fight against the swamp poison frog, there will definitely be a lot of casualties. After the wetland lizard man recovered, Lear looked at the corpses all over the ground and felt happy. The swamp godhead in his mind slowly operated. A sacred power enveloped the 20 or so corpses, quietly extracting a stream of rich crimson life energy from them. The energy floated into the air and was directly infused into the bodies of the wetland lizardmen around. The wetland lizardman immediately felt that the power in his body had increased a lot, and his eyes were extremely excited. On the panel, its evolution degree increased from 95% to 96%. The life energy contained in the level 8 swamp poison frog is more than 10 times stronger than the Keld Ratman that he hunted when he first entered the swamp. Lier's mouth curled up slightly. If he does this a few more times, he will train a warrior with 2-star potential. He looked in the direction of the swamp poison frog. Keep hunting. The second ambush, Lier laid out the plan more calmly. Haggis took up his knife and went away, returned, entered the circle, raided, and hunted. A series of steps killed the swamp poison frog without any chance to fight back. Several waves of ambushes were set up smoothly. But after the fourth time, the swamp poison frogs suddenly woke up when they saw that their number was almost reduced by half. They were extremely vigilant. No matter how Haggis teased them, they were not tempted again. When Haggis returned to report, Lier fell into deep thought when he saw that the evolution of the wetland lizardmen had reached 99%. Only the last wave was left to increase the potential of the wetland lizardmen of these 15 teams to 2 stars. It didn't need the corpses of 2 more teams of swamp poison frogs. Increasing the potential by 1 star would double the combat effectiveness. At this time, the number of opponents was only over 100. The numerical advantage had been eliminated. A dangerous aura flashed in his eyes and gradually became sharp. Haggis. Master. Concentrate your strengths and hunt down some of the swamp poison frogs. I want their bodies. Haggis's eyes immediately became ferocious. As you wish. None of these poison frogs can escape. After several trips, this hero had a strong desire to become stronger. If he could be stronger, the master wouldn't have to be so cautious. After all, they are still not strong enough and need to take into account casualties. 5 fingers clenched into a fist. If you don't come out, then I will just bulldoze you. The wetland lizardmen will never let the master down. Under Lier's will, the army gathered quickly. Not long after, Haggis appeared in front of the swamp poison frogs again. He roared in a low voice and rushed towards the swamp poison frogs alone. Seeing this, these swamp monsters were stunned at first, and then they were furious. So this lizard man is just one person? It's okay to provoke them so many times just now, but now he dares to despise them so much. Looking for death. He immediately opened his huge mouth and venom splashed out crazily. The range is more than 30 meters. When Hags attracted the attention of most of the swamp poison frogs, the bushes on the left and right sides were suddenly lifted. Kill! The armored wetland lizardmen warriors with ferocious eyes rushed over like wild wolves. A distance of dozens of meters was crossed in an instant. The swamp poison frogs were startled and hurriedly turned around, spitting venom from their mouths. But at the beginning, they were attracted by Hags, and at this moment, less than 1/3 of them spit out venom. They were divided on both sides, far from forming intensive killing. Swish! Several wetland lizardmen corroded by the corrosive venom said nothing. With ferocious expressions, they accelerated their speed and killed into the swamp poison frogs. Injury for injury, life for life. These swamp creatures are the most fearless warriors. Puff! A wetland lizardman was pierced directly in the abdomen by the tongue of the swamp poison frog, and the solid armor was torn apart. Blood gushed out like a spring. But the anger remained unchanged. He roared and swung the steel knife. He chopped it down fiercely, directly cutting off half of the opponent's shoulder. Ah! The swamp poison frog screamed hysterically, and the severe pain directly devoured its soul. Pain is a natural gift of life, and it is necessary to avoid danger. However, pain is also the most vulnerable and fatal weakness of life. The pain made the swamp poison frog lose the power and opportunity to fight back. The wetland lizardman warrior swung his claws and scratched his neck. The aorta was torn and the blood burst. The body of the swamp poison frog staggered and fell to the ground in the thick blood. The wetland lizardman warrior kept walking and roared to kill the second target. The crazy posture also infected Lier behind him. This is his warrior, a pure warrior, fighting for him, and even facing death for him. No one can trample on you. The magic power was running, and the swamp gifts burst out among the wetland lizardmen. The powerful healing technique is the most solid shield at this moment. Lier is supporting them in the most direct way. Wherever the battle was the most intense, Li's healing technique would focus on that area, using his greatest ability to ensure that there would be no deaths. Collision and fighting, every blow cut to the bone. Under his powerful treatment, dozens of wetland lizardmen warriors were slightly injured, and 17 or 18 were seriously injured, but there was no death. The life-for-life assault also killed more than 3 teams of the opponent. Seeing this, Lier decisively mobilized the swamp godhood suppressed in the magic seed. A mysterious, dark, and sacred breath surged out. It enveloped the corpse of the swamp poison frog. A stream of life energy was extracted and merged into the body of the wetland lizard man beside him. These fierce warriors immediately felt the power in their bodies soaring. Deep in the blood, some dormant, ancient power slowly awakened. The 1.7-meter body gradually rose, and the already bulging muscles on the body swelled a circle. It stopped when it reached 1.8 meters. The claws exuded a cold and sharp light, as sharp as a knife, and the thick tail waved, making a whirring sound of breaking through the air. Amber eyes, ferocious and brutal. The mouth is slightly open, and the dagger-like sharp spikes are chilling. Breakthrough. 2-star potential. Wetland Lizardman, level, Elementary Knight, level 7, potential, 2 stars, level cap, level 9, racial talent, amphibious life. Wetland Lizardmen have a special lung structure, which allows them to hold their breath for a long time and take short breaths underwater. Skills, hard scale armor, 2 stars, passive, the scale armor has steel-like defense, reducing 15% of the damage received. Brutality, 2 stars, when receiving damage or launching an attack, you will enter a brutal state, become extremely brutal, fearless of pain, and fight to the death with the enemy. All attributes are increased by 20%. Equipment, standard armor, 1 star, evaluation, brutal swamp life. The potential has been increased to 2 stars, and the level cap has been increased from level 6 to level 9. More important, the 2 skills were upgraded from 1 star to 2 stars, and the attributes were significantly improved. Hard scale armor added the feature of 15% damage reduction. Brutal added the feature of entering the brutal state and increasing all attributes by 20%. The overall combat power has skyrocketed. The most intuitive manifestation is that the swamp poison frogs, which were originally able to have a slight advantage in one-on-one battles on the battlefield, were instantly overwhelmed. The situation that was originally in a stalemate collapsed directly. The wetland lizardman rushed into the swamp poison frogs frantically. The opponent's tongue, which could penetrate the body, now penetrated the armor, but was blocked by the scales. Unable to break the defense. And its soaring power, with a knife swing, can even directly cut off the swamp poison frogs alive. Those seriously injured wetland lizardmen, after their life potential was improved, recovered quickly. Coupled with Lier's treatment, they crawled back alive in front of the god of death. Rejoined the battle. The number of swamp poison frogs was gradually compressed and rapidly reduced. This scene is like a chessboard, where the opponent's chess pieces are eaten one by one. But Lier was able to rely on his powerful skills to protect his chess pieces. Hags also killed like crazy, killing more than 2 or 3 teams of swamp poison frogs by himself. This wetland lizardman once again showed his power as a hero. After a series of encirclements, the overall situation has been decided. Although the swamp poison frogs were furious and kept resisting, it was no longer effective. Puff, the last swamp poison frog, was beheaded, and this difficult battle was finally declared over. At this moment, the wetland lizardman warrior covered in blood stood on the corpses. Looking around, there were no more enemies. His temperament was indescribably murderous and cruel. Ordinary people would go weak in their legs and be swallowed by nightmares when they looked at him. Seeing this, Lier's eyes were inexplicably a little dazed. This is the 2-star potential warrior he cultivated, who has reached the 7th level. No one can stop them. No! A sense of accomplishment rose in his heart. The only pity is that the broken godhead he controls can only increase its potential to 2 stars. If he wants to continue to improve, he must first control the authority. However, where the authority is still unknown. Looking around, he can feel the kindness and joy of the entire swamp towards him. He can also feel that what he needs is in the swamp, but he can never find the entrance and push open the misty door. It seems that he needs some additional opportunity to calm down, wave his hand, and gather the army again. Ignoring the corpses and debris all over the ground, he looked in the direction of the territory. These wetland lizardmen warriors are taking turns to go to the battlefield, and the evolution level of the 5 teams of wetland lizardmen stationed in the territory has reached the critical point of 95%. This harvest can also cultivate the remaining 5 teams. Lier smiled a little. This wave of hunting is comfortable. This area is only 5 kilometers away from the territory. Lier asked 5 teams of injured and not in good condition wetland lizardmen to return and replace the guards of Welu City. After a rest of an hour, the army has recovered to its peak state. It happened that the 5 teams of wetland lizardmen warriors in the territory have also arrived. He did not hesitate to extract the life essence from all the gathered swamp poison frog corpses and bestowed it on these wetland lizardmen warriors. The potential was immediately improved. In this way, he had 2 squadrons of 2-star potential and level 7 warriors in his hands. This step will double the combat power. Lier looked at the fierce warriors in front of him who were all 1.8 meters tall and whose muscles supported the armor high, and nodded with satisfaction. This wave of hunting has a good harvest. If you control the power of the swamp and continue to improve the upper limit of training, you can expect 3-star, 4-star, and even 5-star potential in the future. Then you can hunt dragons. Calm down and continue to lead the army to search for the smelly giant monster. After walking forward for about 20 minutes, the ground turned into a large piece of grass, with muddy water underneath. When they stepped on it, the grass sank and a large piece of muddy water gushed out. There were circles of white spider webs wrapped around the grass. The further they walked, the denser the spider webs became. Until finally, the ground was completely covered with spider webs, and it looked like a layer of white gauze. Li Er's eyes condensed slightly. He told the army to be alert. It was obvious that there was something unusual at a glance. They walked about 200 meters in the spider web. Suddenly, a low roar came from the wetland lizard man who was exploring the way ahead. Enemies found. Li Er raised his eyebrows slightly. He immediately told the army to speed up. During this period of searching, he and the army had developed enough tacit understanding. He was familiar with the warning roars of the wetland lizard man when they were attacked, warned, found the enemy, retreated, etc. He could respond immediately. When they were approaching more than 100 meters, the wetland lizard man who was exploring the way ahead immediately approached to report. Sir, a large number of red-spotted spiders were found ahead. The number exceeds that of a squadron. Red-spotted spiders? Li Er's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately followed the other party to investigate. Crossing the muddy grass under his feet, he approached an area covered with vines. Looking around, hundreds of meters around were covered with vines of varying sizes. And the white, extremely sticky spider webs were all over the area. The verdant vines were all entangled in spider webs, from the roots to the top, leaving no gaps. It looked like he had come to the kingdom of spiders. In the spider web, half a person's height, with gray-red markings, hanging upside down on the spider web, 6 limbs tightly grasping the spider silk, were silent, like statues. They couldn't even sense the other party's life fluctuations. On the heads of these monsters, a red tumor was particularly dazzling. Red-spotted spider, level 9, potential, 2 stars, features, spider toxin, can secrete a unique spider toxin, can paralyze the enemy, making them lose their strength and perception. Skills, spider web trap, 2 stars, create a trap with spider webs. If you step into it, the life will be corroded by the poisonous spider silk and lose perception. Spider cocoon, 2 stars, weave a spider silk cocoon to wrap the enemy. The spider silk is as tough as steel rope and reduces the opponent's strength by 40%. Fast movement, 2 stars, increase the movement speed on spider silk by 60%. Evaluation, a poisonous monster that likes to spit out large pieces of spider silk in its territory. These harmless spider silks are just bait. Don't take it lightly and step into the spider web trap they set. Level 9 wild monster? Li Er's eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at it, there are more than 100 of them, and they are still in the opponent's home field. Judging from their appearance, it is not easy to lure them with the trick used to deal with the swamp poison frog. There are so many spider webs, why not try to set them on fire? Li Er became interested and was about to arrange it. Hags approached at this moment. My lord, I didn't expect there are so many red-spotted spiders here. Lear was a little curious. Why do you say that? Hags said softly. The poison secreted by red-spotted spiders is very terrible. We often hunt them to smear the blades. But the area where we lived before, the number is extremely rare, and we can't see them once in a few months. There is such a function? Lear became interested. Do these spiders have any weaknesses? How did you hunt them before? Hag said in a brisk tone. Red-spotted spiders have a very hot temper. Because the poisonous tumor on their heads is constantly irritating their bodies, they usually rely on secreting spider silk to disperse the venom. Where they like to live must grow a unique kind of wild grass that can suppress their toxicity. Once the wild grass burns and turns into smoke, it can directly detonate the tumor on their body surface. Once the tumor ruptures, they will fall into a state of serious injury and dying. At this time, it is very simple to catch them. Spiders want to suppress the venom in their bodies, so they live next to the wild grass that restrains them? Lear was amazed. Metaphysical law of cause and effect. There must be an antidote within 7 steps. Go get those weeds. Yes. Hags immediately led people to collect weeds, and soon they found a large bundle. The leaves were dark green, and the roots were slender. It was no different from the weeds on the roadside. Li Er opened the attribute panel and took a look. The attributes were also very simple. Curly-leaved fig grass level, none characteristics, can inhibit the venom secreted by red-spotted spiders. It really is a special counter to red-spotted spiders. Let's use it. But it was still a pity that the fire could not be set. While thinking, he looked around. After a brief observation, he determined that the current upwind direction was east, and waved his hand to let Hags move to the east. Then he took out the flint, poked it a few times, and sparks flashed, igniting the reed fluff he had just collected. The fluff instantly exploded, causing those weeds that didn't look special to emit bursts of smoke. The smoke was not thick, but rather fragrant. It flowed directly with the wind, covering the entire vine area. The red-spotted spiders that were hanging in the spider web like statues suddenly twitched, and then made a sharp scream like a knife scraping glass. They fell down violently. Lear saw it clearly. After the smoke rose, the tumor on the top of the red-spotted spider's head seemed to be squeezed by something, and it exploded directly. Green venom splashed all over the sky. It was like a biochemical version of fireworks, and the scene was disgusting and weird. After a series of firecrackers, the breath of the red-spotted spider weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The red-spotted spider in the center of the smoke was lying on the mud, twitching all over and foaming at the mouth. The effect was better than Hags said. Lear was amazed. After the situation was under control, he waved his hand to let the wetland lizardman come forward. He stepped into the spider web with his webbed feet, and at the same time, he skillfully avoided some trap areas with more spider webs. Rich experience. Looking at the weak and wailing red-spotted spiders on the ground, the steel knife swung. Puff one by one, the heads were cut off directly. An efficient killing machine. The red-spotted spiders lying on the ground wanted to resist, but they couldn't get up after struggling for a moment. In a moment, all the hundreds of level 9 red-spotted spiders were killed. The battle ended quickly. Hags looked at the corpses all over the ground and sighed. My lord, this swamp is really rich in life. Before we wandered in the swamp, it was very difficult to find a red-spotted spider. He became excited again. In the mouths of these monsters, there is a mouthpart that stores venom. It contains the most deadly venom. If it is applied to weapons, it still has great lethality even after 2 or 3 years. Lear smiled happily. He waved his hand to let this somewhat impatient hero go down to collect the venom sacs. These swamp creatures skillfully took out fist-sized white venom bags from the spiders' mouths. Each one was filled with venom and bulged. The venom bag is as tough as cowhide, and it will close automatically if you pinch the opening on it. It's quite strange. Some wetland lizardmen directly opened the venom sac, carefully wet the venom with wild grass, and smeared it on the steel knife. Some even smeared the venom on the claws of their little fingers. The venom quickly dried up, and a touch of light blue appeared on it. Seeing this, Lear looked at the venom sac with some curiosity. The next second, its properties quietly emerged in his mind. Red-spotted spider venom sac, level 1 star, characteristics, can be fed to highly toxic life to increase its toxicity. My goodness, these venom sacs are actually 1-star treasures. And its characteristics are also very interesting, which can increase the toxicity of highly toxic creatures. But unfortunately, there is no such life in the city of Weirdo. In the future, catch a beauty snake to raise? Lear thought about it and felt that it was not bad. After all, it is an extra gain, and the whole process did not cost anything, so it would be a waste. Soon, the wetland lizardmen harvested all the poison sacs and piled up the bodies. They piled up into a tall spider mountain. The belly turned upside down, and the hairy body was particularly hideous. Lear's eyes moved slightly. The wetland lizardmen warriors have been promoted to 2-star potential, reaching the upper limit and can no longer be upgraded. But the level is still level 7, and the upper limit of 2-star potential is level 9. If potential is compared to a container, strength is the water in the container. When it is filled to a certain level, it will be full and no more can be added. The level is the scale on the bottle, which allows people to know how much water is filled. If you want to fill more water, you can only expand the container. Now the container cannot be expanded, but you can still fill the bottle with water. With a thought, he mobilized the divine power to convert all the spider corpses into life energy, which poured into the wetland lizardmen. The aura of these fierce warriors rose again. There was an upgrade progress after the level, 35%. Compared with increasing potential, the life energy required to increase the level is obviously much less. Lear felt relieved. Continue to search. After 2 hours of exploration, no trace of the owner of the 3-toed footprints was found. Lear suppressed his emotions, compared the magic map, and came to 20 kilometers north. The place where the stinking giant monster may appear. On the 15th, the building occupied by the opponent will be revealed. Take advantage of now to explore the surrounding area. There is a 100-meter-wide grassland in this area, with obvious traces on it. If you are more careful, you can see the clues above. There are fewer traces of activities on the four sides, and the center is the most dense. You may not pay attention to these at ordinary times, but with accurate information, you can guess the location of the stinking giant monster without thinking too much. After observing for a while, Lier suddenly laughed, knowing when and where the enemy will appear, and he will not be disturbed in the process. What kind of enemy is this? This is a group of prey waiting to be slaughtered. Looking at the poison sac in the hand of the wetland lizard man. Haggis, do you know what other poisonous grasses are there in the swamp? It would be best to use smoke to cause damage. The actions of the wetland lizard man completely opened his mind. If he can't compete with hard power, then use other things to make up for it. Information gap is a natural advantage. Using one's strengths to attack another's weaknesses is the best strategy. Hags got excited when he said this. Master, the poisonous grasses and insects growing in the swamp are very complex. I know of no less than 20 kinds, but I haven't tried to use poison mist to corrode them except for the red-spotted spider. Lear nodded. I'll collect some later and try them one by one when I go back. There are still a few days left, so it's still in time. Yes. Hags immediately passed the message on and asked the wetland lizardmen to keep an eye out for poisonous insects and grasses. There is no life in the place where the stinking giant monster is, but from time to time you can see a pile of gnawed bones. This area is their hunting ground. After exploring the terrain clearly, Lear had a clear idea in his mind. He glanced at the sky. It was already afternoon, 20 kilometers away, and it would be dark when we returned to the territory. Today's harvest was pretty good, so we didn't stay any longer and went straight back to the territory. Before sunset, when the setting sun dyed the clouds red, we stepped into the city of Dew again. The vine fairy was cultivating the starry sky vines, and the mud people were tidying up the land. The fish farm in the north also gathered some people, and the mud people who were cultivating farmland in the south had just returned. Everyone was busy. Seeing Lear return, Bane, sweating profusely, immediately came out of the fish farm with mud on his feet. After the salute, he immediately reported the progress. My lord, the fish farm has been separated into 4 small fish ponds, and the dragon blood red fish are evenly distributed in them for breeding. We have prepared grass, meat, earthworms and other fish food, and started to try to feed them. But the dragon blood red fish was frightened and has not yet opened its mouth to eat. Lear nodded. Very good, take good care of them, maybe in the future, they will become our important specialty. If the dragon blood red fish can be raised, it will definitely become an inexhaustible gold mountain. Bane patted his chest and said loudly, My lord, don't worry. I will complete the task. Lear nodded slightly and continued. Did the barbarians do anything today? Today's hunting was not taken with them. Bane shook his head. I divided the barbarians into several parts, reclaimed farmland, separated fishing grounds, and leveled the land. I also had people secretly monitoring them, and I didn't see anything unusual. Lear was very interested in the barbarian territory, but now the city of Wei-Lu has not developed yet, and it is a bit early to discuss trade. So I will temporarily put these guys under house arrest. But I can't keep them for nothing, after all, they are strong laborers, and it would be a waste not to let them work. Now is a time when we are short of manpower, and the swamp people are not as strong as these people. Let them work like cattle for a few months. He can't bear to let them go now. My lord, there are too few people now. It would be great if we could catch some slaves. Bane sighed. There is nothing in the territory, everything needs to be built and reclaimed. The wetland lizardmen are responsible for security and cannot participate in production. The swamp people are the main labor force, but there are too many things to do in various aspects, and these hundreds of people are simply too busy. Lear nodded. This is indeed something to consider, but it requires finding the right candidate. With the magical skill of the residual power of the gods, there is no need to worry about the problem of loyalty. But there don't seem to be many lives in the swamp that are suitable for slavery? He looks down on the smelly race like the half-fish people, and they are not suitable. Swamp people and wetland lizardmen are more in line with the positioning and future development of the city of Dew. Thinking of this, it's a bit of a headache. A blank territory, everything is missing, I can only pay attention to it later. Putting this matter aside for the time being, Lear told Bane about the smelly giant monster, and finally said, Do you know what poisonous things are in the swamp? Having seen Lear's various miracles, the Swamp Man hero's inner ups and downs are not so great. As for why he knowing that there were ruins hidden in the void, he didn't think it was strange. How could he imagine the ability of the adults? He said with some thought, There is no shortage of highly poisonous things in the swamp. I know no less than 20 kinds. But using smoke to create poisonous fog, that requires a try. My lord, I asked the people below to collect those poisonous flowers, plants, and insects when collecting black dragon broadleaf grass. Lier said in a deep voice. If you can set up an ambush in advance, they are all prey to be slaughtered. On the 20th, the building of the stinking giant monster will be hidden again. If you want to hunt again, you have to wait until next month. He always has a sense of urgency in his heart. The swamp is not safe, and you need to clear these dangers around you as much as possible. The stinking giant monster is too close to the city of Weilu. Once it appears, it will definitely discover the city of Weilu. No one knows what will happen at that time. The danger must be strangled in the cradle. Yes. After communicating for a while, Bane left. There were many things to do, and he couldn't stop. Lier turned around and came to the central area. At this moment, the vine fairy who gave birth to the baby was happily shuttling among the vines, speeding up the growth of the star vines, weaving these tough plants together. From the outside, a 7 or 8 meter high building was growing upwards with vitality. The diameter of 200 meters was not noticeable when it was flat, but now it has taken shape and looks magnificent. Although it will take until around the 20th to be capped according to this progress, it has already begun to show its grandeur. And this building is alive. The only pity is that the baby born by the vine fairy needs half a year to hatch, otherwise 40 or 50 vine fairies will work at the same time, and the construction speed will be sky high. He was looking forward to this scene. The next day, August 13th, there were still 2 days before the next intelligence refresh and the appearance of the smelly giant monster. Lier woke up in the morning, washed up simply, and summoned the army to go out hunting. When the army was gathering, Bane, with a bunch of chicken coop hair, came forward with a solemn face. Good day, sir. After saluting with his hands on his chest, he said in a deep voice. Last night, a swamp man who was reclaiming farmland did not return. Lier raised his eyebrows slightly. Have you sent people to look for him? We sent people to look for him as soon as it was light this morning, but we just sent back the news. We still haven't seen any trace of him. Lier's tone became serious. What's the reason? Sir, the companions who returned with us yesterday said that they heard the swamp man's mating song at sunset. The boy's expression was a little wrong at the time, but he was stopped by the elders. When he returned, he fell behind. When he returned to the territory, he found that he had disappeared. I thought he would come back by himself at night, but there was no movement until late at night. Bane's tone became serious. Sir, the swamp man's mating song is not in this season. November is the season for swamp men to breed and mate. This is obviously problematic. Lier's voice became serious. Any other information? Bane also had a headache and smiled bitterly. My lord, there is nothing. Courting is fine for older swamp people, but for those young and hot-tempered young men, it is simply a huge temptation. Who can withstand this test? But the problem is that there are no swamp people nearby. This matter is wrong from the inside out. Lier nodded. Restrict the swamp people who are going to reclaim farmland and let them go in groups of 5. Don't let this happen again. You find the swamp people who heard the singing yesterday to lead the way. I will take people to investigate the situation immediately. Yes. Soon, 2 swamp people came to report carefully. Lier was not vague and took them and the wetland lizard warriors of Team 15 to set off immediately. Farmland is the foundation of the territory. Anything can go wrong, but not here. There must be no accidents. The food in hand, including the hunting gains, can barely last for half a year. There is no shortage of food and drink for a short time, but it is impossible to have no shortage forever. If the territory wants to expand, the most basic food needs must be guaranteed. The farmland is only 5 kilometers away from the territory, and it takes about 40 minutes to arrive in an expedited manner. This is a wide irregular silt land with flat terrain. Its diameter exceeds 2 kilometers, and the area of the entire area exceeds 1,000 acres. The ground is fertile and black silt, and you can see that a large area has been regularized. Swamp wheat yields about 600 kilograms per mu and matures in 3 months. And it can grow vigorously regardless of cold or hot weather. It can be planted all year round. Counting any natural disasters and man-made disasters that reduce production in the middle, the 4-season wheat can produce at least 2,000 kilograms, or 2 tons. It is estimated that these thousands of acres can produce 2,000 tons of food at full capacity. 1 ton of swamp wheat is enough for 3 adults to consume for a year. These 2,000 tons can support at least 6,000 people. This is invaluable to the city of Weilu. As long as this piece of farmland is reclaimed, there will be no need to worry about food problems for a long time in the future. The biggest advantage of agricultural civilization is that it has a stable food supply. This may seem insignificant, but it is something that many races wandering in the wilderness dare not even dream of. Only with stability can development be achieved on this basis, which is the cornerstone of civilization. At this moment, there are still a dozen swamp people in the farmland. When they saw Lear and his party, they immediately stepped forward to salute. "Good day, sir." The tone was full of uneasiness. It seemed that they were afraid that Lear would blame them. Lear nodded. "You continue to work, don't worry." After speaking, he looked at the two swamp people leading the way. "Where is the singing we heard yesterday?" The older swamp man pointed to the farmland. "The area is south of the area," and he said cautiously, "Sir, there were 4 or 5 people in that direction who heard it at that time, and only Hannah was missing." "Is there anything else unusual?" "It's not like when we came this morning, and we didn't hear the singing anymore. We went to search this morning. There was only a pool of water in that area through the grass, and we didn't find anything else. We didn't search further away." Lear looked serious. "Hags, be on high alert. Search south." "Yes." He looked at the two swamp people. "You go with the team." Without waiting for the two to respond, he immediately led the team to move. The wetland lizardman hero pointed out 3 teams and spread out. At the same time, the army deployed a defensive formation and advanced to the south. Although this matter seems small, this is a swamp deep in the wilderness. Any abnormality may hide huge dangers. Lear will never reduce his vigilance because of this. After expanding through the muddy land, there is a manhua grass in front. The broadleaf grass, the leaves grow like saws, without the protection of clothes, can easily open cuts on the skin. The grass stretched for 300 or 400 meters before it reached the end. After pushing aside a clump of tall grass, the view suddenly opened up. In front of him was a pool of water 100 meters wide. The water was not clear, and it smelled of vegetation and algae. Although it was a little fishy, it was not unpleasant. There were traces of search left by the swamp man around, but other than that, there was nothing unusual. Lear turned his head and looked around, trying to find some clues. But the surroundings were quiet, and there were no traces of wild monsters. The clues seemed to end here. Hags also took 2 steps forward and reported softly, "Master, there is no smell left around." The lizard man's nose is not as good as that of a hound, but he can also detect the smell of prey. But here, there is nothing except the smell of grass and muddy water. Lear frowned slightly. If the swamp man was lured farther away, the search would be more difficult. After calming down, his mental power extended out, covering the surrounding 200 or 300 meters. The next moment, he suddenly lowered his head and looked at the calm pool in front of him. His eyes fixed. There was no difference around him, but when his spiritual power extended underwater, it was as if he had probed into the abyss, and there was no movement at all. "There is something wrong with this pool of water." He waved his hand and led the army away from the shore. At the same time, he looked at Hags. "In the swamp, what kind of life lives underwater and can sing?" Hags thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Master, there are many life forms that use singing to lure prey, including nightingales, seducers, screaming ghosts, wetland succubi, and swamp banshees, at least 20 species. Half of these live in the water." Lear's eyes flashed with danger. "You return to the territory immediately and put the bubble live in the water?" "Sorry, bubble beasts don't care whether you are a water creature or not. These little guys are good at dealing with your swimming creatures." Hags took the order and left. Soon, a group of bubbles flew over the bushes and entered Lear's sight. These transparent bubbles floated in the air, and you could see the chubby bubble beasts inside. When these cute little dinosaurs saw him, they kept waving and babbling. Lear's eyes lit up. Is this possible? He was a little moved, and asked these little guys to take him for a ride. "You guys are done playing, and it's my turn. It's too early for children to fly in bubbles, but it's just right for me." The wetland lizardmen warriors around were also amazed. "Although I saw the bubble beast using bubbles to carry fish back yesterday. But it's still quite eye-catching to put myself in a bubble and fly here. Flying, this is the dream that all life on the surface has had." The bubble beasts fell to the ground, and the transparent bubbles burst one by one. Led by the leader Bobo, these little guys trotted to Lier. "Master," one voice after another called out in a sweet and innocent voice. It was like kindergarten children meeting their parents after school. Lier felt a little better when he saw these magical little cuties. He pointed to the turbid pool in front of him. "Unknown monsters are hidden under the water. We can't go deep into it. We need your help." Hearing this, the little guys suddenly became excited. "Master, let me do it. I like to catch fish. I got there first. Master Lier didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the noisy scene. He waved his hand. Let's do it together. But be careful and don't go into the water. Bobo, you supervise the execution. Bobo nodded. Yes, master. He glanced at his companions. Don't cause trouble for the master. The other bubble beasts were a little afraid of Bobo, and did not dare to make noise. They immediately moved closer to the shore and started blowing bubbles. Seeing this, Lil asked Hags to take the wetland lizardmen warriors to protect these little guys. They formed an unbreakable formation in front of them. The steel knife was tightly grasped, and the armor was shiny. Once there was any movement under the water, they had to pass this level. The bubble beast spit out small bubbles, and the bubbles grew against the wind and expanded to a diameter of 3 meters. Plop plop, it fell into the water like a rolling stone and disappeared. Although there were only 8 bubble beasts this time, each of them could control 30 bubbles, and the total number was 240. It was exaggerated. The number of bubbles entering the water gradually increased, and the water began to become turbid. At the moment of reaching a certain critical point, Lil's eyes condensed. His eyes looked at the center. The magical energy there became extremely active. Someone is casting a spell. Retreat 30 meters further. The monster in the pool is making some noise. The wetland lizard warrior was invigorated and immediately protected the bubble beast and retreated. They stopped only when they were 60 to 70 meters away. The farthest distance of the bubble controlled by the bubble beast was about 200 meters. It was still under control at this moment. Suddenly, a group of fish broke the calmness of the water surface. The fishtails rolled up circles of ripples and created large splashes of water. You can see the bubbles constantly catching these fish. The next moment after the splashes, a melodious humming slowly floated from the water surface. At this moment, Lear was a little dazed. It was like returning to the time when he was a child, dozing in the warm embrace of his mother, being watched by loving eyes, the kind figure holding him, slowly rocking in the room, and gently patting his back. The dazzling white light, the yellow ceiling, the peeling wall. Everything seemed to have returned to the past. But the next moment after this feeling appeared, Lier suddenly woke up, his eyes suddenly sharp. He looked at the lake again, his face full of murderous intent. How dare you be so unscrupulous in front of him? Turning his head to look around, he found that the lizardmen were all confused at the moment. Some of them were still full of happiness, and a few were walking forward. What a strong ability to lure, no wonder the swamp man disappeared. Wake up! He shouted angrily, and at the same time mobilized the swamp godhead in the magic vortex. The magnificent majesty surged out and directly covered the wetland lizardmen. How could the divine power be compared with ordinary monsters? Everyone's eyes suddenly disappeared, and they subconsciously looked around, and only then woke up from a dream. Then his face became extremely ugly. He actually made them embarrassed in front of them. The master was watching on the side. But the bubble beasts were not affected, as if those songs did not exist at all. These little cute things continued to control their bubbles and stirred them in the pool. Sensing that the wetland lizardman warrior had escaped from the temptation, the melodious singing from all around became more and more obvious. But the divine power exuded by Lear was an insurmountable mountain. No matter how powerful the temptation was, it could not resist the majesty of the gods. At this moment, there was a rustling sound in the bushes behind him. Lear turned his head and saw more than a dozen swamp people with blurred eyes at this moment, like zombies, approaching with stiff steps. He raised his eyebrows. The divine power surged, isolating the outside world. Those swamp people suddenly woke up, saw the scene at this moment, and heard the singing in their ears, and their hearts trembled. Some timid legs softened, and sat directly on the ground. What a close call! Without an adult around, I almost got pulled into the water. Lear ignored these guys and continued to look at the pool. Keep searching. They can't run away. The bubble beast immediately started to babble and began to increase the input of magic power, controlling the bubbles to search more fiercely. After being caught by the bubbles, the big fish were thrown directly onto the shore to avoid disturbing the operation. A large number of fish swimming on the shore flapped their tails, their bodies covered with grass clippings and mud. The bubbles pulled up a huge net in the water, searching deep into the mud without dead ends. Voila! Soon, these bubbles gradually shrank, surrounding all the life in the water in a small corner. Kacha, several bubbles suddenly broke, and huge bubbles emerged on the water surface. Bobo was instantly excited. Master, we found them! The bubble beasts around controlled the bubbles to surge down at the same time, covering that area of water. But the bubbles that approached kept breaking, and bubbles like boiling water emerged. The more bubbles that broke, the more energy Bubble Beast could draw out, and the magic power was concentrated on the fewer bubbles. The tenacity of those bubbles soared greatly. Finally, After the number of broken bubbles reached a certain limit, no more bubbles broke. Hula la, the last remaining bubbles all surged up. Then it floated to the surface like a fishing boat and floated into the air. Lear looked intently. 3 very special figures appeared in the bubbles. The long light blue hair of those swamp creatures floated in the water. Their appearance was like that of a 17 or 18-year-old young girl of human beings, with excellent looks and almost no flaws. The black eyes were like the starry sky, mysterious and seductive. The bare legs were as white as jade, and under the light, they were clean and white. The clothes woven from water grass covered the important parts of the body, giving people a primitive and peculiar beauty. The figure was well proportioned and could definitely be called top-notch. Is this the monster in the water? Lear was amazed. When he looked closely, his attribute panel appeared in his mind. Swamp Banshee, level 3, magical life, potential, 3 stars, level cap, level 12, magic power, 1000, racial talents, 1, melodious voice, has a unique voice, can sing songs that penetrate the soul. 2, emotional food, stimulates the emotions of others through singing, uses emotions as food, and can increase its own strength by devouring emotions. Skills, melodious music, 1 star, the song sung can make people hear what they want to hear most. Voice, and see the most impressive picture in the depths of the soul. The voice of temptation, 1 star, the singing voice can confuse perception and make people indulge in the singing. Evaluation, soul singers in the swamp, they have power comparable to that of sirens. This is actually a magical life with 3-star potential, and it has 2 racial talents. It's a bit exaggerated. After watching it as a whole, Lear was amazed. If these wetland banshees were put on the earth, wouldn't the big rocket of the top brother on the list be smoking? And he has directly experienced the other party's ability. Even he, who has the godhood, was in a trance for a moment, and others were almost unable to extricate themselves. Level 3 can have such a great influence, what if it is the maximum level 12? And what's interesting is that these lies actually use emotions as food, and can eat emotions to increase their own strength. It's amazing. In the bubbles filled with water, the swamp banshee with algae green hair kept holding up the bubbles with both hands, trying to break out. The milky white and shiny skin is particularly eye-catching in the clear water filtered out of the muddy water by the bubbles. That tender face looked pitiful, like an innocent, simple, unsophisticated girl. Not only can the voice deceive people, but the appearance can also be deceiving. At this moment, the intelligence system and the mind triggered new intelligence again. You have captured a very unique life in the swamp banshee. You have obtained an additional piece of information. The singing of the swamp banshee can soothe the restlessness in your heart, and allow you to better control the power of the swamp. You can enslave them with your godhead, and sing for you when you merge the power. Lear's eyes flashed. Swamp banshees actually have this characteristic? When I was in Luolan City, I refreshed an important piece of information. The power of the swamp will appear within half a year. Now, if you calculate it, a month has passed, and there are still 5 months before the power will appear. The richer the foundation accumulated in these few months, the more relaxed it will be to control the power. This swamp banshee came at the right time. Put the swamp banshee in front of me. The bubble beast obeyed the order and controlled the bubble to fall in front of him. The 3-meter diameter bubble was filled with filtered clean water. The swamp banshee was in the cage, flapping her arms and legs in an attempt to escape. However, the bubble beast was at level 8, and had an absolute crushing advantage in terms of strength. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not shake the thin bubbles. Lear was particularly happy when he saw this scene. Swamp Banshee, you are very strong, but now, you are mine. The swamp banshees in the bubbles immediately became excited when they saw Lear being protected by the wetland lizardmen. They kept flapping the bubbles. The sound penetrated the bubbles. It was a little dull and had a unique sound in the water. Let us humans go. We are willing to offer you the treasures we have collected in exchange for our lives. Human strongman, we also know the information of an ancient relic. Respected sir, we have no ill will towards you. At first, her tone was fierce, but seeing that he was indifferent, she gradually softened and finally turned into a plea. Lear's eyes were still calm, ignoring these banshees and mobilizing the seeds of magic power. The swamp godhead slowly glowed. An unspeakable magnificent power directly enveloped the 3 bubbles in front. The swamp banshees only felt their hearts beating wildly. In a trance, they seemed to see the great gods born from ancient times, staring at them. The soul was trembling. But in a flash, they woke up. In great fear, they suddenly opened their mouths and let out a piercing scream. But the bubbles sealed their magic power, and they could no longer mobilize their own power. They no longer had the same enchanting power as before. The divine might rolled and pressed down. The swamp banshees could only bear it all. The terrifying majesty penetrated their souls. They could not resist at all. The swamp banshees, whose power was sealed, suddenly went crazy, constantly slapping the bubbles, creating whirlpools. But no matter how they struggled, it was useless. The absolute pressure forcibly penetrated their souls, and with unreasonable strength, it left a mark on them. Slavery is complete. The madly struggling swamp banshees trembled, and their rampage posture slowed down instantly. Looking at Lear's eyes, they were stunned at first, and then gradually softened and approached. There was no longer the hostility before. Lear smiled happily. He looked at the cute bubble beasts around him with great admiration. These little guys are really the most important treasures he has gained in this period of time. Bubble Prison, 2 stars, imprison the enemy in a bubble, which can make the opponent limp and powerless, unable to mobilize the power in his body. Bubbleman's imprisonment skill is a perfect match with his residual power of the gods. The residual power of the gods can conquer the swamp life, but the premise is that the opponent cannot escape. In a good state, using the power of the gods to subdue the opponent will easily make the opponent fall into a rage. But the bubbles make up for this defect very well. Even if the opponent wants to retaliate, there are bubbles to lock them. These little guys are really his treasures. Bobo, let them out. Bubblemon heard the order and did not hesitate. He mobilized his magic power, the bubble burst with a popping sound, and the water rushed out and flowed back to the lower pool. The 3 swamp banshees stood lightly on the ground, with their long light blue hair draped behind their heads like a roll of water grass. Miraculously, they were not soaked by the water and still looked dry. The clothes woven from green algae were wrapped from the chest to the thighs. The snow-white, slender, and tender long legs reflected brightly under the sunlight. The faces were delicate and small, and the skin was as delicate as that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Putting aside the algae clothes on their bodies, these swamp banshees are no different from humans. Their soft and weak appearance can make people have a strong desire to protect them. At this moment, Lear could feel that the fear in the eyes of the swamp people disappeared, and instead a little sympathy rose. They are indeed banshees, magical creatures that feed on emotions. Without saying anything, without doing anything, just standing here, people can let down their guard. The 3 banshees came forward softly, knelt on their knees, and lowered their heads. They saluted Lear in the most humble manner. Master. At the moment when the soul was branded, all hostility turned into respect and worship. This is the power of the gods, extraordinary power. Lear took a deep look at these banshees. Get up. When the 3 swamp banshees with light blue hair stood up, they asked, "Did you use your singing to seduce a swamp man yesterday?" The swamp banshee in the middle whispered, "Master, it was not us who took the initiative to seduce him. Instead, he came to us on his own. Yesterday, we just broke out of the shell and were born, singing towards the sunset. A swamp man sneaked close to our habitat. If we took the initiative to seduce him, there would not be only this one swamp man." Hearing this, the swamp men around him suddenly felt ashamed to face others. What kind of thing did their companions do? They haven't even sedated you yet, but you came to them on your own. Of course, they themselves are not much better. Lear was quite curious. Broke out of the shell? You were born by laying eggs and hatching? The swamp banshee nodded. Yes, master, when our mother reaches adulthood, she will lay eggs in the muddy pond to incubate them. During this process, the shell of the egg will turn into hard rock, and the incubation process will last for 20 years. When the incubation is over, we will be born. After breaking the shell, we have entered adulthood. At the same time, the knowledge inherited in the blood will be awakened. What a magical life! According to what you said, there are treasures and knowledge of ancient relics. I have never lied to my master. Deep in the mire, there is a treasure left to us by our mother. We heard about that ancient relic from a half-fish man who was attracted by the singing last night. Lear became more interested. He pointed to the person on his left. You fish out the treasure in the pool. He looked at the swamp witch in the middle. Tell me, where is the relic? The swamp banshee who was called immediately responded. With her bare white feet, she walked to the front of the pool, immersed in the water step by step, and the turbid muddy water gradually covered her snow-white body. There is a kind of beauty that defiles holiness. The other party disappeared from sight. These are creatures that live in the water. Just like swimming fish, the water is their home. Another swamp banshee started talking about the news of the ruins. The half-fish man who was lured by the singing last night told us that his people found an ancient ruins and are preparing to open it, but he doesn't know the more specific situation. Where is the half-fish man? Like the mud man, we placed him in the grass on the other side. Did you find out where the ancient ruins are? Lear was very interested in this information. The swamp banshee said slowly. The specific location of the ruins is 20 kilometers south of. Those half-fish men only discovered the location of the ruins, and have not yet found a way to open it. This area is 5 kilometers away from the city of Weilu, which is 25 kilometers south of the city of Weilu. He had a rough idea in his mind. In which direction is the gathering place of the Murlocs? In the west, 6 or 7 kilometers away. How many are there? More than 600 people, led by a level 10 Murloc hero. Level 10 Murloc hero? This key information made Li'er's eyes narrow slightly. This point is very critical. The combat effectiveness of the hero unit is not comparable to that of ordinary life. The number of 6 squadrons is also a difficult point. Any other information? No, we didn't ask too many questions. Li'er nodded. Let's ask the fishman in person. After a while, the swamp witch who had dived into the water floated to the surface again and stepped onto the shore step by step. What was surprising was that after leaving the water, her body was still not stained with any water droplets. It was very dry. Is this also a racial talent? The swamp witch strode forward and handed over a fist-sized snail shell with both hands. Master, this is a treasure left to us by our mother. Li'er took it with great curiosity. The treasure that looked like a snail shell felt as light as a feather in his hand. Echo shell, level, 2 stars, features, 1 echo, amplify your voice, and make it audible within a radius of 3 kilometers with itself as the center. 2. Charming voice, use the shell to transmit sound, and increase the sound effect by an additional 40%. Evaluation, a treasure made of the shell of the echo snail can greatly increase the charm of a person's voice. 2-star treasure? Good stuff. But it is obviously made specifically for the swamp banshees. Li'er handed it back to the other party. Keep it for yourselves, don't lose it, it will shine in your hands. The swamp banshee who took the echo shell looked at him with great emotion. Master, thank you for your gift. Li'er's mouth twitched. This was originally your thing. These newly born swamp banshees seem a little easy to deceive? He continued to look at these banshees. They use emotions as food to enhance their own strength. It's amazing. Besides, isn't it easier to feed them than eating things grown in the ground? With such a voice and such charm, I will teach them a few songs when I go back, and arrange and rehearse dances such as the pendulum clock and the dress dance for them. Or I can put on a few plays such as Romeo and Juliet to fill the spiritual gap of the city of Wispy Dew, and harvest emotions to my heart's content? In the world of Nor, spiritual life is extremely poor. The most entertainment is to go to the tavern or visit prostitutes at night. The upper class can hold a naked party and play some fancy things, but they can't do without that. For the lower class, even eating and drinking are a problem, so they can't take care of any spiritual entertainment at all, and can only immerse themselves in the world of black and white. As for songs, only the major sects have hymns praising the gods. There is no entertainment at all. Territory construction is important, and spiritual construction is also important. In the future, you can let the swamp banshees promote the greatness of the Lord, sing songs such as Wispy Dew City is my home, and increase cohesion and unity. If you think about it carefully, there is great potential to expand in this direction. In terms of battle, it can confuse the enemy's mind and increase the chances of winning. In terms of life, it can be used as a propaganda machine to promote his ideas and will. The territory is small and the effect is not obvious. In the future, it will be extremely important to strengthen the public opinion and spiritual guidance of Weilu City. Thinking about this, Li'er looked at when he saw the swamp banshees, his eyes had completely changed. These banshees with outstanding appearances can be used in endless ways as long as they are dug up properly. They are not necessarily worse than bubble beasts and vine fairies. Not only did they survive this crisis safely, but it also turned into a lucrative profit. Comfortable. At this moment, Hags led people to pick up the missing mudman and the half-fish man in the bushes. The two were still sleeping at this moment. The clothes on the mudman had long been stripped off, leaving only a pair of large shorts on his body. The half-fish man didn't care. These slimy creatures were covered with algae and were tattered, not much better than having nothing on. The mudman around him was ashamed to see his companions in such a mess. Fortunately, the adults conquered these banshees with thunder and lightning this time, otherwise this guy would really be dead. At the same time, he was also a little scared. Fortunately, they were not lured by the singing yesterday, otherwise, it would be their turn to lie on the ground and be stared at by hundreds of people to see the effect. Li'er waved his hand and asked someone to wake up the swamp man. Hanno, wake up, wake up. The swamp man who stepped forward to wake him up saw that he couldn't be woken up after shouting for a long time, so he gritted his teeth and slapped him a few times. After feeling the pain, the other party slowly woke up. The swamp man named Hanno was very young, about 16 or 17 years old. At this age, it was not strange to be seduced. The other party slowly turned his head, his green pupils showed a bit of confusion, and then gradually woke up. Feeling a little chilly, he sat up suddenly, looking at his big shorts, stunned. No clothes? He glanced around and found that hundreds of people were staring at him with big eyes. A strong sense of shame came over him, and he almost wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Trembling to the side. What happened? The swamp man who woke him up was angry and amused, and told him everything, and finally said, "If the Lord hadn't personally led the army here, you would have died in the bushes." He was actually deceived by the singing of the banshee? The young swamp dweller felt socially dead like never before. He was deceived, but now, hundreds of people rescued him, and he was naked for them to see. And the culprits who seduced him were still in front of him, still so beautiful. Under the huge blow, his body began to tremble. Lear looked at the appearance of the swamp dweller, his eyebrows were frowning. He frowned slightly. He waved his hand to let the other person stand up. "What's your name? Hano?" The ashamed and embarrassed swamp man lowered his head and murmured, "Yes, my lord, my name is Hano." No one would want to appear in front of the great lord whom he regarded as a god in such a state. It would be better for him to die. Lear looked at him calmly, patted his shoulder with his hand, and said slowly, "Raise your head and look at me." Hano's body trembled. Was the Lord going to blame him? Thinking of hundreds of people still watching, the shame in his heart became more and more intense. He clenched his fists and raised his head. He was ready to bear the blame, but the scolding he expected did not come. The Lord's tone was still calm and serious. "Hano, no one is immune to mistakes. If young people make mistakes, God will forgive them. Only after knowing shame can we move forward more bravely and firmly in the future. Don't let yourself stop or even become depressed and discouraged because of this mistake. I allow you to have the opportunity to make mistakes. It takes time to grow and become successful. Work hard. There is still a long way to go in the future. The city of Wei-Lu needs you to shoulder the heavy responsibility." He patted his shoulder heavily. "Don't show this look in the future. I don't like to see it. Failure is not terrible. What is terrible is that you are unwilling to accept your own weakness and choose to escape. Go back." Hano, with a gray look in his eyes, stared at Lear in a daze. The gray world in his heart lit up with an unprecedented light. His eyes gradually brightened until they were dazzling. He placed his right hand on his chest, his eyes full of determination. "My lord, Hano, I will live up to your expectations. Young people make mistakes, and God will forgive them. In the future, the city of Wei-Lu will still need young people like them to shoulder the heavy responsibility." These words were like a shot of cardiotonic, and they were injected into his heart. When he looked at Lear, his eyes were no longer full of respect, but full of enthusiasm and piety. He was looking at his god. The eyes of the surrounding swamp people also changed a little. They no longer had strange views on Hano, and their respect for Lear went up to a higher level. To be able to follow such a leader, even if it meant death, he would be willing. The reason why respecting the wise and humble is so widely spread is the extreme inequality between the status of the superior and the inferior. Even if the superior only treats with an equal attitude, in the eyes of the inferior, it is a great honor and gift. After waving his hand to let all the swamp people leave, Hags threw the sleeping merman in front of him. Lear looked at the sticky and smelly merman, and turned to look at the swamp banshee beside him. "Wake him up and ask him questions." The swamp banshee immediately nodded in response, humming softly. The elegant voice made people feel relaxed physically and mentally. The unconscious merman slowly woke up. He stared at the swamp banshee with a greedy look on his face. He ignored the fierce eyes of the surrounding warriors, as if there was only the swamp banshee around. "Master, I have bewitched its soul. You can ask directly if you have any questions." The soft and crisp voice of the swamp banshee was like tickling people's hearts, which sounded very comfortable. Lear nodded and stared at the merman. "How strong are your companions?" The merman said stupidly. "The level is 5. The chieftain obtained a magic beast crystal in the ruins, and the level has been raised to level 10. Magic beast crystal? Lear thought of the process of Hag's transformation into a hero. This is a good thing. His interest was raised a little. "Have you opened the ruins?" "No, the chief said that this was obtained by the great father god outside the ruins." The half-fish man's voice was stiff and a little dull. "Father god? The god of the half-fish man?" "Yes. The god of the half-fish man has fallen millions of years ago. Can you still hear his guidance?" "The father god has never fallen, but has fallen into a deep sleep." "The father god has been guiding us." The face showed the unique piety of believers. Lear raised his eyebrows slightly. The fanaticism of believers has always been like this. However, this also requires extra attention, lest the legendary thing of God's resurrection really happens. In this fantasy world, anything can happen. After asking a few more questions, the thread gradually became clear. A few days ago, the half-fish man suddenly discovered in ancient ruins. Although he has not found a way to enter yet, he has also gained a lot of benefits outside. This half-fish man has a low status and has been on guard outside, so he doesn't know more specific information. After getting the key information he wanted, Lier casually asked, "Are there any other dangerous things around here?" The fishman had a bit of resentment on his face. 20 kilometers away from us, there is a group of dark Nagas. Those lowly creatures have always wanted to enslave us. Dark Nagas? Lier was a little surprised. This was another additional information. The number of those dark Nagas is enough for 2 squadrons, and the level has reached level 9. We originally had more than 1,000 people. But last month, the dark Nagas attacked us. More than half of us were killed or injured. He grumbled unwillingly after saying this. When my god returns and the great Murlocs rise up, we must enslave all those dark Nagas. Lear continued to interrogate the news of the dark Naga, but he did not get any valuable information. The other party just muttered about revenge, asking the half-Malot god to punish him, and so on. While thinking, he waved his hand to the lizardmen and asked them to take it back for further interrogation. So far, the episode caused by the disappearance of the swamp man came to an end. This sudden incident has brought him a lot of gains. The swamp banshee with beautiful singing voice, the main force of the spiritual civilization construction of the future Wailu city. Although it is just a newborn, its potential has reached 3 stars, and the upper limit of the level is 12. And the other party feeds on emotions and does not need to be fed. Judging from the encounter just now, the other party still has great potential to be tapped. Secondly, I know the information about the half-Malot gathering place in ancient ruins in the south. Finally, I also got information about the Dark Naga. All in all, it's a small profit. Lear, who was in a good mood, did not stay in this pool for too long, and returned directly to the territory with the swamp banshee. He told Bane the reason for the disappearance of the swamp man. Bane heard the news and looked at the beautiful and charming swamp sirens. His face was also a little interesting. Looking at Hanno, who returned with the team, he was not polite and criticized him harshly. The young people were tempted with unstable minds. There was nothing to say, but the people who should be lost could not escape. After the young swamp people left, Bane looked at the swamp sirens and hesitated. "My lord, how should they be settled?" Lier smiled. "The rise of a city cannot satisfy the residents with material life alone. I heard that in the capital of the elves, you can hear the wonderful songs of the elves every day. Since the elves can do it, why can't my city of Wailu?" He looked at Bane meaningfully. The swamp sirens are not just used for singing. In the future, they will also be the main force to sing praises and chants for the city of Wailu. It may even become a flag of our territory. According to his idea, these swamp banshees may become a trump card of the city of Wispy Dew. Of course, how it will develop in the future still requires careful management. The territory is just starting out, and everything needs to be done slowly. Bane's face showed some thoughtfulness. But he is not a native of the fantasy world who has been baptized by modern information to explore the deep meaning. He just felt that he had grasped something, but he couldn't figure it out. Can the swamp banshees represent the city of Wispy Dew and become a flag? There were some doubts in his heart, but they were weighed down in an instant. It didn't matter if he couldn't figure it out. The key was, this matter was the Lord proposed it. He only needs to absolutely execute the Lord's will. The Lord's vision is far from what he can match. After the communication, Bane left with thoughts. As the construction of the territory gradually got on track, there were more and more government affairs, and he was too busy all day long to handle them. But just after walking a short distance, a thin young figure appeared in sight. The other party's lips were pale and looked a little weak. "Hanno." Bane sighed. "Are you okay?" The young swamp man shook his head, staring at him with algae-green pupils, and said seriously, "Lord Bane, I'm fine. I came to you to know how to repay the Lord." This made Bane a little funny. "Want to repay the Lord? Work hard to grow up. You are not even a hero now, why do you think so much? They, the swamp people, are too small in this land full of dangers. As a hero, he dare not say how he can help the Lord." Patted the other party's shoulder and planned to leave. "Lord Bane, how can you become a hero?" Bane looked at the slightly thin swamp boy and smiled. "That requires a lot of hardship." Halfway through, looking at the other party's serious eyes, his tone became a little complicated. "This process took me 10 years. Although the tone was calm, it was very sad. It is not so easy to become a hero. No one knows what he is paid to take this step. Outsiders may not care. Ordinary swamp people want to stand out. If they don't have enough talent, background, and family background, they must have the determination to fight to the death. If you are not cruel to yourself, why should you stand out? Bane's eyes are dim. Go back. Those hardships are not something you can bear. He turned and left. Even the temptation of the banshee could not be resisted. How can such a weak will complete these difficult exercises? But the next moment, plop, the thin boy knelt on one knee, his eyes with unshakable determination. Lord Bane, the Lord saved me. Only by becoming a hero can I give the Lord greater help. I hope to be a hero, and I am ready. He said word by word. Even if I sacrifice my life for it. Bane turned back suddenly. The boy kneeling on the ground was like a weed destroyed by the wind, already dilapidated, but still stubbornly rooted in the ground. After watching in silence for a long time, Bane turned around again. Seeing this, the boy's heart trembled. Watching the other person's figure gradually disappear, the light in his eyes did not dissipate, but became brighter and hotter. If no one helps me, then I will help myself. I will not stop here, never. After a short rest, Lear walked out of the tent, looked at the dazzling sun, and took a deep breath. The further he explored, the more he could feel the pressure from all around. The enemies that have been discovered so far are smelly giant monsters, two-headed ogres. 30 kilometers to the north, there are more than 500 rotten centaurs with a level of 9. Hidden dangers, unknown giant three-toed footprints, flying dragons that are amazing. Now a gathering place for half-fish people and a dark naga have been discovered. Although the level of the wetland lizardmen has been upgraded to level 7, the strength in their hands has been greatly improved, but it is still far from being able to sweep across the swamp. He needs to continue to strengthen the strength of these warriors and at the same time fight and enslave more troops. Swamp banshees, bubble beasts, and vine fairies are all conquered by external exploration. Although they are all of strategic significance, they are still different from the frontal army of wetland lizardmen warriors. Lear thought about it and asked someone to summon the swamp banshees and let them go with the army. These banshees can be used now. Their singing is perfect for attracting monsters. Safe and efficient. After thinking about it, I brought 8 more bubble beasts. Since I plan to enslave more swamp life, these cute little guys are the best helpers. The bubble prison they create is a perfect match with the skill of the residual power of the gods. After the army gathered, they set out directly. The gathering place of the half-fish people is 25 kilometers south of the city of Wei-Lu, and it takes some time to travel. Cross the farmland area and enter the unexplored area in the south. Going 4 or 5 kilometers deeper, the vegetation in the swamp in front of me is particularly lush. Large patches of wild grass with slender vines are entangled on the silt, and the loose silt is piled up under the grass. From time to time, you can see half of the yellowed skeleton exposed from under the grass. Buzz buzz buzz, the sound of mosquitoes came from my ears, which made me a little annoyed in the hot and humid environment. Stepping on the mud, the wetland lizardman opened his flippers slightly to increase the contact area as much as possible. Even in the soft mud, these swamp creatures can walk easily. Lear is different from them. Magic wraps around his body, making him as light as a feather, and he can even walk on water plants. In the swamp, his magic recovery speed is more than 10 times that of the outside world, which allows him to maintain it for a long time. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream stopped the army's action. Lear turned his head and saw a wetland lizardman falling in the mud, covering his feet with a distorted face and rolling back and forth. The painful wailing was particularly creepy. The body trembled uncontrollably, and he didn't even realize that his head was buried in the mud. Haggis walked forward with an ugly face, held the other party down and took a look, and immediately looked up and said, "Master, it was bitten by a black-spotted red bloodworm." Lear frowned. "Poisonous insect?" Haggis's eyes were solemn. "Yes, master, we are not immune to the pain brought by the black-spotted red bloodworms. These poisonous insects are extremely toxic and like to occupy a large area as a hunting ground. I'm afraid this place is already full of black-spotted red bloodworms. They live underground in the mud. Once there is a big movement on the surface, they will retreat underground. Their holes can even go hundreds of meters underground and are extremely difficult to deal with. The dragon's feces are already at the bottom, and it is impossible to carry them all the time when going out hunting. Without the deterrence of dragon power, the densely covered swamp's poisonous insects may appear at any time." 2 wetland lizardmen lifted up their injured companions. Lear looked down and saw an exaggeratedly large swelling in the gap of the leg armor. The scales were bulging and blood could be seen oozing from the gap. Swamp gift. The magic power surged, and a healing spell slightly relieved the pain of the wetland lizardman, and the expression on his face eased. "Come closer to me." As the voice fell, the residual power of the gods emanated. It can be faintly felt that the insects hidden under the short grass and mud were quietly escaping deep underground. How do these poisonous insects compare to swamp spiders? Hag shook his head. Although the venom of swamp spiders is strong, it is still not as strong as the black-spotted red bloodworms. It is said that these poisonous insects are mutated by swallowing the flesh and blood of dragons. Although the level is not high, the venom is extremely fierce. How can any life be related to dragons? Lear's mouth twitched. He looked down at the ground, thinking. It seems a pity to let such poisonous insects go. While thinking, he turned his head to look at the swamp banshee beside him. Can you lure out these poisonous insects hiding underground? The swamp banshee nodded immediately. Master, let's try. Although they have inherited wisdom, they have just hatched and are far from experienced. They are not sure whether singing will work on insects. The three swamp banshees slightly opened their rosy lips, and their white teeth complemented each other. The next moment, a melodious and gentle singing came out of their mouths. Lear felt like a pair of warm hands massaging his soul. The whole person was soaked in warm water, comfortable. Rustling. The grass shook. Lear clearly felt that in the underground soil, one by one, the lives exuding unique breath began to climb up. In a moment, a few meters ahead, a dark red insect with the thickness of a thumb, 20 centimeters long, and covered with black spots crawled out of the mud to the short grass on the surface. Looking around, there were thousands of them densely packed in this area. Just one look would make one's scalp numb. Hags's face changed. Fortunately, they didn't go too deep. If they all crawled out, half of them would be killed. Black-spotted red bloodworms, level 3, potential, 1 star, racial talent, highly toxic, can produce soul poison in the body, cannot be immune. After poisoning, the soul will gradually fester. Skill, poison sac, 1 star, can store up to half of the body weight of venom. Evaluation, poisonous insects with terrible toxins. It is indeed a poisonous insect, with both talents and skills. Although the level is not high, the toxins attached are not simple. Li Er's eyes were happy. Let these black-spotted red bloodworms gather and bring them back to the territory. Finding poisonous insects and poisonous plants is also one of the goals of exploration. The smelly giant monsters occupying the ancient ruins are still waiting to enjoy them. The swamp banshee was indeed a life form with 3-star potential. Her singing was melodious and those bugs rushed over as if they had found some delicious food. Lear saw a plant as wide as a banana leaf nearby and asked the wetland lizard man to pick a few leaves and put them in front of him. The black-spotted red bloodworms immediately climbed up by themselves. There were thousands of them, crawling densely and making people feel sick. After all the bugs were left out, the bubble beast spit out bubbles and collected them all. Although these black-spotted red bloodworms disgusting, but if used well, it can also be a deadly means. At least, the smelly giant demon is very suitable for these little things. Lear was in a better mood. Let the army continue to move forward. After this incident, everyone's vigilance was raised again. During the period, they encountered a lot of poisonous mosquitoes, but they were not as valuable as the black-spotted red bloodworms. When there were less than 5 kilometers left to the gathering place of the half-fish people, the wetland lizardmen who were exploring in front sent back information a half-fish sentry was found in front. Lear immediately perked up, and the fatigue caused by several hours of rushing was swept away. Finally, it was time to get to the main event. In order to prevent accidents, he waved his hand and asked Haggis to go there in person and take down the sentry. The wetland lizardman hero whispered yes and immediately disappeared from sight. When he arrived in front, Haggis had 2 more half-fish captives with bruised skin and swollen faces in his hands. These guys covered in mucus exuded a disgusting stench, which looked quite disgusting. Lear turned his head and looked at the swamp banshee with long light blue hair beside him. Needless to say, the other party stepped forward immediately. The red lips slightly opened, and the beautiful singing voice was lingering and melodious. Several terrified merfolk were instantly lost in their eyes, with a silly expression in their eyes, watching the swamp banshee laughing foolishly. The saliva from the corners of her mouth dripped down. Seeing this, Lear couldn't help but take a closer look at the swamp banshee. These 3-star potential magical lives are really more useful the more they are used. It's a pity that there are only 3 of them. And it takes 20 years to breed them, and it's too late to give birth now. How many people are there in your territory now? Where is your chief? Everyone is in the territory, and the chief is leading the tribe to sacrifice to the father god. Sacrifice? Lear raised his eyebrows. The merfolk captives captured in the morning also said the same thing. Are these guys so pious? sacrifice every few days. The merfolk spoke in a fanatical tone. The great father god will be revived, and the merfolk will eventually rise. Everyone will submit to the father god. This swamp will belong to the merfolk, and the entire wilderness will also be ruled by us. The piety of the believers is worthless, and the other party's almost crazy tone made Lear frown slightly. When he was about to continue the interrogation, the intelligence system in his mind suddenly refreshed new information. You have heard the information about the revival of the merfolk god. An additional related intelligence has been triggered after the merfolk god fell 1,000,000 years ago. Only a trace of residual soul remained sleeping, and it was not until last month that he woke up. The merfolk of the slime clan happened to be nearby. These merfolk were once again shrouded by the eyes of their father god and began to fight for the merfolk god. The residual soul of the merfolk god contains a unique divinity, and the gods cannot be killed by ordinary means. But the swamp godhood can erase the other party's residual soul. Lear saw the prompt of the intelligence system, and his breathing suddenly condensed. He only felt dry mouth and a stream of hot blood rushed from his spine into his mind. The father god awakening, as the fishman said, was actually true? The fishman god who had fallen for 1,000,000 years was resurrected. The most important thing is that he can wipe out the remaining soul of the other party. A word that made everyone in the Norplane tremble suddenly appeared in my mind: god-killing. The whole person's blood was boiling. Lear took a deep breath, turned his head and looked at the army beside him. His tone was low. The gods worshipped by the half-fishmen have revived. The enemy we are facing this time is God. These words made the wetland lizardmen warriors suddenly quiet. The gods are revived? Even the most brutal life has a deep reverence for the gods. That is the controller of this world, the supreme existence above all living things. But in a flash, these warriors returned to normal, and their amber eyes looked at Lear firmly, waiting for their master to give orders. What about gods? As long as the master needs, they dare to draw their swords. The will of the master is above everything. Feeling the change in the eyes of the wetland lizardmen warriors, Lear was somewhat pleased. This is due to race. If it is a timid race like the swamp people, even if their loyalty to him will not waver, they will still be timid and retreat in front of the gods. How much combat power can be unleashed depends on fate. Lear glanced around, and there was a hint of madness in his voice. I have the means to kill the god of the merfolk. Today I will lead you to kill the god. The calm tone was like a mountain collapsing into the sea, splashing huge waves. All the soldiers' eyes instantly burned, and their hearts surged. Kill the god. These two words are full of taboos, but also carry endless temptations. Even in various myths and legends, killing the god is regarded as the most heroic feat and the ultimate taboo. Lear looked at the warriors with soaring momentum and waved his hands suddenly. Let's go! The army immediately followed him. Under the guidance of the two confused merfolk, they quickly approached the gathering place of the merfolk. It took more than half an hour to reach the place where the merfolk gathered for several kilometers. The gathering place of the merfolk was in a tall bush. Outsiders who wanted to enter had to pass through the bush first. The army stopped silently, and everyone was waiting for his order. Although it was only a straight-line distance of 100 meters, Lear did not act rashly. Turning his head to look at the bubble beast, Bobo used the bubble to take Haggis up to the air and observed the half-fishman in front. Bobo's eyes lit up immediately. Working for the master, these little guys have a sense of satisfaction that they are needed by their parents. He immediately patted his chest and agreed. He opened his mouth slightly and slowly spit out a bubble. The bubble gradually grew bigger and floated up, swallowing the wetland lizardman hero in front of him. The next moment, the bubble slowly rose into the air like a hydrogen balloon. Haggis touched it left and right, and felt the touch like rubber, which surprised him. He looked down at the ground and it gradually shrank, and his face turned pale again. It seems that flying too high is not a good thing. After the bubble flew to a height of more than 10 meters, the vision suddenly opened up, and Haggis carefully explored the situation behind the bushes. After a moment, he waved to the bubble beast, and the bubble fell again. Haggis passed through the bubble and came to Lear, with amber pupils with a solemn look. Master, those merfolk are performing a sacrifice around a bone altar. The tone was a little subtle. There is smoke around the altar, and those merfolk have gone crazy. State. Lear raised his eyebrows slightly. Insane state? How do you mean? Every time the merfolk perform a sacrifice, they like to light the mistgrass to make themselves distracted and go insane. It is said that they can use this to receive guidance from the merfolk god. Mist grass? Lear immediately thought of the stinking giant monster. This thing seems to be very suitable for ambushes. How many people are there? More than 600. Hag's tone became fanatical. Master, the steel knife in my hand is thirsty for blood, please give the order. No matter who the enemy is, he will become the Lord's sword and cut through all obstacles. Just like the oath he made when the Lord gave him the heroic power in Lauren City. Li Er narrowed his eyes slightly. He can deal with the god of the half-malak, but the number of wetland lizardmen is too small. With 15 teams to fight against 6 squadrons of half-malak, the difference is several times, and the other side also has a level 10 hero. There is no need. It's not like there is no choice. Turning his head to look at the swamp banshee beside him. Woo 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 in the gathering place of half-malak in the grass, these wet and smelly lives are madly clamoring around the altar built of bones. Excited sounds of wooing are constantly coming out of their mouths. Large bundles of mist grass were ignited on the ground around them, and the smoke spread with the wind. When the half-malak smells the thick smoke, they will become more crazy and remain in a state of madness. Because their great father god, the god of the half-malak, controls the 3 powers of madness, moisture, and half-malak. They like believers to offer sacrifices to him in madness. What makes them crazy is that the sleeping god has returned. In a sacrifice last month, they received an oracle. The Great Existence personally ordered them to offer sacrifices every other day. God will lead the merfolk to greatness again. Praise the Father God. In the crazy sacrifice, the merfolk in the outer circle heard waves of melodious singing in a trance, and a little confusion rose in their eyes. They seemed to hear God calling. We can't let others enjoy God's gift. This thought suddenly emerged in my mind, and I muttered to myself, and slowly withdrew from the crowd of worshippers who were madly circling the altar. Disappeared in the bushes behind. At this moment, the merfolk were still in madness, and the missing 20 or 30 people did not attract the attention of others. A melodious and light song sounded again, and the second wave of merfolk left quietly. Disappeared outside the smoky altar. Time and again. At some point, in the central area, the chieftain of the entire event suddenly realized that his voice seemed to have weakened a lot. He woke up from his trance and turned around to find that almost half of the people around him were gone. He suddenly woke up in his heart. Where are the people? Where are our people? How come half of them disappeared inexplicably? The merman, who was still in a frenzy, ignored his scolding and continued to shout and circle around the altar. The chieftain was so angry, these idiots. Suddenly, a melodious sound, the singing, sounded slowly in his ears. The eyes of the half-fish chieftain flashed a little blurry, and he subconsciously walked away from the altar and walked out. But just as he reached the edge and was about to step into the bushes, a sense of terror rose in his heart. He suddenly woke up. Turning his head, he found that he had already moved away from the altar, and the sparse tribesman became clearer. He was shocked. Enemy attack. A hysterical roar sounded. The next second, a more terrifying sense of danger surged into his heart. Suddenly, the mud on the ground bulged high, and then popped up under his feet. He saw bubbles expanding with his sharp eyes. His pupils shrank sharply. Before he could react, he saw those expanding bubbles burst with a click. The half-fish chieftain was heartbroken. The magnificent magical energy suddenly burst out. Bang! The terrifying shockwave directly swallowed the surroundings. The mud was blown up 100 meters high and splashed all over the sky. A huge pit 7 or 8 meters deep even appeared on the spot. But what was heart-wrenching was that after the thick dust and mud had dispersed, the Murloc chieftain was still alive. There were large patches of blood oozing out of his body, and he was covered in dirt and sewage. His face was half blown up, and he looked extremely miserable. But before he could react, a heavily armored warrior with a steel knife, a brutal look, and a ferocious lizard head appeared in his blurred vision. The opponent's sword cut through the sky like lightning. No! In fear, the Murloc chieftain raised the half-broken bone staff used for sacrifice in his hand to resist, but the fragile bone staff exploded the moment it touched the steel knife. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his neck felt cold and painful. The world spun around, and finally his face was pressed against the ground, looking sideways at the whole world. The last sight was one after another heavily armored lizard warriors pushing aside the bushes, and a huge head flew into the sky, and blood splashed several meters high. Only the broken headless body was left, lying in the mud. The 10th level Murloc chieftain didn't even have a chance to react from beginning to end. He was executed directly. Targeted explosion. The Murlocs, who were still in a frenzy, woke up at this moment, turned their heads and looked at the wetland lizardmen warriors who kept pouring out of the bushes, and immediately went crazy. These bastards, they are blaspheming. Kill. The Murlocs roared and rushed over. But at this moment, the Murloc chieftain whose head was cut off suddenly swelled up, like a balloon inflated to the extreme. Bang! It suddenly exploded. The sky was full of blood floating up. What was shocking was that the blood seemed to be guided by something, floating in the air, and suddenly surged towards the direction of the Murloc in a breath. All of it was infused into the Murloc's body. The 5th level Murloc's momentum rose at an exaggerated speed, and in the blink of an eye, it soared to level 9. Lear, who was commanding from the back, had his pupils shrink. Looking at the bone altar behind the fishman, he felt a familiar breath. God! The fishman god appeared. There was a bit of crazy excitement in his eyes. The death of the merman chief awakened the merman god. As the focus of his training, dying like this is a provocation to God by a mortal, it is blasphemy. His anger will devour everything. At this time, 2 unique attributes appeared on the merman's panel: level 9, temporary, status, gift of the merman god, all attributes increased by 80%, lasting 1 hour. The combat effectiveness of these swamp creatures has ushered in a surge. Lier's eyes became as sharp as a hawk, staring at the skeleton altar. God? No. That's his prey. The merman, whose strength has greatly increased, felt the eyes of God staring at him. He immediately entered a deep level of fanaticism. Great merman god, your glory will spread to the world. Kill. The merman with endless power in his body fiercely attacked the wetland lizard man. Form a formation to kill the enemy. Hags was fearless in the front line, and his body was burning with blazing blood. The wetland lizardmen followed closely and formed a formation. The 5 squads of wetland lizardmen were like sharp blades, stabbing the enemy directly. They ran into the Murlocs. Puff the steel knife pierced into the bones. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The fanatical Murlocs ran into the steel knife head-on, and blood exploded, but the pain did not stop them, but made them even crazier. They swung the bone spear and long stick in their hands violently. The air was whistling. Bang! A wetland lizardman was hit on the shoulder, and a large part of the armor was directly dented. Puff the wetland lizardman warrior drew his knife to counterattack, and directly cut into the opponent's neck. Blood exploded instantly. But the bone-piercing attack did not make the Murloc fall down. Instead, he roared and pounced on him, hugged the wetland lizardman warrior, opened his sharp mouth and bit down fiercely. Snap! The armor was actually bitten through by the sharp teeth, piercing into the bones. The pain made the wetland lizardman furious instantly. He swung his claws and violently tore the opponent's abdomen, causing the half-fishman's internal organs to flow wildly. But the wetland lizardman, who had not yet enjoyed the joy of victory, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. Something rushed out of his throat, and blood spurted out of his mouth uncontrollably. He saw from the corner of his eye that a straight bone spear pierced his neck. The crazy half-fishman grinned and tightly grasped the end of the spear in his hand. Ho 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 ho! He wanted to say something, but the wetland lizardman warrior was no longer able to speak. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, and there was no sound. The wetland lizardman warrior was killed. The half-fishman, who had received the blessing of the gods and had all attributes increased by 80%, had twice the number of wetland lizardman warriors. He immediately caused a huge impact on the wetland lizardman. Although the swamp gift in Lear's hand had never stopped, he still focused more on the skeleton altar. The fight between the two sides was too brutal. Even fatal injuries such as piercing the heart and smashing the head could not be cured by the powerful healing skill of the swamp gift. The mad Murlocs did not care about casualties. After the attributes were greatly improved, their combat effectiveness increased several times. Fortunately, Lear was the nurse in the rear, and the swamp gift continued. As long as it was not a fatal injury, it could be saved. But even so, as the fight became more intense, the loss of the wetland lizardmen warriors still exceeded that of 2 teams. Lear's eyes became more and more cold. You, the Murloc god, still wanna hide behind? Bubble Beast, use bubble bombs to support. Swamp Banshee, the singing will shake their will. The fierce fighting on the battlefield made everyone extremely tense. After the order was issued, the Bubble Beast immediately blew bubbles and compressed the air inside crazily. Then, like a long-range gunner, it controlled the bubbles to fly out. The bubbles left long traces, crossed the sky, and fell into the enemy camp. Bang! It exploded suddenly. The powerful impact force made the surrounding the Murlocs were thrown to the ground. But the level was temporarily raised to level 9, and the Murlocs with soaring attributes in all aspects forcibly carried it over. They continued to charge with blood all over their bodies. A melodious song sounded quietly. The determination in the Murloc's eyes wavered for a moment, and they were a little dazed. The wetland lizardman seized the opportunity and chopped out with a steel knife, and more than 10 heads flew up. But in an instant, the other Murlocs came back to their senses and roared and charged. The song was no longer effective. When the enemy was on guard and in the prime of their state, the temptation of the Swamp Banshee song was suppressed to the freezing point. This is also the shortcoming of these magical lives. Lier's magic power surged, and groups of magic energy were released from his body and fell into the front army formation, strongly supporting the wetland lizardman warriors on the front line. This is the swamp, his home court. Although his level is not high at the moment, and his magic power is only a pitiful 300 points. But the whole swamp is blessing him, and the speed of magic power recovery is exaggerated. Each time he released the swamp gift, he needed to consume 30 points of magic. He could only use his magic 10 times. But in the swamp, he could recover nearly 200 points of magic every minute. It was like a constant flow of spring water, giving the wetland lizardmen in front the most powerful support. He was the confidence of these warriors. The long-range support of the bubble beast disrupted the rhythm of the half-malak, and the wetland lizardmen gradually took control of the battlefield. With the crazy slaughter of the wetland lizardmen, the number of half-malak was getting smaller and smaller. After the wetland lizardmen paid the death of 4 teams, the number of half-malak finally dropped to less than 100. After gaining the advantage in numbers, they began to press forward step by step, continuously encircling and annihilating. Half-malak seemed to realize that they were about to face destruction and began a more crazy counterattack. But in front of the wetland lizardmen who had the advantage, they were forcibly suppressed. The number dropped rapidly until only the last 2 teams were left. At this moment, the half-malak in the back could no longer sit still. On the bone altar, an unspeakable pressure emanated. The whole sky seemed to dim at this moment. The broken bodies and flesh on the ground surged quickly and gathered in one direction. In just a few breaths, the flesh and blood gathered and merged, forming a terrifying stitched monster over 3 meters tall. There was no head, and the arms, legs, and torso were all forcibly glued together by the broken limbs. It gave people a weird and terrifying impact. Blood was still oozing out from the gaps between the broken limbs. The hideous and weird headless monster with flesh and blood stitched face Lier. Lowly mortal, you are seeking your own death. The half-fish god was very angry. He had slept for too long, so long that he had lost most of his strength. He finally woke up and found believers again. But in the blink of an eye, he was killed by these bastards. This is the foundation of his recovery. Bastards! If he hadn't lost most of his strength, he could destroy these swamp lives hundreds and thousands of times with just a glance. There was no head, but the voice filled with dark anger resounded through the sky like thunder. Great gods, do you dare to blaspheme? Kneel down and worship. Submit and sacrifice your soul. It was like thousands of people screaming and roaring, like the most painful punishment being inflicted on the body, and the sound went straight into the soul and blood. Divine power. The ultimate existence from this world, just a verbal scolding, seemed to crush everyone's soul. There is no escape, no avoidance. Lear's eyes condensed. The body also exuded a sacred majesty, isolating the pressure that shook the soul. Are you a god? The broken, stitched, headless, twisted body of flesh and blood looked at Lear fiercely. Although there was no head, but it gave him a sense of terror as if he was being stared at by 2 huge eyes. The half-Mercury god suddenly became excited, and blood gushed out of his body. You actually have the divine breath of the swamp god? The voice that resounded around was filled with endless surprise. It was like a beggar who had been hungry for a long time, smelling the sweet bread that had just come out of the oven and spread with honey. Lowly human, do you think you can get your hands on the power of the gods? Give me your soul. Divinity, divinity. If he could get the divine breath of the swamp god, his power would be greatly restored. Even with the help of this in the future, it might not be impossible to go further. At this moment, he felt that the creator god was favoring him. He had just woken up and saw such a good thing. Ha ha ha. Eat it, eat it. Then the half-Mercury god was puzzled to find that the other party not only did not dodge and retreat, but instead rushed towards him in big strides. What's going on? The half-Mercury god was stunned for a moment, and then became more excited. The prey was actually going to come to the door by itself? He drove away the remaining 2 teams of murlocs in front of him, so that they could get closer to him more easily. With every step, he could feel the extremely desired power getting stronger. After approaching 20 to 30 meters, the murloc god could no longer hold back. The towering and terrifying soul ball surged out of the flesh and blood suture body and rushed directly towards Lier. The wetland lizardman in front subconsciously raised his knife to intercept, but the dark soul ball went straight through their bodies, and their bodies suddenly stiffened and lost their breath. Touch it and you will die. More than 2 teams were deprived of their lives. It was too fast, and no one reacted at all. The dark energy had already poured into Lier's body. Hags beside him instantly felt cold in his soul, and he trembled all over. The soul of the murloc god invaded the body of the master? In contrast to his fear, the murloc god fell into extreme excitement. It seemed as if he saw the scene of himself controlling the godhood of the swamp god and transforming into a powerful god. You lowly, that godhead is mine. Ha! What is this? The half-fish god rushed into Lear's mind and saw the sacred object floating in the magic seed. He suddenly felt something was wrong. He was in disbelief and shocked. You merged the godhead? You are a mortal, an ordinary person with ordinary blood, and your level is only level 3. Can you integrate the godhead into your soul? He felt unbelievable and absurd. That is the godhead. The godhead with supreme power. Even if the gods come, they have to spend a lot of money to refine it before they can use it for themselves. How can a mortal erode the power of the gods? Lear's expression became extremely strange at this moment. He was still a little worried that the other party would escape, but now, he was delivering it to the door. His most powerful power is not the warriors under his command but the broken swamp godhead hidden deep in the magic seed. Because of his low level and the lack of control, the power of the godhead he can mobilize at this moment is extremely limited. But in his mind, he is the real god. The dark soul energy immediately wanted to escape. But the next moment, the seeds of magic power spun wildly, emitting endless divine power, covering everything. The vortex suddenly expanded and turned into a starry black hole that swallowed everything. It pulled the remnant soul of the half-merged god deeply and swallowed it. No! How can a human like you merge with the godhead? Impossible! Impossible! The half-merged god went crazy. He is immortal? How can he merge with the godhead? Why? Why? He refused to accept it. He refused to accept it. Crunch! The vortex rotated and actually wiped out the remnant soul of the half-merged god. God? Sorry, me too. The moment the soul of the half-melfish god shattered, the majestic energy gushed out in all directions like a tsunami. If it were a mortal, even a great wizard above level 15 would have his mind torn apart by the violent energy. The residual soul of a god, even if it only had a trace of power, was absolutely extraordinary. But the swamp godhead exuded supreme pressure, swallowing up all the energy. Lear actually felt full. The next moment, the energy began to merge into his limbs and blood. The power in his body increased at an exaggerated speed. The surrounding magic power seemed to be swallowed by a black hole and poured into his body crazily. A magic tide was formed. Muscles, flesh, and bones were all becoming tough. In the rapid improvement, Lear could feel that the entire swamp was cheering and rejoicing for him. The level started to rise from level 3, level 4, level 5. At the moment of reaching a certain limit, he turned his head suddenly and looked in a certain direction. His heart was beating rapidly. He could feel that something he was extremely eager for was calling him. Authority. The long-dormant swamp authority is about to wake up. But before he could sense it more clearly, the energy provided by the remnant soul of the half-malak god dissipated, and the feeling suddenly stopped. The surrounding magic power gradually returned to calm. Lear was still a little dazed at this moment. He vaguely sensed that the swamp authority seemed to be sealed. The power of the seal had greatly declined. When the seal was completely broken, the authority would appear. He took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the ups and downs in his heart. He needed to make plans in advance. After calming down, he immediately felt the power surging like magma in his body. He stretched out his right hand and slowly clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. The surging magic power immediately condensed. With a thought, the magic power was compressed crazily, forming a small stream flowing in the palm of his hand. Lear's eyes were full of surprise. His control over magic power has increased by more than 10 times compared to before. It was impossible to control magic power so easily before. Looking at the attribute panel, the level has soared from level 3 to level 7. He has entered the ranks of mid-level mages. The magic power on the panel has increased from 300 to 1500. It has increased 5 times. The long-stagnant potential has also increased from 2 stars to 3 stars. Devour and grow. Turn the half-merged god into nutrients to nourish himself. This is a grand transformation. The level of a level 7 mid-level mage may not seem high, but this is the height that most mages with ordinary talents can only achieve after a lifetime of hard work. He can already enter the Magic Legion and become a main mage, cooperating with high-level mages to cast war magic on the battlefield. When walking outside, he can also be respected as the Master Mage. If he is promoted to level 10 and promoted to a high-level mage, he will be the elite of the Empire and will be respected wherever he goes. Lear took a deep breath. If it is an intact soul of the god, I am afraid he can directly step into the ranks of immortals. After coming to his senses, he found that although the residual soul of the half-merged god in his mind had been extinguished, there were still a few strands of unique power. No matter how powerful the godhood was, no matter how much pressure there was, it was always outside. Finally, the swamp godhead slowly calmed down, leaving only a few strands of special energy floating. Without external pressure, it quietly merged into a thicker energy. Lear curiously perceived. A golden attribute panel quietly appeared in the intelligence system. Divinity, level, 6 stars, full quota, gold, characteristics bred by gods, with indelible unique power, and also the basis for the immortality of gods. Evaluation, extremely rare. Lear took a breath. Although he already knew about it in the intelligence system, he still had an inexplicable shock when he really saw the divinity. This time he only planned to capture a half-Murloc territory. The difficulty of this wild monster gathering place is only 1 or 2 stars on the surface, but in the end it exploded as 6-star treasure. Nothing related to the gods is ordinary. Ha 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 ha, half-Murloc, you are my real friends. In a high mood, Lear tried to touch the wisp of divinity and immediately felt repulsion. The divinity of the merman is not compatible with his. At the same time, a new prompt emerged in the intelligence system. The remnant soul of the merman god you defeated intercepted the opponent's divinity, and obtained an additional piece of information. The merman god used the last of his divine power to condense the stitched corpse, the flesh and blood slaughterer, which still contains the opponent's soul breath, and can put divinity into it to let it enter the transformation. In this process, it needs to be constantly watered with flesh and blood. If there is enough flesh and blood, it can breed a unique, divine life. Lear turned his head and looked at the 3-meter-tall, headless, body with limb fragments, and blood flowing. His breathing trembled. Flesh and blood slaughterer? Divine life? This is a creature that only exists in myths and legends. Now, he can cultivate one? God-killing, this is called God-killing. This is just a remnant soul. If it is a complete god, what can it explode? When he was in high spirits, the bodies of the fishmen who had not been strangled suddenly trembled, and then blood flowed from all 5 orifices. The high breath of life suddenly extinguished. Plop plop, one by one, the dead bodies fell to the ground. The divine gift just now was obviously not the power of the fishman god. The increase in the opponent's power burned his own life. In a blink of an eye, the battlefield was left with only the 3-meter-tall, flesh and blood butcher who looked like a little giant. Lear's eyes were full of excitement. He took a deep breath and strode closer. When he came to the opponent, the smell of the stitched monster penetrated his nose crazily. His face did not change at all. He stretched out his right hand and pressed it on the chest where blood flowed and flesh was glued together. He controlled the remaining divinity of the fishman god in his mind and poured it into his body. The next moment, the surging pressure broke out instantly. It swept across the world like a tsunami. The hearts of the wetland lizardmen warriors around them were beating wildly. They clenched their swords tightly and looked at the huge, hideous, and stitched alien with extreme vigilance. Duan Siechon. After the divinity surged into the body, the stitched broken body quickly changed from a state that could collapse and rot at any time. The splattered blood converged, and the flesh and blood squirmed piece by piece. They began to approach each other, fit together, and tighten. Gradually merged into a real evil life. It looked like a dark thing crawling out of hell, from the abyss, and from the tomb of the dead. When the body was completely fused, the headless stitched monster slowly fell to the ground with a plop, shaking everyone. The vicious breath also subsided at this moment. The tense wetland lizard warriors around were stunned, and some of them didn't understand the situation. What is this? Only Lear knew what was happening to the flesh and blood slaughterer. The other party devoured, but divinity, the unique power of the gods. In the main plane of Noel, it is a treasure unparalleled in the world. Once the flesh and blood slaughterer transforms into a divine life, he will have an absolute trump card killer in his hand. This time, the slaughter of gods maximized the benefits. It's a profit if you get a cerebral thrombosis. But this process requires him to constantly water the flesh and blood corpse to feed it. But who would not be willing to water a divine life full of infinite possibilities? Bobo, use bubbles to bring the flesh slaughterer back to the territory.